Dandelion Wishes. Book 1, Love in Harmony Valley series by Melinda Curtis. Dedication and author note. For all those who blew dandelion wishes in their childhood, I hope they've all come true. I still make wishes on dandelions. One of my dandelion wishes as an adult was to have a book of mine made into a movie. That wish came true. Dandelion Wishes is now a made-for-TV movie, Love in Harmony Valley, starring Amber Marshall. Prologue. With little Emma Willoughby, it was always something. She was just one of those kids who explored the world with fascination, but without seeing the potholes and inevitably fell into them. Skinned knees, bruised elbows, bloody noses, broken bones. But no matter what the disaster, Emma kept on going, propelled forward by a smile and a laugh. She might have slowed down had her grandmother Rose not efficiently patched Emma up and sent her back outside to play with a joyful, now-you're-living kid. For years older, Will Jackson would have admired Emma if her escapades didn't include his kid sister, if those scraped, bruised, bloody, and broken body parts hadn't also befallen Tracy. That was because Tracy and Emma were inseparable. And much to Will's dismay, for much of his childhood, the pair followed him around, seemingly everywhere he turned. Around the farm, at the swimming hole in the Harmony River, on the schoolyard, in town. And if they weren't following him, they were finding trouble, usually trouble Will had to get them out of. At 12, Will was responsible for keeping his mother's vegetable and flower gardens weed-free. And yet no matter how many times he told them not to, those two girls would gather bouquets of dandelions and blow those weeds. They called them wishes. In the garden. Stop doing that. Will had stomped over to stop the 8-year-olds one sunny afternoon. But Will, his sister Tracy had said, giving him the toothy grin that he'd always had a hard time resisting. We were making wishes for you. Emma had nodded, smiling with equal charm and innocence. Tracy wished you'd become a gazillionaire, and I wished you'd marry a fairy godmother, someone who'd make you laugh. Will had set his jaw, fighting the impulse to go soft on them. That's only 2 wishes. He gestured to the pile of at least a dozen empty dandelion stems. How do you explain the rest? We wanted to make sure your wish came true, Tracy had said solemnly, elbowing Emma when she started to giggle. And Emma. Why didn't she learn to stay out of jams? She had a fear of heights, but that didn't keep her feet on the ground. She'd climb too high in a tree and be afraid of scrambling down. Over and over. One time, she'd scampered up the oak tree in the town square, and the fire department had to be called to rescue her. She was notorious for leaping onto the rope swing at the swimming hole and refusing to let go. The rope would eventually come to a halt with Emma balancing her bare feet precariously on the rope's frayed knot, several feet above the river. Eventually, Will would have to swim out beneath her and promise to catch her if she let go of the rope. Why do you take a turn if you're scared? He'd asked her after one such rescue. Because it's fun. She'd laughed, grabbing Tracy's hand and racing up the riverbank, shouting over her shoulder, and because you always catch me. Which was true. Troublesome. That's what Emma was. And since she was raised by her Granny Rose, rules and limits were more like flexible guidelines. The older Will got, the more responsibility he was given over the 2 girls. It felt like he was always their lifeguard, security guard, or on playground patrol. It got to the point where watching out for the pair became second nature to him. After his mother died when he was 15, Will took everything more seriously, including trouble finding Emma. He left for college, but not before lecturing the girls to stay out of trouble. On his calls home, Tracy would proudly relate their adventures, tubing down the rushing river too early in the spring and breaking her ankle on a log, painting a mural on the side of the abandoned grain mill and getting caught, sneaking out to attend a concert at the county fair and losing their ride home. And with each escapade, Tracy refused to put the blame on Emma, but Will knew better. Without Emma, his sister wouldn't find herself in these predicaments. He'd come home for their first prom, fully intending to warn the duo and their dates not to take drinks from hidden flasks or attend after parties. They were still kids. And Dad. Well, Dad hadn't been the same since Mom died. He was often absent-minded and distracted, but mostly Will believed he was too lenient with Tracy. And so, on the night of the prom, Will was leaning against the wall dividing the kitchen from the living room, frowning upon Emma's and Tracy's dates. Tracy emerged from her bedroom first. Her blonde hair was piled on top of her head, her blue dress was strapless and her heels too high. She wobbled on the carpet and stuck her tongue out at Will when he smirked at her. He loved that she stuck her tongue out at him. In fact, Will was relieved. It proved Tracy was still his baby sister. And trouble tonight? Not a chance. She'd be barefoot before the first song ended, ditching those fancy heels. She'd dance until the lights came up in the school gymnasium. And then she'd tell Emma she was so exhausted that they had to come right home. He shouldn't have worried. And then Emma walked out of Tracy's bedroom. Same hairstyle. Same 2 tall heels. But her red dress had skimpy straps and no back, and she didn't wobble on those heels. Not once. Will's mouth went dry. Sometime between Christmas and April, Emma had grown up. And now, she was trouble of a different kind. The off-limits kind. Chapter 1. Welcome home, Tracy. Months of forced enthusiasm had worn Will Jackson to the point of exhaustion. But he couldn't waver. There were still hard days ahead. He opened the front door of his childhood home for his sister. Dad's been lonely with both of us gone. And now he'll have a full house. At least until Will finished his business in Harmony Valley and was confident his sister would be okay. Tracy walked in, looking to all appearances like any other 26-year-old in blue jeans, a beige t-shirt and short, tousled blonde hair. And then she spoke. I want to go. 2. I know you want to go back to your own apartment, Will interrupted. There was no way he'd let his little sister return to San Francisco, to the place she shared in the city with Emma. Tracy was still fragile. Oh, she got around all right, her broken ribs and broken leg having healed. But when her skull smashed into the car window, it caused damage, resulting in aphasia, a language disorder. Her speech would probably always be halting, although specialists promised it would get better as long as Tracy fought. But Tracy had given up fighting to improve. You'll go back to the city after your next round of treatment. Will was determined to persuade Tracy to pursue a new form of transcranial direct current stimulation. He had 2 months to convince her before the test trials began. Here's your cell phone. To protect the privacy of their famous and wealthy patients, the rehab center had prohibited her from having it. The phone wasn't much use here. Harmony Valley was surrounded by coastal mountains that prohibited more than an occasional bar of cell phone service without a home hub through cable or landline, which his father, and many others in town, didn't have. Tracy scowled at the phone. She scowled at the Saga green microfiber couch and worn brown leather recliner. She scowled at the stuffed trout on the wall and the orange burlap curtains. She'd scowled at everything in the past month until her doctor thought she might make more progress at home. That scowl. Will had gotten good at translating his sister's facial expressions. It's only temporary. Her scowl intensified. My car. Will shook his head. Doctor's orders. No driving. Tracy opened her mouth, presumably to argue, but closed it again and stomped off toward her room. A door slammed, shaking the entire house. Shaking Will's resolve. The family portrait over the fireplace tilted. His mother, immortalized at age 39, gave him a lopsided, endearing smile, bringing back bittersweet memories. Why do you have to go? 8-year-old Will had asked his mother when she'd packed to leave one summer after her father had suffered a stroke. Aunt Chrissy can take care of Grandpa. Aunt Chrissy didn't have plans to go to Disneyland, a long-awaited trip, now canceled. Aunt Chrissy can't make the hard choices. Will's mother had sat him down on the couch and drawn him close. She smelled of oats and lavender, having just finished a shift at the mill and come home to cut lavender in the yard before news of Grandpa's stroke reached them. Grandpa needs someone to make decisions when he can't. Life and death decisions about surgeries and life support. In hard times, someone in the family has to step up. How auspicious her words were 7 years later when she died because Dad couldn't cope. Will had stepped into the void to make the hard decisions. And he'd had to do so again after Tracy's accident. Will straightened the framed photo, silently vowing to do right by the family and make his mother proud once more. Will's father came in through the kitchen door carrying a large duffel bag with Tracy's belongings. His boots and faded jeans showed the wear and tear of years working on the farm. His furrowed brow showed he was just as worried about the situation as Will was. "Where's Tracy?" "In her room, resenting me." Ben put her duffel on the scarred kitchen table. He grabbed a glass from the cupboard and filled it with water from the sink. "Give her time." She went from being an independent, healthy woman to someone who's had to depend on others for everything. "I know you want to protect your sister, but she's capable of making her own choices now." Dad rubbed a hand back and forth over his thinning blonde gray hair. "I was wrong to let you shut Emma out. After losing your mother, I was afraid of losing Tracy too. But now, when it comes to Emma, there's only one choice here, Dad. There would be no repeat mistakes. No chance for Tracy to play with fire again. Emma is too reckless to be around Tracy." Dad stilled. "Reckless is a strong word. This has been hard on all of us, Will. But those girls, those 26-year-old young women, have been friends since they were toddlers." His father leaned against the sink, gaze drifting toward the family portrait Will had straightened. "Where one of them went, the other followed. And oftentimes, they followed you." Will frowned. If that was true, he couldn't remember. Those days are gone. The first thing Will had done upon learning the details of the accident was ban Emma from the hospital. The road had been clear, the day sunny, Tracy dozing in the passenger seat. Oh, Emma had been exonerated of fault by the authorities. There were no drugs or alcohol in Emma's system. She hadn't been on the phone or texting. And yet, the car had crashed. She was to blame, the same as he knew Harmony Valley Grain was at fault for his mother's death in that explosion. Those days of your childhood are gone but not forgotten. Dad smiled in a way that encouraged Will to loosen up. "I remember you used to enjoy hanging out with the girls over at Rose's house, singing, dancing, and taking part in those musicals Rose loves so much." Rose, Emma's grandmother. The woman who was blocking Will's efforts to save the town. Will rolled his stiff shoulders back. Emma's too much like her grandmother, too eager to leap without looking. "I like Rose. Nobody can say that old girl doesn't live life to the fullest. Tracy and Emma have always done the same." Dad arched faded eyebrows. "Maybe you ought to try it. Responsibility comes before fun." That was how Will had become a millionaire by age 30, working nonstop on a gaming app and then selling it to the highest bidder. And now he was determined to help revitalize his hometown before he increased his fortune further. If only the elderly Rose could be made to see that change wasn't a four-letter word. "Rose opposes growth and me at every turn." A few weeks after Tracy's accident, 2 of Rose's peers on the town council had asked Will to help jumpstart the local economy. Since the grain mill closed, working-age folks had left town. With a population below 100, Harmony Valley was on the verge of becoming extinct. Will had convinced his business partners, both former Harmony Valley residents, to join the venture. After some quick analysis, they decided to open a winery and related operations. Harmony Valley was in the wine country, after all, even if it was the remotest region of Sonoma County. From Will's perspective, the project had high stakes. Not only would it keep the town alive, but it would provide Tracy with employment in an environment Will deemed safe for her. Not that he'd asked her opinion about staying in town. Yet, he was waiting for the right time. Moving quickly, Will and his friends purchased the abandoned Henderson Vineyard. But when it came to building a working winery, they'd run into a bureaucratic stalemate regarding rezoning and permitting, a chess move initiated by Rose. The obstacles tested the limits of Will's patience. "I was asked to help the town, and now I'm the bad guy? You could help me," his father said gently, hopefully. "You could stay and work the family farm with me. Generations of our people have made a living on this land." "I know." Will stood and went to stand in front of his father, the man with a strong back and a big heart. He laid a hand on his shoulder. Retire if you want, Dad. I can hire someone to work the land. You know that farming wouldn't make me happy. There were too many uncontrollable factors, starting with unexpected freezes and ending with extended droughts. Dad scoffed good-naturedly, patting Will's hand. If you start a winery, you'll be a farmer. I'll be the financial backer, Will corrected diplomatically. Someone else will have to worry about growing the grapes. His phone beeped with a reminder. He tugged it out of a pocket and silenced it. I've got to go. It's almost... Chapter 2. Hours after learning of Tracy's release, Emma parked her car to the side of Granny Rose's green and white Victorian in Harmony Valley and climbed the wooden steps to her front door. As a freelance graphic artist working mostly on print advertising for magazines, Emma could work on her laptop wherever she chose. And this week, she chose to work from her childhood home. This was going to be the week that she finally reconnected with Tracy. Maybe not today, but tomorrow was looking up. The welcoming aroma of pot roast and the familiar sound of Gene Kelly on vinyl drifted out an open window. Granny Rose didn't have an answering machine or a cell phone. She hadn't answered her house phone earlier and didn't know Emma was coming. I'm singing in the rain. Gene Kelly's voice floated beneath Grandma Rose's breathless vibrato and above the shuffle of her shoes on the wooden floor. It was Sunday night, and as usual, Granny Rose was reenacting one of her favorite musicals. Just singing in the rain. Emma opened the stained glass front door, stepped inside, and froze. The last time she'd seen Granny Rose was a month ago. She'd been wearing a white silk button-down and a black pencil skirt. Fred Astaire had been spinning on the ancient phonograph. I'm laughing at clouds, her back to Emma. Granny Rose tipped a blue Elvis umbrella over her shoulder. She was wearing a pair of faded red long johns that drooped from her skinny butt. They probably would have bagged even more if her waist hadn't been cinched into a white tutu. Rose, in yellow ducky boots, tripped and nearly fell onto the antique coffee table, sending the wood-trimmed settee skittering into the wall. Granny Rose. Emma dropped her purse and ran to steady her grandmother from behind. Granny Rose shrieked. She elbowed Emma in the ribs, stomped on her foot, and stumbled free. Turning, she hit Emma on the head with the Elvis umbrella. Emma crumpled beneath one of the best Sedona landscapes she'd ever painted. The orchestra swelled. Granny Rose. She lifted a hand to shield her head. It's me, Emma, your granddaughter. Gene Kelly closed the song softly. Granny Rose lowered the umbrella and stared in bewilderment. Emma? Emma nodded. Blood pounded in her foot and at her temple. Is that the tutu from my dance recital when I was 12? Granny Rose's gaze dropped to the stiff white tulle. She looked around the cluttered living room, taking in the phonograph needle butting against the record label. My raincoat is at the dry cleaners. Her breathless voice lacked its usual confidence. Is it time for cocktails? Yes. Emma could use a stiff drink. I didn't expect you. Granny Rose steadied Emma as she stood, although the 80-year-old needed a bit of shoring up herself. Her huffing as she caught her breath seemed to bow her shoulders. If you stay until next weekend, you can come to the Grand Marshal selection ceremony. I'd like that, Emma said, studying her grandmother cautiously. Tracy moved back home today, she added. I was hoping. Someone knocked on the door. Granny Rose straightened instantly. That'll be the man who's courting me. Who? Emma's head throbbed where she'd been hit. Her grandmother had a beau? You know who. Rose headed toward the door, thrusting the Elvis umbrella ahead of her like a sword. I think he's out to swindle me of my fortune. White tutu, yellow ducky rain boots, blue Elvis umbrella, red long johns. This wasn't the impression her grandmother would want to present to her neighbors. No. Emma hooked Rose's bony elbow and spun her around. You can't answer the door like that. It would be rude of me not to answer the door. She spoke in a tone one could only learn from a semester at Vassar. I may not have been a debutante, Emma protested in a low voice, but even I know you can't greet guests in Grandpa's underwear. Granny Rose looked at herself. Her hands flitted over the tutu. And then she handed Emma the umbrella. Don't be fooled by the way he looks. He's got an agenda and he's not above charming your socks off to get what he wants. Rose, I know I'm late, but I hope I didn't miss the finale. Will tucked his earbuds in his pocket as Rose Cassia's stained glass door swung open. A disheveled woman in a red dress opened the door, leaning on a blue Elvis umbrella as if it was a cane. As soon as she saw him, she did a double take. A warning bell went off in Will's head, urging him to pay attention, access his memory banks, put a name to her pretty face. I'm so glad you stopped by. The woman gave him a tentative smile. I was going to come over to your house tomorrow to apologize to Tracy and your family in person. Memory clicked into place. Will hadn't seen her in 4 years. Her cheekbones were more prominent, her makeup more subtle, but her dark brown eyes were soulfully same. Emma Willoughby. Will's ears rang. Anne. He couldn't help himself. He clamored for something his father disapproved of, a reckoning. He'd waited 6 months to confront Emma about the accident. 6 months. The first 2 weeks after the accident, he'd sat at Tracy's bedside, wondering if she was going to die. After Tracy turned the corner to recovery, he'd spent more than 5 months trying to imagine every excuse Emma might give for the accident and arguing with everyone. And yet, Will stood on the porch, staring at Tracy's so-called best friend, unable to speak. Are you all right? She asked gently. Am I all right? The dam holding his emotions finally opened. Are you kidding me? Tracy came this close to dying. Will held up his thumb and forefinger, almost touching. How am I? How is our family ever going to be right again? I'm sorry, Emma whispered, her face pale. I keep wondering why Tracy was hurt and not me. It was an accident. I know that's no excuse, but on some level, Will knew it was an accident. He knew. But he'd waited so long for this, to have his pound of flesh. He should be blasting her with words. And yet, this face-to-face was different than he'd imagined. Emma was all too real, all too remorseful. Will drew a deep, shuddering breath and stared over Emma's shoulder, trying to collect himself. In the living room, the tiny wood-trimmed love seat sat cockeyed in a corner. The delicately carved walnut coffee table was tilted on 2 legs against a bookshelf. Is Rose hurt? Will pushed past Emma and called, Rose? Rose, where are you? Rose's voice warbled a show tune from somewhere in the back. Granny's changing clothes. Emma brushed her dark bangs off her forehead with one hand, flinching. Her fingers came away bloody. And her forehead. Blood made a thin trail toward her eyebrow. Instinctively, Will reached for Emma, fingers closing tenderly around her wrist. Are you all right? Of course she wasn't. Emma was bleeding. She needed care. Now, he released her and in 2 strides was at the narrow hall table. He reached into a porcelain vase for a bandage, which Rose kept close at hand for emergencies. He'd had one himself a few weeks earlier when Rose accidentally bopped him with a cane she'd been using to dance with. Will lifted Emma's bangs out of the way, wiped away the blood with gauze, and bandaged her wound. She smelled like flowers. Her hair felt like silk. And her eyes. She stared at him with wide, worshipful eyes as if he was 10 and she 6. Anne, a long-buried image of Emma in a different red dress came to mind. Is Rose getting ready to perform? He asked gruffly, blinking back misplaced memories. No more performances today. Unexpectedly, Emma's expression shuddered. She backed away to thread the Elvis umbrella carefully into the stand on one side of the door. And then she gave him a small, apologetic smile. I'd like to visit Tracy. Will shook his head. She doesn't want to see you. She said that? The pain in Emma's voice was unmistakable. Tempted to tell the truth, Will looked away and reminded himself that Emma was trouble. You haven't asked her, Emma surmised. A slow creep of pink spread across her cheeks and seemed to fortify her. You haven't asked Tracy, but I will. Will came to stand in front of Emma, so close he registered a green fleck in her dark chocolate eyes, so close he could have leaned over and… I am not interested in kissing Emma. He cleared his throat, leaning back slightly. Let me be clear. My sister trusted you with her life. Apology or no, your friendship is over. Emma flinched, a quick here and gone that he almost missed. But that brief and subtle shift had a seismic impact on Will. His breath caught and his heart ached for her. This had to be hard on her too. But not as hard as it's been for Tracy. Rose swept into the room in low-heeled pumps and a black skirt that fell just below her knobby knees. Her white hair was in a thick, tidy bun. Her gaze landed on Will and hardened. "I don't think I've had time to tell you, Emma," the old woman said in a chilly tone of voice. "But this man wants to convert Harmony Valley from a peaceful, small town into a soulless tourist destination. It's not like that. And then he'll leave," Rose went on. "Men always leave. And the opportunistic ones take whatever they can with them." Will took a step back. Rose was right about him leaving, but the opportunistic part? Where was that coming from? So much for always being welcome on Sundays. Chapter 3. Will knew how to push Emma's buttons. Exasperation was the most common one he pressed because he wanted to surround Tracy in bubble wrap. And along with that came her own guilt. But today, when he stood near, he'd pressed a most unexpected button. Attraction. Logically, Emma knew she liked him. They had history, just not the dating kind. When she was a kid, Will had been her and Tracy's protector. So heroic. After Mrs. Jackson died, he'd become nosy and overprotective. So annoying. And then he'd gone away to college and transformed himself into a tightly wound hunk, a man determined that Tracy never have any fun. And by association, that meant Emma would be funless, too. Even if he was good-looking, Emma didn't find him appealing. He was too distant, too cold, too controlling. She shouldn't have been drawn to him today either. Authority had exuded from Will like heat waves off a summer sidewalk. He didn't need a power suit. His navy polo and dark blue jeans couldn't disguise the aura of carefully managed success. Not her type at all. Except, Will had the lean, lanky body of a surfer. Okay, that was her type. But nothing about Will was laid back. His sun-kissed golden hair was conservatively trimmed, and his fierce blue eyes didn't miss a thing. The man was well put together, handsome, and heartless. Yes, heartless. He kept me away from Tracy. Emma wanted to run after Will, scold him for shutting her out, and defend herself for the accident. I could have helped Tracy get better. No. Emma revised her opinion. She didn't want to run after Will. She didn't want to confront the blame in his eyes because it went hand in hand with the guilt in her heart. She'd been driving, and even if it had been an accident, Emma was accountable. And Will was going to hold her to it. That much was clear. She supposed that made sense. He'd always been the responsible one, protective of Tracy. And of me. Emma fingered the bandage beneath her bangs and sighed. She might find a way to absolve her own guilt if Will could find it in his heart to forgive her. And now, according to an impassioned update from Granny Rose, Will wanted to remake Harmony Valley. He probably planned to cancel everything that gave the small town its character, like the annual beer belly serenade and pumpkin bowling for the Harvest Queen crown. How could she be attracted to him? Emma sagged uncomfortably on her grandmother's thinly padded, red velvet settee as the strains of South Pacific's chorus built. Even Granny Rose's pot roast at dinner hadn't cheered her up. Her temples pounded painfully. Granny Rose sat in her rocking chair by the window, moving in time to one of her favorite musical numbers. She didn't own a television. And she didn't look as if she was up to answering questions. Her lids were heavy and her lined features slack. I bet Tracy's happy to be home. There's no place like Harmony Valley, Granny Rose mused. No, there isn't. We adopted a no-growth policy 15 years ago for a reason. We don't want change. After the grain escalator explosion that killed my friends, including Will's mother, we wanted peace and quiet. Her grandmother spoke slowly, as if stringing together a sentence tired her. Was this malaise a sign that she was finally slowing down? Or was something more serious affecting Granny Rose's ability to think? Glass-half-empty pessimism had never been Emma's style. She preferred to look on the bright side. Maybe her grandmother was tired after a busy day. Maybe Emma was misreading Rose's mental state. Emma used to get fuzzy after a long day of painting. If Granny Rose was worried about Harmony Valley, it might account for her being distracted. "When was the last time you went to the doctor?" Emma asked. "Didn't I tell you?" Her grandmother replied in the same tired, measured cadence. "Dr. Mayhew died last winter. His replacement is in Cloverdale. His card is on the fridge. But he's wetter behind the ears than a baby duck in a rain shower. He told me I needed to slow down and take up yoga." Granny Rose harumphed. "I was a high flyer in the circus, not a contortionist." Her grandmother had been many things before settling down, including a brief stint as a rockette and a transatlantic cruise ship cocktail waitress, where she'd met the man of her dreams. "You sound worn out, Granny. Worry will do that to you." She stopped rocking and pointed at Emma with one slender finger. "I like Harmony Valley the way it is." Here was the familiar, determined Granny Rose. Emma sat up with a roll of her shoulders. "I like it too." Granny Rose chuckled. "Oh, Catherine, you hated growing up here. We didn't have television and there weren't enough boys. You couldn't get out of here fast enough." Emma's breath hitched. Catherine was her mother. For the second time that day, Emma reintroduced herself. "Granny Rose, it's me. Emma." Her grandmother blinked. "Emma?" She smoothed her white hair back with fingers that trembled. "Emma, you've always loved Harmony Valley." And just like that, Granny Rose was herself again. It was like losing the car radio signal when you went beneath an overpass. Emma tried not to panic. "I do love it here." Emma loved it so much that more than half of her freelance portfolio and some of her best-selling artworks were based on the unspoiled views. Not that she couldn't sketch or paint elsewhere. She had. Sedona, Yosemite, Yellowstone. But Harmony Valley was different. Not as grand. Not as colorful. But infinitely more peaceful. When Emma painted again, it would be in this place. With all of Granny Rose's love and support. And hopefully Tracy's too. "Well, I have a busy day tomorrow. I like to be fresh in the morning." Rose stood, wobbling a smidge. If Emma hadn't been watching, she would have missed it. She rushed to her grandmother's side, offering an arm to lean on. "Let me walk you back." "My room is just down the hall, not across the continent," Granny Rose grumbled. Emma chuckled, breathing in the familiar scent of rose water. "Humor me. I've missed you." After a moment's hesitation, Granny Rose accepted Emma's support with a wry laugh. "Isn't it lovely to have someone to lean on? You miss Grandpa, don't you?" "Every day. But he's going to be waiting for me when my time comes, the same as he waited for me under the oak tree in the town square when we were courting." Her husband had been a Harmony Valley native. Emma loved to hear how much her grandparents had loved each other, probably because her lawyer parents had barely survived a messy divorce when she was a toddler. That was when she and her mother had come to live with Granny Rose. "Are the floorboards creaking more than usual?" "Yep, but so are my knees." Granny Rose tightened her grip on Emma's arm as they neared her bedroom. "Never trust anyone who wants to reinvent something that doesn't need reinvention." "I won't," Emma promised. She bid Granny Rose good night and went out to the car, worried about her grandmother and wondering how best to help. It was a good thing she planned on staying a few days. She lugged her things upstairs, depositing the shoebox full of Karina career dolls next to her bed. Her childhood bedroom was small, with a single bed covered in a green and gold star quilt and an old walnut dresser that didn't take up much floor space. Emma loved the room. The southern exposure let in the most wonderful natural light. When Emma was 10, she and Granny Rose had painted the walls the palest of blue and taken all the permanent pictures down so Emma could hang her works. Growing up, she'd filled the walls. A few months ago, she'd sold all those paintings and more to contribute to the cost of Tracy's care. But the money wasn't enough. It could never be enough to make amends for what Tracy had suffered and the challenges that apparently still lay ahead for her. That fact always weighed her down. But Emma was determined to help her friend in any way she could, so she did what she could. And she'd continue to do so. Tonight, the empty walls spurned her. Tomorrow, she hoped Tracy wouldn't do the same. After Will left Rose's house, he walked along the bank of the meandering Harmony River, dodging blackberry vines and the occasional tendril of a wild yellow rose. The sun had dipped behind one of the hills surrounding Harmony Valley, creating a humid, hazy twilight. When Emma realized he hadn't asked Tracy if she wanted to see her, she'd frowned at him, the bandaged bump pushing through her dark brown bangs as stubbornly as she pushed up her chin. He'd seen that headstrong look of hers before, several times, in fact. Like when she was 9 and had been convinced that she and Tracy could sneak out and go frogging alone at night. He'd told them no and gone to bed. They'd done it anyway, drifting over a mile downriver before they managed to return to shore, thankfully near the Galloways cabin. Like when she was 14 and recruited Tracy to climb up the silo ladder at the abandoned grain mill so they could paint a mural. The sheriff had found them and brought them home. Like when he'd answered an SOS call from Tracy after the 21-year-old pair had sought refuge in a strip club when they'd realized they were in San Francisco's Tenderloin district after hours. Emma Willoughby didn't have good judgment. And since carelessness from management at the grain mill had taken his mother's life and Emma's carelessness had nearly killed Tracy, Will was determined to avoid those with the trait at all costs. A thin figure appeared on the path ahead of him, short blonde hair glimmering in the dappled sunlight. "Hey, Tracy. What are you doing here?" Will smiled, unexpectedly cheered to see her out and about. "Did you go to Flynn's already?" "Yes. You took too long." Tracy's mouth worked in a halting cadence. "Sorry. Come look at the winery we bought." Will stood beneath a eucalyptus tree, breathed in its minty scent, and pointed beyond the tree line where rows of Chardonnay and Cabernet Sauvignon grapevines filled 40 acres like ranks of green soldiers. The farmer in him appreciated the effort required to build the vineyard and keep it healthy. The businessman looked at the farm buildings the town council threatened to condemn and shuddered. So much needed to be done. And, unlike a programming challenge, Will couldn't stay up all night fixing things. Tracy leaned against the trunk next to him. "Pretty. Now is the time to plant the seed of her staying. How would you like to run our winery when it's done?" This could be the goal she needed to push herself further in her recovery. Tracy thrust away from the tree, scowling. "You. No." "Why?" "It was just a thought. You have a business degree." "Minor," Tracy corrected with a shake of her head. "English. Major. Think about it, okay?" Impulsively, he hugged her. "No," she pushed him away and grinned, the expression so rare of late that Will froze, afraid any movement might startle Tracy into remembering she had little to smile about. Will collected himself. "Did Flynn pick up pizza?" "I had some." Tracy nodded. "With Flynn and Slade." Will grinned. A social Tracy was progress. "We'd better hustle before Flynn and Slade eat it all and leave me with nothing." They walked along the Harmony River to Flynn's grandfather's house. Crickets sang a gentle chorus as they passed through the trees. Flynn and Slade sat on the elevated, wraparound porch, watching the river go by and drinking beer. The views of the Harmony River from the porch were calming, washing away thoughts of Emma. Will hadn't realized just how much he'd needed that regrounding until he walked up the steps with Tracy. The Jeopardy! Jingle drifted out the screen door. Inside the house, it sounded like Flynn's grandfather Edwin was watching his favorite show. Tracy perched on a redwood bench and looked out toward the river, but she wasn't watching the calm waters. Her gaze was unfocused. "Pizza is in the kitchen. Italian sausage or pepperoni. You'll want to heat it up." Flynn pulled a beer out of a small cooler and handed it to Will. His Rolling Stones t-shirt was wrinkled, as usual. His reddish-brown hair hung to his shoulders beneath a giant's baseball cap, as usual. "What musical did Rose put on tonight? Can you sing the chorus for us?" "On key?" He chuckled. "Will has the worst singing voice." Slade jumped on the teasing bandwagon. He smoothed an imaginary wrinkle in his slacks and then fiddled with his tie, a bright orange number with blue diagonal stripes. Will had a theory about those ties. They were a gauge of Slade's mood, A bold, bright color meant he was content and focused on results. An artistic pattern signaled something stormy or melancholy. And on black tie days, Will made sure to avoid asking Slade for anything. "I'm better at singing than you two." Will opened his beer and leaned against the porch railing rather than seek out cold pizza, content to be in his sister's peaceful company outside of the hospital. "You suck at singing." "Now me, I'm a proven performer." Flynn grinned at Tracy. "Do you remember when Rose did a one-woman rendition of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang for elementary school?" He waited until she nodded. Tracy, Emma, and Flynn had been in the same grade in school. After Emma, Flynn was Tracy's closest friend. Flynn rested a hand on his thigh, leaning forward. "A one-woman show? It was hilarious. And then Rose picked me and a couple other kids for the finale. I got to sit in this cardboard car she'd made. I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. Didn't matter that I only knew the chorus. For a moment, I was a man of the world." Flynn sighed. He'd been dreaming of visiting all the places his grandfather had served overseas since he was a kid. Tracy's laughter was soft and all too brief. The river sidled past and crickets chirped. Inside the house, the Jeopardy! Buzzer did its off-tone double beep. "You look relaxed for once, Will." Slade stretched his long legs across the porch, clasping his hands over the ends of his tie. As their financial guru, Slade believed in living the leader look 24/7. According to him, you never knew who might be willing to invest in their next big idea, so he had to look legit. "Does that mean you swayed Rose to our cause?" No, Will didn't want to say more, not in front of Tracy, but it would be a bigger issue if he didn't. Rose's granddaughter showed up. "Emma?" Tracy sat up so quickly the bench she was on nearly tipped over. She wrinkled her slim blonde eyebrows. They all waited for her to say more, but she went mute. "Never patient," Flynn fidgeted. "Was this a planned visit? Or does Emma know Tracy's home?" "She knows." Will shrugged, continuing to study his sister. "She wants to visit Tracy." "I don't." Tracy blew out a breath, delicate features pinching. "Don't. You don't want to see her," Will finished, greatly relieved. "No," Tracy's brows furrowed. "I don't want you to." "You don't want me to let her visit," Will said quickly, grateful of the cool breeze coming off the river. "I know." "No." Tracy stood, practically growling in frustration. "Let her get it out." Flynn leaned forward. "Go on, Trace." She shook her head. "I don't want you to. Tracy glanced up and to the left. The doctors had told them when she looked in that direction that she was trying to access memory for the words she needed. Her hands circled like upside-down egg beaters. "Stop. Emma." "No." Will set his beer down and moved closer to capture Tracy's hands. Her delicate hands. He'd vowed to protect her, and he'd failed. "Are you sure? She's the reason you're like this. Broken. Fragile. In need of his protection and guidance." Tracy blinked back tears. "Let me decide." She tore free of his grip and ran down the steps, across the verdant grass. "Wait." Flynn held Will back when he would have followed. "She needs space. It's got to be frustrating." Will stepped back and grasped his beer by the neck. He set it on the rail to anchor him in place. If only Emma hadn't talked Tracy into going to Las Vegas. If only Emma hadn't come back to town. If only Emma hadn't looked at me with those big eyes. He pushed that last thought to the back of his mind. Tracy doesn't like me telling her what to do. That's something we've all got in common. Slade raised his beer as if in toast. Will nodded crisply. He knew. I can be intense. You won't find an argument here. Flynn clinked his beer bottle to Slade's. They both took a drink. The trio all hailed from Harmony Valley. Slade, their moneyman, was the eldest by a few years. Flynn, their youngest, was their best programmer. "I'm going to make an unpopular suggestion." Slade stroked his tie. "Will is worried about Tracy. Flynn's worried about Edwin's recovery from his heart attack. And I'm worried this winery project has gotten too complicated." He sat up taller, straighter, looking determined. "In order to bottle wine on the property, we need expensive bottling permits. We can't build a production facility or sell wine to the public without the property being rezoned. In addition to the winery, we're now opening a restaurant, a tasting room, and a gift shop. The complications keep multiplying. Maybe we should. We've been over this. Flynn resettled his ball cap on his head. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, the businesses seem to be breeding. But we've thought this through. We'll pick up where Flynn left off. We're 10 miles east of Cloverdale and about 35 miles from the coast. No one will drive this far out on a twisting, narrow road simply for a glass of our wine. It's too much trouble. We need to make Harmony Valley a destination. Build something out here besides our winery. It would be great if someone opened a day spa or a bed and breakfast here. There was a small, run-down retreat center and an older winery on the other side of Parish Hill. Neither was updated, inviting, or thriving. I fantasize about a gelato parlor or a bakery, Flynn said dreamily. He had a huge, sweet tooth. Maybe even a coffee shop. What I wouldn't give for a latte every morning. We could invest in people who want to start businesses here. Slade fingered his tie. Don't you think all this is getting in the way of designing a new app? Yes, Will answered crisply. But you can't turn your back on family. Slade tugged on his tie but said nothing. He was orphaned and divorced. His children lived on the East Coast with the wife who'd left him. He had no family to speak of. Will should have backed off and pursued a neutral topic, but he was restless now and Slade's doubts after weeks of work rubbed him wrong. His attention focused on the striped silk Slade fiddled with. You and that tie. Your tie represents everything we aren't. We're supposed to be a lean, independent, agile firm, able to turn our talents toward a new opportunity on a dime. Not a suited-up, slow-moving corporation. Lean? Agile? Slade leaned forward, the old wicker chair he sat in groaning in protest. It sounds like you don't want to be responsible for a large roster of employees or coordinate the complexities of harvest or carry the overhead of buildings. He defiantly flapped his tie. I agree, Will. Let's move on. We can sell the grapes to other wineries to make the mortgage. I can't move on. Will passed his beer bottle from one hand to the other. He hadn't told either of them that he wanted Tracy to run the winery. He needed to speak up. But Slade would argue that a junior advertising executive wasn't qualified to manage their business. And Flynn would argue Tracy didn't drink wine. Both were valid arguments. But when Will opened his mouth, he said, "You're the one who said we needed a tax shelter, Slade. And you're the one who said it would be simple to start a business here." Slade got to his feet, looking like he was ready for a contentious business meeting in the city. All we've encountered are roadblocks and complications. Settle down. Flynn made a go-slow motion with his hands. You'll upset my grandfather if he hears you. The Jeopardy! Buzzer sounded once more and Edwin cried, I knew it. Right again! The old man was a well of knowledge. Slade. Will drew a deep breath. Flynn and we need a break from the creative side of things. We promised ourselves we wouldn't be one of those one-hit wonders, remember? We promised ourselves the freedom to focus on what we do best, out-of-the-box gaming design. I don't have any ideas to work on. He glanced at Flynn. Do you? Nope. My mind's as blank as a new hard drive. Grinning, Flynn tipped his baseball hat toward Slade, seemingly unconcerned by his creative block. I'm a wealthy man, not that anyone around here cares, and not that my grandfather will let me spend any money on him or this property. The same as Will's father wouldn't allow him to pay for improvements on or workers for the family farm. Try to understand where we're coming from, Slade, Flynn said, ever the peacemaker. Tracy needs Will right now, and our winery is the best thing that's happened to my grandfather in a long time. He needed to feel useful after his heart attack. I won't back away from this deal for that reason alone. Slade frowned. In the end, we're a company whose biggest asset is its people, Will said, frustrated and not thinking clearly. And 2/3 of our staff need family leave from app design. Slade's long features turned as hard as the granite face of Parish Hill. He headed for the porch steps. I'm sorry, Will began, knowing the words wouldn't be enough. That was insensitive. But Slade had already left. Chapter 4. On days when things went wrong, Tracy wondered why she'd survived the car accident. Life was hard. Every day. And the memories. Tracy had no memory of the crash itself, but she did remember what had happened afterward in flashes. Emma taking off her white bra and using its padding to staunch the bleeding on Tracy's head, her voice high and thin as she told Tracy everything was going to be all right. Emma asking a passing motorist for a blanket to keep Tracy warm. Emma begging helicopter paramedics to let her ride along, and after they refused, squeezing Tracy's hand with one last bit of reassurance before Tracy left on the high-flying roller coaster that was no fun at all. Emma had lied. Everything wasn't all right. Tracy hadn't woken up again until a week after the accident. The doctors had put her into a coma until the swelling in her brain decreased. And when she'd come out of it, Emma hadn't been there. Tracy had been unable to ask about her friend, not with a tube down her throat and a morphine drip clouding reality. It wasn't until a highway patrolman had shown up to ask her about the accident and they'd lowered her morphine dose that she'd found she could scribble out words. He'd told her Emma had survived. The bigger question, the one she woke up with no answer to was, where was Emma? Finally, today, she had an answer. Emma was in Harmony Valley. Tracy closed her bedroom door and scowled at the princess bedroom set she'd picked out when she was 8. She flopped down on the bed where she used to dream of a future where she'd control her own destiny. The pink swirls on the bedposts annoyed her. The pink flounces of the canopy annoyed her. The pink rose wallpaper annoyed her. But mostly, the fact that Will and Dad hadn't answered her questions about Emma for 6 months annoyed her. She stared out at the moonlit night, at the acres of chest-high corn her father took such pride in growing. Farmers had to be patient, waiting months and months for harvest. Like Will, Tracy had never been a good farmer. She was too impatient. After she'd stabilized, they'd moved her to a rehabilitation hospital where they had a no-cell-phone policy for patients. Still no Emma. Her father and Will alternated their visits. And at first, she'd tried to be chipper for their sakes. But still no Emma. Tracy grew tired of physical therapy and flashcards, of well-meaning therapists who sang goofy kid songs and wanted her to sing along. Emma would have understood Tracy's restlessness. She would have busted Tracy out for a much-needed afternoon of playing hooky. They'd have hit the mall or found one of those small shops that made their own ice cream. They'd have gotten a scoop of something fattening and decadent, like coconut cream cheese or turtle truffle. The months dragged on. Still no Emma. And nothing seemed right. Oh, it was right in Tracy's head. She had mental conversations with herself as quickly and smoothly as before the accident. She'd surprised her doctors by being able to write fluently, and her broken bones had healed. She could walk and run, and, although she hadn't tried, she suspected she could dance. But resuming her job at an ad agency was out of the question. Tracy couldn't sit with her peers and shout out ideas. She couldn't contribute to a fast-paced conference call. And she could no longer smoothly present storyboards to advertising clients. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst of Tracy's situation was that everyone treated her like an invalid. Her father wanted her to rest more. Her brother finished her sentences. Doctors, nurses, and specialists patted her knee and told her things would get better if she just obeyed every request they made and tried to speak. Again and again and again. Until Tracy hated the sound of her own faltering voice. She sat up and pressed her forehead against the cool window. Maybe being an invalid wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was that the doctor had recommended shock therapy as a next step in her treatment. It was a test trial and Will was all for it. She understood that laboratory experiments had increased blood flow to the brain and helped some people reconnect synapses so that speech was smoother. But attach electrodes to her brain and start zapping her? No way. At that point, Tracy had stopped cooperating with her therapist. A few weeks later, she'd been discharged, which annoyed the heck out of Will. He kept talking about her needing more treatments. Didn't he realize what they wanted to do to her? And now Emma wanted to see her? There was an empty space where thoughts of Emma used to be, a void that was both grateful for elbow room and longing to be filled. With Emma's presence, Tracy closed her eyes. But the truth was that Tracy didn't want to see anyone, not like this. Maybe she'd cloister herself away in her room, with its pink ruffled bedspread and pink flowered walls, and only have conversations with herself for the rest of her life. Chapter 5. It's the dawn of a new day. Granny Rose poured a cup of coffee and carried it over to the breakfast nook where Emma sat, as clear-headed as she'd ever been. And a fresh start should never be taken for granted. Emma hoped that was true. It was barely 6 in the morning and Granny Rose was already dressed in olive slacks, a faded blue denim shirt, and scuffed hiking boots. Her snowy hair was caught up in an intricate chignon. She took great pride in her long white hair. Everything seemed normal with her grandmother, as if last night's unusual behavior had never happened. Granny Rose paused before setting down Emma's coffee, taking in her bike shorts, tank top, and messy ponytail. Going for a bike ride? Yes, up Parish Hill. The main road through Harmony Valley wound along the river, and then at the northern tip of town ribboned its way up the hill. Now that Emma was so close to seeing Tracy again, to admitting things were her fault and trying to make amends, she couldn't sit still. Exercise always helps clear the head. Her grandmother nodded approvingly, straightening the morning paper. You'll get to the bottom of things with Tracy and Will. I hope so. Tracy probably thinks I've abandoned her. That darn Will. But Granny Rose was right. Harmony Valley didn't have security to keep her away. I'm going over to the Jackson house later this morning, and hopefully Tracy will want to talk to me. To listen to Emma's admission that she was to blame, to her apology, to her concern for Tracy's situation. I wouldn't blame her if she never wanted to see me again. None of that talk. Granny Rose slid into a chair across from Emma, so clear and normal that last night's long john dance and fatigue seemed like nothing to worry about. Tracy's here. You're here. There's a nice heart-to-heart in your future. Granny Rose reached across the table and clasped Emma's hand. Speaking of talking, let's talk about your fears regarding your art. I notice you haven't painted since the accident. No one ever got through an artistic block by ignoring it. The beginnings of a dull rumble filled Emma's ears. She clutched her warm coffee mug. I'm not. You're not blocked? Or you're ignoring being blocked? Granny Rose's faded blue gaze was gentle. It takes more than talent to fill a canvas or a sketchbook. You need perseverance and passion. And courage, Emma added over the intensifying noise of the car accident replaying in her head. She willed herself to shut it out and her hands to stay steady on the mug. It's impossible to be creative without courage. Granny Rose's white eyebrows arched. Since when did you lack courage or passion? I can't count the number of times I've had to force you to stop painting or sketching to eat. Sometimes you get so lost in a project you lose all sense of place and time. That was all in the past. Fear shuddered through Emma's veins, threatening to sweep her away. Being lost in a project was precisely what had made her crash and nearly kill Tracy. Her mind had been more focused on an idea for a painting than on the road. Emma planted her coffee mug on the table with only slightly trembling hands and peered more closely at her grandmother's to-do list. This is for today? Don't change the subject. Emma did anyway. Mow lawn, weed vegetable garden, make cupcakes, visit Cloverdale Elementary, bring easel down from attic. Forget that it was a long list. Granny Rose was going to bring down the easel. She expected Emma to paint while she was here. The dull roar in Emma's head increased, reverberating down her arms into her fingertips until she had to sit on her hands to stop their shaking. For her grandmother's sake, Emma forced her lips into what she hoped was a smile. Just looking at your list tires me out. When was the last time you relaxed and had a cup of coffee with your friends? Pish. My friends drink wine at the end of the day. We're too busy living life to dawdle over coffee every morning. I'll do the yard work after I go for a bike ride. Exhaustion was just what Emma needed to clear her head, which had begun to throb. That would be lovely. I'll start on the cupcakes. I'm staging a production of The Music Man with the 4th graders in Cloverdale. My cast needs to keep their strength up. With no mention of the easel, Granny Rose stood and bent to kiss the top of Emma's head. "Don't forget in all your rushing to stop and see the world. I might say the same to you." Emma smiled more easily this time as the pounding at her temples receded slightly. She finished her coffee and went in search of her old 10-speed bicycle in the garage. A few swipes of a rag took care of the bike's cobwebs and Emma was on her way. The sun hadn't risen high enough to chase away the morning fog. It clung to the fields and blanketed the river. Her bicycle tires glided over the pavement with only a whisper of sound. She crossed the bridge into town slowly, taking in the way the first bright rays of light snuck through the trees, admiring the varying shades of silver green on the eucalyptus bark. An image flashed in her mind's eye of a canvas filled with the scene before her, but it was quickly followed by a ripple of panic-driven, like pumping adrenaline. "Be aware of your surroundings," Emma mumbled to herself. "Stay in the moment." The road took her behind the few businesses on Main Street. Soon she was at the beginning of the loop that wended its way up Parish Hill and down on the other side of town. The first switchbacks were soft grades. Emma managed them easily. Then the hillside steepened, and fog and eucalyptus trees gave way to the occasional oak and sunshine. Poppies and dandelions thrust optimistically upward from the gravelly soil. Emma rounded a bend and saw a jogger ahead. Buff, blonde, and bossy. Will Jackson. Everything about him was golden, from his hair to his tan skin to the way the early morning light illuminated him. A photographer would have snapped the image. The sight of Will set her teeth on edge. He'd kept her away from Tracy for 6 months. Emma considered turning around, but he'd most likely see her retreat. That stubborn Willoughby pride egged her on. She shifted gears and pumped the pedals like she meant business, which meant she nearly fell over. Emma righted the bike and shifted gears again. She wouldn't let Will beat her to the top. Jogging slowly, Will was sucking in air like a clogged air filter on a '57 Chevy. Each time Will took on Parish Hill, he made it a little farther. There were 10 switchbacks bordered by towering pines and steep drop-offs. He'd managed 6 the other day before slowing to a walk. Someday, he'd run all the way to the top. The town council meeting was tonight, and Will had a lot of people to see beforehand, trying to convince them the winery was a good thing. It had been a month since their permits and rezoning requests had been put on hold. A month of pulling together facts, drawing up blueprints, and schmoozing residents who might support them. Tonight, he hoped he and his friends weren't going to stand alone. A sound behind Will had him spinning and on the defensive. It wasn't unheard of, if you believed local myth, for a mountain lion to attack out here. He cocked his arm back, ready to launch his only weapon besides his phone, a water bottle. But it wasn't a mountain lion behind him. It was Emma, legs churning pedals as she rounded the turn below. She wore black bike shorts and a tight blue flowered tank top, exposing most of her lithe limbs. Emma might have pulled off the professional racer look, if not for the uneven back and forth, near-tumbling manner in which she worked the bike. And the way that she was smiling beneath a pink helmet decorated with daffodils and ladybugs. Laughter filled the air, warm, unbidden, unexpected. Will realized with a start, watching Emma close the gap between them. He frowned, put his hands on his hips, and told himself Emma hadn't heard him laugh. He waited for her and what would certainly be another argument about visiting Tracy. Instead of stopping at his side, Emma kept going. "See you at the top." And then she laughed. To be sure, it was a ragged, I'm breathing hard kind of laugh. But she delivered it with an I'm gonna kick your butt jab. Will spun and put his body through the motions of a jog once more. But the hill was steep, and he'd lost momentum. His overheated muscles responded to his commands in slow motion. Emma started to pull away, even though she couldn't have been going much faster than he was. The next switchback seemed miles off. Will refused to give up even as the distance between him and Emma stretched. Adrenaline blazed through his muscles until they shook and threatened to collapse. His lungs burned, each breath a fiery agony. 1 switchback. 2. This was as far as he'd ever gone up Parish Hill without reducing the pace to a walk. Emma was moving slower. She'd changed gears a few times, but Will was betting money she didn't have any options left. Switchback number 7 loomed above. Emma was about 20 feet ahead. She glanced over her shoulder at Will, never losing that hitching, awkward rhythm. Emma was going to win. Will could stop. He should stop. But to do so meant to surrender. Surrender to Emma? Never. And then she fiddled with her gear shift and her chain clicked in loud, stuttering protest. It clicked and clacked and then the chain dropped to the pavement. Emma's feet did a quick once around the pedals before the bike tilted toward the ground. She hopped out of the way as it crashed, leaving the road clear for Will to reach the next switchback first. The thrill of victory propelled him to the elbow in the road. There was no sense going any farther. They were both spent. Will walked in small circles, attempting to fill his lungs with much-needed oxygen, trying to keep his muscles from convulsing him into a fetal position. He'd been clutching his bottle of water and now drained it. After a few moments, he rasped, "You suck at racing." She'd righted the bike and was walking it up the hill, feet digging in to build enough energy to reach him. "I had you all the way. Doesn't matter. I won. Nobody won. We didn't make it to the 10th switchback." Emma popped out the kickstand and removed her helmet. Her hair was plastered to her head and sweat trickled down the sides of her splotchy red face. And yet, there was something about her that wasn't unattractive to look at. Her inviting curves. Her challenging grin. Her warrior attitude that dared any man to take her on. A memory surfaced. A memory of Emma wearing a red, backless prom dress that clung to every dangerous contour, her dark tresses woven in a bride-like style threaded with delicate white flowers, and her brown eyes sparkling with feminine power. "I dare you to take me on." He'd rebuffed that silent message back then, and he'd do so again now. Emma wiped at her temples with her forearms. Stupid chain. That's it. Blame the inanimate object, not the operator. Will took a second, more assessing look at her. On the outward appearance scale, Emma ranked low on his attraction meter. Which was great. That moment of attraction earlier must have been due to oxygen deprivation. The prom memory was a fluke. Did you lose track of what gear you were in? You had me until that last gear change. I did, didn't I? Emma grinned as if she'd won the Tour de France. That smile somehow managed to trap the air in Will's lungs. Something about Emma burrowed under his skin in a way he vehemently rejected and had been rejecting for the past decade. She was like a pre-dinner chocolate, temptation you couldn't resist, even when you knew it was wrong. He exhaled forcefully. "As soon as I catch my breath, I'll fix your chain." Will blinked. Where had that offer come from? Emma's mouth puckered as if she was going to refuse him, but then she laughed and nodded. They looked out over the treetops and across the valley toward the coastal range that bordered it, an uncomfortable silence settling between them as if they were both remembering they were at odds. Emma plucked a dandelion from her feet, studied it for a moment, and then blew its white parachute seeds into the wind. She knelt to pick another one, closed the distance between them, and held it up to Will. How about a dandelion truce? Generations of farming blood had him warding her off with one arm. I believe I'm on record as telling you that's a weed. It's a dandelion. Emma twirled the stem back and forth. Kids make wishes on them all the time. And blow the seeds of a weed out into the world. If wishes could make Tracy whole, he'd blow an entire crop of dandelions into the wind. But chances were those dandelions wouldn't result in wishes. They'd sprout up in his vineyard. Farmers kill dandelions. Suit yourself. Emma studied the white puff, drew a deep breath, and blew another handful of delicate white parachutes onto the breeze. Will knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help himself. What did you wish for? If I told you, it wouldn't come true. He scoffed. You used to tell me your wishes all the time. I'm older now, Emma said in a solemn voice, as if she truly believed in dandelion wishes. Wishes won't make my sister well. Will felt a chasm open between them, shored up by differences like belief in fairy tales, Santa Claus, and happily ever afters. He stood with the realists. Emma danced with the dreamers. She knelt by her bike and fiddled with the chain. Apparently, she decided she didn't need his help. What's a good time to come by and see Tracy? Don't, Emma, he said softly. You'll be the one to get hurt this time. I don't care. She pushed her chin in the air, but her lip trembled. I need to apologize and ask for her forgiveness. It could have been me. It should have been me. Will was unexpectedly touched. At least wait until tomorrow. What am I saying? It was like he was 12 all over again, bending to her will. The trip home tired her out. Emma nodded stiffly. All right. But don't keep Tracy locked up in that house forever, Will. She'll resent you for it. The chain dropped onto the sprocket. Emma jammed her helmet on, hopped on the bike, and left, her rear brake squealing at him as she returned the way they'd come. I don't have to keep Tracy in the house forever, Will muttered to himself, catching sight of a drifting dandelion seed floating on the breeze. Just until you leave. Chapter 6. We used to eat ice cream and flirt with girls on that bench under the oak tree. Slade stood at the northern corner of the town square, fiddling with a solemn black tie. Will smiled at the memory of those simpler times, could almost imagine flirting with Emma under that tree. Yikes! That thought wiped the smile from his face. Besides, it wasn't a smiling, nostalgic moment. Slade hadn't looked at Will all morning as they'd called on various residents and discussed the benefits the winery would bring the town. Tracy barely spoke. Flynn seemed lost in thought. And Will had a very bad feeling about the presentation to the town council tonight. Oh, there was tension between them, all right. All of them, Will, Slade, Flynn, and Tracy. I haven't seen anyone sit under the tree since, I don't know when, Flynn mused. The late morning sun warmed what had been a brisk spring breeze, bringing with it the smell of chicken grilling at El Rosal, the one restaurant left in town besides the small pizza place. I'll sit. Tracy wandered over to the wrought iron bench beneath the town square's lone oak tree. In his memory, Will saw Tracy as she'd been a year ago, a glow to her cheeks and clothes that didn't hang off her petite frame. Slade cleared his throat, fidgeting with his tie. Will hadn't found an opportunity all morning to mend his rift with either his sister or Slade. They had a bit of time to kill before their next appointment. His mother had always said not to put off tomorrow what could be done today. Will opened his mouth to apologize. And Flynn cut him off. The ice cream parlor closed when I was in high school. He gazed wistfully into the window of the empty corner shop as he adjusted his giant's cap over his tangle of reddish-brown hair. Maybe we should open an ice cream parlor instead of a winery. It'd make Rose happier. Will rolled his shoulders back and crossed his arms over his chest. Who's going to drive this far for ice cream? How about gelato? Flynn grinned at him. I'd bring a date out here for gelato. That's a lot of gas to waste. A hint of a smile appeared on Slade's face. It'd better be some girl. It would be. Flynn laughed. Only my best girl gets gelato. Does your best girl also get a glass of wine? Will teased, feeling lighter. Sure. I'm a generous, trusting guy. Flynn kept up the banter. Unlike Slade, he performs a background check before he asks a girl out, and the first date is always Dutch. Which is why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Will completed the long-standing joke between the friends. Hardy har. Slade put his hands on his hips. Do you want to recap the morning? Flynn groaned. Must we? A lot of people are going to come to the council meeting tonight. Will felt tension return. If enough of them speak on our behalf after our presentation, we might sway Mayor Larry or Rose. If people speak positively. Slade fussed with the knot of his tie, the movement taunting Will like a red flag in front of a bull. Why are you so stubborn about this? We made a commitment to. You committed. Slade's words burst out as if he'd been holding them in too long. I've been crunching numbers for this hobby/tax shelter. And do you know what I've found? Wineries are a money suck. I'm all for a tax shelter, but not this one. If I had my way, Harmony Valley would be a ghost town. Slade stopped, pressed his lips together, and turned his back on them, adding in a muted voice, You should feel the same way after losing your mom here, Will. Will stared at the skeleton of a grain silo visible over the treetops. Harmony Valley Grain had been the primary employer in the small town until the grain elevator had exploded, killing Will's mother and 3 others. The company had closed before the embers were cold, forcing the workforce to move and other businesses to fold. Eventually, the school shut down, leaving nothing behind but cash settlements to grieving families. Some of the Jackson family settlement had paid for Will's and Tracy's college tuitions. The rest had been put in trust. But nothing could replace the fact that Will and Tracy were motherless. Nothing could erase the fear that life could be lost at a moment's notice if you didn't act responsibly all the time. "You'd abandon this place, Slade?" Flynn looked perplexed. "But it's home." "Not to me." Slade cast a sidelong glance up the north end of Main Street toward the house he'd grown up in, the house where his father had committed suicide, the house he was staying in. And then both he and Flynn turned their attention to Will, waiting for him to weigh in. "Do I want the town to die?" Will shook his head. "There are painful memories here, but more good ones than bad." Will's gaze drifted to Tracy, whose head was tilted up to watch clouds pass by. "I know I'm being stubborn and that I could be driving a wedge between us, but I want to open this winery so Harmony Valley will thrive, and my dad won't be so isolated. I want there to be emergency services here in town rather than 30 minutes away. And I want this winery to provide a job for Tracy. Now is the time to say it." Will drew a deep breath. "I want her to manage the winery and related businesses once we're up and running." "We talked about hiring someone with winery experience," Slade said, as predicted. "Tracy has none. She doesn't even like wine," Flynn said, also as predicted. Will was used to overcoming obstacles and opposition. But for 5 years, Flynn and Slade had been on his side. "My sister needs a job in a place where people know and understand her challenges." "Oh," Flynn said in a hollow voice. "I worry about Tracy all the time." The dread Will had been holding back for 6 months broke free, spilling into his words until he could no longer hide how the weight of responsibility threatened to crush him. "Can I hope for something close to normal in her speech? What if she has an emergency and can't get the words out quickly enough?" He dragged in a breath. "If we can perform CPR on this town and Tracy has a role in our organization, I'd be happy. She doesn't have to run everything. Maybe just the gift shop." Slade cleared his throat. Will held up a hand to stop him from speaking, needing to continue. "I know we formed a company to design games, not make wine. We'll get back to that, I promise. But first, I need to carve out a place in the world for Tracy. And these businesses we're proposing can give her that place." Slade stared at Will with fathomless black eyes that neither condemned nor supported. Flynn stared at Tracy. Will hadn't realized an empty street could be so silent. "Slade," Will began slowly, "what I said last night about family leave. It was thoughtless. I'm sorry." "You get a pass," Slade said in a thick voice. "For Tracy. I need you standing by me. You and Flynn." Together, the 3 friends could do anything if they were honest with each other and stayed on the same page. "We're doing this then?" Flynn asked Slade carefully. "Pitching our winery vision at the council meeting tonight?" Their financial partner nodded curtly. "Since I'm in charge of our investments, I'll go along with it if you both agree that at each step in development we review our options. If this winery ever becomes a big, losing proposition, we cut our losses and sell what we can." Flynn and Will agreed, earning Slade's agreement. Will's tension began to slip away until he noticed the town square's bench was empty. "Where's Tracy?" Flynn pointed. "She headed back along the river toward your house." The river path would take Tracy past Rose's home, where Emma, Tracy's Pied Piper, was staying. Will stepped off the curb, but Flynn held him back, the same as he'd done the night before. "You have to let Tracy deal with Emma in her own way. We all want the best for her." Will slipped his arm free. "But she's not strong enough to see Emma yet." Emma. Granny Rose returned from her visit to the elementary school in Cloverdale around 11:30, her booted feet echoing throughout the old house. "Come here." Emma saved the print ad she'd been revising for one of her clients on her laptop before going downstairs. She found Granny Rose on the porch, reaching through an open window to start the record player. "School children make me want to dance for joy." After her bike ride, Emma's legs felt as if they were in plaster casts, stiff and cumbersome. Dancing would be impossible. The Andrews sisters began singing about a bugle boy. What little booty Granny Rose had started shaking. Her arms stretched out midair, fingers snapping. And then she held out her hand to Emma. "Let's dance, sister. I'll lead." With a slump to her shoulders, Emma shuffled forward. "Do I have to?" "It's either that or color." She pointed to a child's coloring book on the table, one that hadn't been there earlier. "Color?" Emma scoffed, taking in the Disney princes on the cover of the top book. "What am I? 5? You were a splendidly talented 5. Granny Rose laughed, the sound rippling above the music, cresting over Emma's sour mood and washing away most of her reluctance. "Come on. Indulge me. Dance with me." "Okay." At first, Emma stumbled through the steps of the swing like a zombie with 2 left feet. But then, miraculously, her muscles warmed and loosened, and her spirits lifted. "Now that's living, kid," Granny Rose said happily. She and Granny Rose cut a rug back and forth across the porch as if competing in their own dance competition. And although Emma knew there were going to be hard days ahead, she needed this respite and was glad she could bring her grandmother a small measure of joy. Chapter 7. Tracy had slipped away from Will and was heading back to the house, as giddy as she'd ever been in the past 6 months. Freedom. This should have been what the doctor ordered. And then she heard music. Although it was a tune from a different generation, it was the music of Tracy's youth. The music she'd learned to dance to, big band swing. Just listening to the song as she walked down the narrow path by Harmony River buoyed Tracy's steps. The Andrews sisters beckoned her closer, inviting her to set aside her worries, if only for a few minutes. She couldn't see Rose's house through the trees, but with the volume up this loud, the older woman had to be outdoors, dancing on the wraparound porch as if her shoes had wings. Tracy and Emma had danced many a summer night away on that porch. Tracy had danced away her grief after her mother died. Taking the path around a blackberry bush, she stopped in the shade of the eucalyptus grove. Emma was dancing with Rose. Emma, dancing, as if she didn't have a care in the world. As if the crash hadn't permanently destroyed her dreams. Had Emma been dancing the entire time Tracy was in the hospital? Her pulse quickened until it felt like her heart would hammer its way out of her chest if she didn't do something, say something. She took a step out of the shadows, but a hand on her arm held her back. "Don't," Will whispered, having snuck up on her like a ninja. Tracy slid her arm free and turned toward Rose's house, frustrated with both Emma and Will. Oh, but she was hurting inside, too. And she was tired of carrying all that emotion without anyone really knowing. Will tugged Tracy back again. "Don't." She frowned at her brother. Emma had been here all this time? Dancing? What are you going to do? Will shook his head. Dance with them? That was the furthest thing from her mind. Tracy wanted to yell at Emma, wanted to make her listen to all her frustrations. She wanted to shout and howl in pain. She wanted to accuse and blame and maybe forgive. But first, Tracy wanted to finally have someone understand the frustration and uncertainty that beat a pounding staccato rhythm in her chest. She opened her mouth to tell Will what she had in mind, but all that came out was, "I." Her pulse dragged to a sluggish near halt. Who was she kidding? It would take hours to get everything off her chest. Will must have sensed her defeat because he pulled her deeper into the trees, farther down the winding path toward the river. And she let him. Chapter 8. Tracy? Emma stepped out of Granny Rose's arms. She thought she'd seen Tracy in the trees, her blonde hair catching a ray of soft sunlight. Emma ran down the front stairs and into the eucalyptus grove bordering the river. Tracy. But it wasn't Tracy who awaited her. It was Will. Beneath the trees, he exuded none of the golden boy aura she'd admired on Parish Hill, even though he was breathing heavily, as if he'd been running. But his blonde hair didn't glisten, his skin didn't radiate vitality, and there wasn't a fleeting shout of laughter like when he'd first seen her this morning. "How can you dance?" The frustration in Will's voice thrust pointed barbs at Emma, bringing her to a halt. "You were dancing like you were happy." The blameful emptiness that never receded completely since the accident expanded inside of Emma, filling her with a bleakness that welled into her eyes and threatened to overflow. Don't cry. Not in front of Will. Happy? Emma swallowed thickly. A part of me cringes every time I feel a hint of happiness because I was behind the wheel in a crash that nearly killed Tracy. Me. She tapped her chest. I carry that with me every day and I always will. But happy? Yes, I was dancing. I was trying to make my grandmother happy just now. I owe it to her. Glaciers were warmer than Will's expression. Emma soldiered on. So, if I was smiling, if I looked happy, I'll admit, there may have been a moment when the music swelled, and I felt hope. Hope that I'd finally see for myself that Tracy is okay. She searched deeper into the woods for any sign of her friend, but there were only trees and brambles. I'd switch places with Tracy and take on all her suffering if I could. It would mean the world to me if she forgave me, but she doesn't have to. Whatever she thinks, whatever she feels, I'll honor that, but I'd like her to tell me herself. Please. Will stared at her without speaking. Please, Will, she added in a shaky voice. Please. Will's gaze cast about as if searching for his arguments before finally settling on her. Tracy was crushed when she saw you dancing just now. She was here. Emma took a step forward and called, Tracy. She's gone. You upset her. She went home. Will glanced along the river toward his family's property. She's hit a plateau in her recovery. She needs rest before her next round of treatment. Once her communication improves, she'll be better equipped to handle the stress of the everyday world. He cast her a sidelong glance. And people like you. People like me? Emma stumbled back, hurt. Yes. The determination returned to his tone, as if he'd never be swayed by her pleas. People like you don't look before they leap. You don't think about the burn you'll get twirling near the fire. You and your grandmother get a whiff of excitement and off you go, without considering the consequences. His gaze returned to the river. But people like Tracy, like my father and me, we have to be careful. We're the ones left to pick up the broken pieces as best we can. Will was referring to something other than the crash. He'd been 15 and Tracy 11 when their mother died at work, along with Caitlin Lucas, one of Granny Rose's friends, a supervisor at the mill. Caitlin had been a frequent Sunday visitor at Emma's house, taking part in Rose's theatricals along with Emma, Tracy, and, occasionally, Will, who couldn't sing a lick. Emma had loved Caitlin's infectious laugh, her boundless energy, her joie de vivre. She and Granny Rose had been so much alike. Emma had wanted to be just like them. And she had been, up until the accident. After the grain mill explosion killed Caitlin and Will's mother, he'd seldom left his computer except to haul Tracy back home for supper or away from whatever mischief the two girls had gotten into. He'd never come over for Sunday theatricals unless forced. He'd started treating Emma and her grandmother as if they had a contagious disease. A contagious disease called a zest for life, she realized. People like you. People who took vacations and danced on porches. People who did things on the spur of the moment. People who'd been involved in accidents and, although Emma and Caitlin had been cleared of blame in their respective incidents, people who found themselves in trouble from time to time. Was he right? Choosing to have a zest for life did sometimes come with some risk. Had Emma's choices put Tracy at risk? Emma bit her lip. She didn't think so. She'd been driving, not skydiving. But, people like you. That stung. This was why Will had shunned her in the past, treating each trip or excursion she and Tracy took as if it was hazardous. This was why Will had kept her away from Tracy. He planned to cocoon his sister the same way he'd made a cocoon of his life, burying himself in work instead of living to the fullest. People like you. Emma wanted to tell him, I don't leap without looking. But he wouldn't believe her. He'd spent nearly 15 years forming an impression of her as someone he and his sister should avoid. Instead, she said, I'm sorry you feel that way. Emma wanted to tell him, you can't cover yourself in bubble wrap the rest of your life. Instead, she said, you can't hover over Tracy the rest of her life. Why not? Will stilled, as if he wanted to be swayed by her logic. And he looked haggard, as if he was exhausted from the effort to be on guard all the time. Sensing an opening, Emma took a step closer. Because Tracy deserves the right to choose her own road, be it safe or risky. His expression hardened and Will shook his head. She tried your way, Emma. It's better if she stays on my road from now on. Don't do this. Emma touched his shoulder as he turned to go. You'll lose her. Will turned back, his gaze anguished. Can you guarantee I won't lose her if I let her go her own way? Your way? Emma couldn't. No one could. Will was the first to arrive at the small, 100-year-old church where the town council held its meetings. He stood in the foyer and listened to the wood building creak and settle after the door swung shut behind him. He tried all afternoon to shake off Emma's warning that his form of protection would push Tracy away. He'd also attempted to forget the sincerity in Emma's apology. But he couldn't erase the image of the hurt in her big brown eyes or the longing that image inspired to ease her suffering. He couldn't protect Tracy and Emma. And yet, the feelings about Emma persisted. Will took a deep breath, trying to focus. The meeting started soon. Flynn and Slade came in behind him, their feet echoing on the wooden planked floor. The trio checked each other out. Will assumed it was because two of them were dressed decidedly out of character. About time you guys showed some class and wore suits. Slade approved their wardrobe choices with a nod. Don't get used to it, Will replied, heavy on the sarcasm. Just wait until we take you tubing down the river, Flynn teased Slade. No ties allowed on the water. Slade scoffed. The three men proceeded up the aisle to set up the presentation. Once the laptop was powered up, the projector connected, and the PowerPoint presentation showing on the front wall, Will flipped through a few pages, including their architectural renderings of the new buildings. Since the wall behind the pulpit had been plastered over, it wasn't the smoothest of screens or the sharpest of images, but everything was visible. What is that? Tracy said in a horrified voice from the church foyer. She pointed at the projection on the wall. I thought you were building a small winery, Dad added, coming in behind her. And why does it look like a mission? The Franciscans never settled this far north. The mission style says California. And Will liked how the arches resembled those at Stanford, orderly, established, everlasting. Wrong. For H.H. Harmony. Valley. Too big. Tracy crossed her hands back and forth in a no-go gesture. There goes another supporter, Slade muttered. It's not too big. Will studied the rendering. It's just right. We're not going to build a mom-and-pop operation, Flynn said dutifully, as if sensing Will needed backup. The town needs a substantial change to grow. Too big, Tracy repeated. The door to the church opened and Emma blew in, as if ushered forward by a strong wind. A gale that threatened to blow past the walls Will had built to keep Tracy safe. Tracy, tripping over her own 2 feet, Emma nearly bowled Tracy over as she enveloped her in a warm hug. Tracy stood as stiff and unbending as the old oak tree in the town square. Is Will right? Is Tracy not ready to see me? Emma released Tracy and searched her face for any hint as to how her friend felt. Before she came to any conclusions, Granny Rose stepped through the doorway and wrapped her arms around Tracy. It's our precious girl. Tracy hugged Granny Rose back. It's true. She doesn't want to see me. Emma's heart stuck in her throat, but she couldn't crumble in the face of opportunity. She assembled her courage and her smile. I can't tell you how much I've missed you, Trace. I felt so bad about the accident. And then she hesitated. She didn't want to hurt Will, not now that she knew why he'd kept her away, but she had to let Tracy know she hadn't abandoned her. I've been trying to come visit, but no one would let me in. No. One? Tracy glanced at Will and then her father, her mouth pulling to one side in the start of a frown. Will's frown was already in place. But none of that matters now, Emma said gently. You're here and I'm here, Em. Other residents streamed into the church before Emma could say anything more. They also greeted Tracy, who acknowledged each with a self-conscious smile and a nod, verbiage kept to a minimum. Do you want to sit together and catch up before the meeting? Emma asked Tracy as soon as there was a break. Tracy cast a nervous glance around the church, not meeting Emma's gaze. No. No? I've lost her. Emma couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. She could only stand and blink back tears as the woman who had been her best friend walked away. After a few steps down the church aisle, Tracy turned back to Emma. Not here. My H house. Tomorrow. 9. Emma knew Tracy had aphasia. Tracy's dad had told Granny Rose. Emma had since looked up aphasia and its symptoms. It affected speech. But listening to her friend was different than reading about her condition on the internet. Each of Tracy's labored words cut a tiny piece from Emma's heart. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Emma rushed forward and hugged Tracy again. And this time, Tracy hugged her back. Madam Secretary, do we have any old business? Larry Finkelstein, Harmony Valley's mayor, spoke like a clairvoyant predicting bad news on the horizon. From the council's table on the altar, the gray-haired, former hippie's words reverberated through the church. Emma shifted in the creaky front-row pew, looking at Tracy, who sat on the opposite bench with Will, Flynn, and Slade. Her friend's cheeks were pink, but sunken. Her faded jeans and pea-green t-shirt hung off her bony frame, the drab clothing breathing more life than Tracy herself. After agreeing to meet, Tracy had stayed as far away from Emma as possible. Was she embarrassed by her condition? Or, as Will implied, was their friendship irrevocably broken and tomorrow's meeting just a formality? Emma's fingers knotted together in her lap. She'd have to wait. Next to Tracy, Will sat ramrod straight, as if he were a general about to rally the troops. Emma's pulse kicked up. In artistic appreciation, of course. Will's profile was worthy of a talented sketch artist. Straight nose, strong chin, every blonde hair in place. His charcoal pinstripe suit and soft gray shirt blended together, accented with just the right pop of color from a swirling patterned burgundy tie. He was nothing like the barefoot, cut-off-wearing boy she'd grown up with down by the river. And Emma. In her scuffed shoes, pink cotton skirt, and green blouse, Emma felt positively dowdy. But she and the town didn't have to spruce themselves up to present a good image. Harmony Valley was a last, rare slice of Americana, as untouched by corporate America as Granny Rose. Will caught Emma looking at him. He quirked an eyebrow. She stared straight ahead. Mildred Parsons, the council's secretary and Mrs. Claus lookalike, cleared her throat. Mr. Jackson's zoning permits are up for review tonight. Mildred patted her white, teased curls and gave the front pew a broad smile that traced the round lines of her oval face. Do you have anything new to present to us today, Mr. Jackson? Yes. Will's confident voice rang up to the church rafters. It rang inside Emma, too, calling every feminine fiber to take notice of the man in the vicinity. Mr. Jackson has the floor for 10 minutes. The crack of Mayor Larry's gavel on the council table echoed through the church. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will stood, holding a remote control device smaller than Emma's car-key fob. And thank you to the town council. Given Harmony Valley's sleepy character, Emma expected this to go about as well as a fox caught in the henhouse. But then she happened to glance at Mrs. Chambers, who'd been sitting behind Will. The older woman's wrinkled, full-cheeked smile was positively dreamy, and aimed directly at Will. Other gray-haired women in Mrs. Chambers's vicinity looked at Will with the same worshipful expression. They looked like adoring fans. What was going on here? Emma glanced around. Granny Rose frowned at Will. A few feet away from her, Mayor Larry tugged at the neck of his blue tie-dyed T-shirt and studied the crowd as if gauging their reaction. 20 years younger than Rose, he'd always been one to follow popular opinion, hence his 8 terms in office. Will began his presentation. Harmony Valley was established in 1851 by a group of 49ers who hadn't had much luck panning for gold anywhere else. He brought up a faded picture of 2 bearded gold miners and their pack mules. A series of faded black and white photos depicting the town's history followed in a slow slideshow on the wall. Through the years, Harmony Valley has been a trading post, a sheep ranch, and eventually was subdivided into smaller family farms, one of which was an outlaw's hideout. That'd be my great-grandfather Netterman, Councilwoman Agnes Villanova piped up. Petite, with gray hair in a pixie cut, she'd always reminded Emma of Tinker Bell. They called him Big Nose Ned. Agnes beamed at Will, who proceeded to talk about several slides that were eye charts filled with tiny numbers showing years of neglect to infrastructure, declining tax revenue, and negative population growth. Emma crossed one leg over the other, bouncing her foot lightly, nervously. Will's summary was depressing. When had things gotten so bad? She'd known the population had declined significantly, but she hadn't realized Harmony Valley was on the brink of becoming a ghost town. Maybe Granny Rose was wrong. Maybe a winery was just what the town needed. Historically, Harmony Valley has changed in response to the times. Will worked the audience with eye contact as he paced the space in front of Emma's pew. For a man who'd made his fortune designing gaming apps and computer programs, he was surprisingly at ease in front of a crowd. The stimulus for that change has always been the local economy. When the gold didn't pan out, ranching took over. When ranching played out, the grain mill opened. And then there was an accident at the grain mill. Will paused, a faraway look in his eyes. Collectively, the town seemed to honor their dead with a moment of silence. Will blinked back to the present. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Harmony Valley to make another change, to become an exclusive wine destination. Will stopped in front of Emma, blocking her view of the presentation. She stopped her foot from bouncing and craned her neck so she could see around him. With a click of a button, Will brought up an architect's rendering of a huge California-style mission dominating a small vineyard. It was as if extraterrestrial missionaries had landed their mothership. Gone was the 100-year-old Henderson farmhouse. Gone was the red barn with its metal corrugated roof. Gone was the quaint, small-town charm of Harmony Valley. Pews creaked as bodies shifted for a better look. Unintelligible murmurs filled the church like an out-of-sync choir. Mayor Larry rapped the gavel. Is that your corporate office or the winery? In either case, I don't want it near my house. Which was across the street from the vineyard. I can't tell what it is. Mildred squinted at the wall, rotating her head as if trying to focus her thick trifocals. Next to Mildred, Agnes was frowning. Granny Rose crossed her arms over her skinny chest. In this case, young man, size does matter. The crowd's rumblings built, popping like kernels of popcorn. Emma couldn't reconcile that monstrosity with her vision of Harmony Valley. If that's what Will had planned, she agreed with Granny Rose. In addition to the winery, if Will had any doubts from the crowd's reaction, he didn't show it. He spoke in an authoritative voice that carried over the crowd and drew their attention back to him. Our partnership is willing to invest in the town, opening businesses in the town square. A gift shop, a 5-star restaurant, and a wine-tasting shop. His architectural renderings showed soulless glass windows, modern interiors, and a stark white tablecloth establishment with a sleek bar. This will move us to a tourism-based economy that will take Harmony Valley through to the next century. Other businesses will return. In 5 years, we're projecting we can attract developers to build a new housing tract, perhaps as large as 100 new homes. The crowd erupted at this. Negatively. Heck, Emma joined the chorus of no. Order. Order. Mayor Larry pounded his gavel again. As for the rest of the council, Agnes rubbed a hand over her forehead as if Will's vision pained her. Granny Rose's mouth gaped open. Mildred still squinted at the wall, as if unable to bring anything into focus. Will was unflappable, raising his voice to speak over the noise. This increase in population and their need to be linked with the outside world will require changes to the town square. A complete view of the new town square flashed on the wall. A chrome and steel gazebo with a towering pole replaced the oak tree. The circumference of the square was reduced by more than half in order to make way for extra parking and a stoplight. Our communications tower in the town square will provide each resident with free wireless internet and make cell phone service reliable in the valley. And people will attribute this council with the imagination and confidence to launch that change. Someone behind Emma made a sound of disgust. A voice in the back muttered unintelligibly, angrily. At any moment someone in the pews would stand up and shout a protest. At any moment a council member would move to reject Will's proposal. At any moment. What have you done to the town square? Granny Rose looked puzzled. Where are we supposed to gather? To hold events like the Spring Festival and the Summer Fair? What you're proposing is a complete change to who we are. Finally, the voice of reason, seconded by many voices in the crowd, including Emma's. And where's the oak tree in the town square? Granny Rose demanded, picking up steam. Will kept smiling. As you can see in this image, we plan to replace it with a hot spot gazebo. A hot spot. Her grandmother's expression pinched with uncompromising wrinkles. Young man, we don't abide that kind of behavior in this town. To his credit, Will didn't chuckle at Rose's misunderstanding. It's a solar-powered communications tower housed in a chrome and steel gazebo, he explained patiently. It's called a hot spot because of the signal it sends out. Whatever. Granny Rose huffed. The tree stays. And the lawn. And you can remove the traffic light while you're at it. There were murmurs of approval, even among Will's elderly female fan club. Well, we need to do something, Agnes said in a tone that indicated she didn't completely support Will, but wasn't willing to give up on the winery entirely. I can't see the details. And Mildred stopped trying, turning her face toward Will. But we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Is the design that horrible? Several in the crowd assured her it was. Granny Rose stared at the wall opposite her, seemingly lost in thought. Mayor Larry sat up taller. I think Mr. Jackson has gone too far. He's trying to eradicate our character and traditions, not build upon our roots. Sometimes, in order to turn a ship around, you have to chart a drastically different course. Will spoke with the composure of an experienced trial lawyer, one faced with a prickly judge and uncertain jury. Our intention is to position Harmony Valley for future success and sustainability. Bring back the medical clinic. Reopen our schools and fire station. Build parks and playgrounds for your grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Create a town where families don't have to move away to chase jobs. Where generations of residents can live together. Wouldn't you like your family to live down the block? Not like this. Granny Rose snapped back to the present and shook her finger at Will. Not when the size of your changes threatens the traditions and values of this town. Just because we don't have the World Wide Web doesn't mean we don't hear about the outside world. This is our home. And you've shown us no respect. Mayor Larry nodded in agreement. Agnes opened her mouth to say something but hesitated. Mildred still looked lost. Their families had been the most recent to move away from Harmony Valley. According to Granny Rose, Agnes had taken her daughters leaving particularly hard. Granny Rose was wild-eyed. This is exactly like what happened in Napa. Huge corporations built wineries. Old homes were torn down to make room for golf courses, day spas, and luxury mansions. Granny Rose stood, sending her metal folding chair crashing to the wood floor. She leaned on the table and swung her head around as she looked about the church with an impassioned expression. Her face was red, and spittle dotted her chin. The devil was behind the loss of Napa. And now the devil sent this Beelzebub to destroy Harmony Valley as well. Granny Rose. Emma leaped to her feet. She pushed Will aside and charged up the altar stairs, cradling an arm across her grandmother's shoulders. Calm down. Everyone stopped talking, even Will, who seemed to have an answer to every issue raised, except when it came to accusations involving the devil. Granny Rose stared at Emma, slack-jawed. She blinked owlish eyes. What? It's all right, Emma said softly, taking Granny Rose by the arm and leading her down the altar steps. This is how it starts, her grandmother mumbled. And Emma agreed. There was something wrong with her grandmother. And this felt like the beginning of something very bad, something that had been brewing since Will first started talking about change. She should have called her grandmother's doctor this morning. It'll be all right, Emma reassured her. But her grandmother hadn't finished speaking her mind. It begins with a promise of one thing. She raised her voice as they moved slowly toward the aisle. And it ends with them stealing the savings out of your boot. What? Her words made no sense. Emma felt sick. She hurried to get Granny Rose out the door before things got any worse. And yet, her mind was already spinning around causes and cures. Her behavior couldn't be dementia. It just couldn't. There had to be some other explanation to her grandmother's erratic moods. Granny Rose had been clear as crystal today until Will's presentation. Someone darted past them and held the door. It was Will. "I'm sorry." Emma held Will's gaze. "Now who's looking before they leap? Now who didn't think through the repercussions?" "I'm sorry," Will said again as they passed him and went out into the night. Despite seeing the regret in his eyes, Emma didn't forgive him. Everything was too new, too raw. And in that moment, she understood Will's bitterness regarding the car accident, the fear of loss, the uncertainty of a loved one's future. For him, the wound must still be too painful. They both had a long way to go before forgiveness was extended. Chapter 9. That couldn't have gone worse. Will slid his laptop into his brown leather messenger bag, trying not to think about the bewildered look on Rose's face when Emma had come to her rescue. And the look on Emma's face. His head pounded and he felt like the worst of bullies, even if what he was fighting for would benefit everyone in town, including Rose. Right after Emma and her grandmother left, Agnes moved that they table the issue of rezoning the winery property until a special meeting the following Monday night. Mildred seconded, and Will's hopes for approval today were crushed beneath the mayor's gavel. The church emptied out soon after. Only Will's family and business partners remained. It was a disaster, Slade agreed, smoothing his tie beneath his tailored black suit jacket. Look at the bright side. Flynn zipped the soft-sided projector case closed. We didn't get rejected or run out of town. For the love of Mike, Will's father said in a loud voice, getting to his feet with a stomp of his work boots. Why don't you just say it? You were asked to start a small-town business to inject some life into this place, and you turned it into a multi-million-dollar makeover Silicon Valley would be proud of. His father's words shamed Will. He scuffed his loafers on the wood floor and said nothing. Which was good because his father wasn't finished. Your plans provoked Rose, who's never been anything but kind to you boys until this. Flynn and Slade did the "your dad's making me uncomfortable" shuffle, moving away and busying themselves by fiddling with the already closed projector case. Meanwhile, Tracy turned her back and faced a stained glass window depicting a dove in flight. That left Will to defend their proposal with the wind knocked out of his sails. Dad, a small-town business won't change anything. Will. Dad held up a hand and visibly composed himself. When next he spoke, his tone was much calmer. I appreciate the effort you're making, but take a good look around before you dig in your heels on what will surely be a losing proposition. I knew I liked you, Mr. Jackson, Slade murmured, not at all helpfully. His father shook his head. Come on, Tracy. Let's go home. Tracy left without looking at Will. His head pounded harder. He'll come around, Flynn said kindly, producing a baseball cap from an interior suit jacket pocket and settling it on his head. Slade made a sound as if he wasn't so sure. Will loosened his tie. What a disaster. But he couldn't give up. Tracy and his father needed this. Or some variation of this. He drew a deep breath. I was wrong. His statement drew surprised looks from his business partners. Make sure you record this, Slade whispered to Flynn, who nodded. They both grinned. Haha. Will smirked. Sometimes you have to fall flat on your face to learn. Everything was too big. We should scale back our plans. He shouldered his laptop bag. Maybe we go back to the idea of restoring the barn for the main winery and the old farmhouse for the tasting room. We'll need to let our supporters know about the changes and continue to meet with the rest of the residents. Not everyone in town had attended tonight. They talked about the situation on the walk back to Flynn's grandfather's house. Edwin was watching Family Feud, but muted the program when he saw them. Tell me why you have glum faces. I've had a few calls from friends, but I want to hear it from you. He lowered the footrest on his plaid recliner and sat up like the career military man he was, unswerving and ready for action. After they'd recapped the night's events, he said, no campaign was ever won without making adjustments and overcoming a few challenges. A few. Will had to respect Edwin's strategic acumen, even if he didn't feel as optimistic. The old man attacked a goal much the same way Will approached a programming challenge, research, what-if scenarios, and a plan for the steps needed to succeed. Weeks ago, Edwin had covered the kitchen table with an aerial map of Harmony Valley, highlighting the homes of residents that had committed to them in blue. Undecideds were in yellow, the opposition in orange. Rose's house was very orange. Will sighed. I'm worried about Rose. She was extremely upset. As was Emma. Will bent over to read the skinny yellow sticky notes Edwin had added to the map while they'd been gone. Each one was planted on a house with a scheduled meeting date and time. More legwork was ahead tomorrow. The old soldier leaned heavily on his cane as he walked to the kitchen table, lowering himself carefully into a wooden captain's chair. I love this town and these people, but sometimes they get in their own way. Your businesses will be the shot in the arm this place needs. Progress never comes without a price. Will frowned. Meaning Rose and her composure? Yes, she and the town council have kept this place a sleepy haven for far too long. Tomorrow morning I'll handle damage control calls to our allies, and you three continue your ambassador visits. Edwin turned back to the map. Now, pay attention to these yellow flags. Those are residents who aren't for or against us. I'll need you to convince those on the fence that the winery is a good thing. I've created a dossier on each yellow resident. He handed Flynn a lined pad filled with indecipherable scribbles. Please read them this time. Will, Flynn, and Slade exchanged glances. Edwin's strategizing often felt as if it was going too far. Will preferred reacting to people face to face, not playing to what Edwin considered their pressure points. Besides, guilt drummed insistently at his temples, flaring into regret every time he thought about the look on Rose's face at the town council meeting. Despite Tracy being priority number one, Will would lose sleep tonight. Is there anything we can do for Rose? Don't chop down the town square's oak tree? Slade said with a straight face. And forget that sexy hotspot you planned? Flynn grinned. Will held up his hands in surrender. And go back to the architectural drawing board. I know. Keep the goal in mind, not your setbacks. Edwin covered Rose's house on the map with one hand. Rose is an unbendable force. She's a rock, and we're the stream that has to move around her. The three friends exchanged silent looks that asked the same question. Was saving Harmony Valley worth upsetting the town's emotional foundation? Will amended the question. Was saving Harmony Valley and providing for Tracy worth upsetting the town's emotional foundation? He was afraid the answer was yes. That was Agnes. Emma hung up her grandmother's rotary phone. She says you've had several upsets over the past month or so. Mostly at night. You turned the screws on her, and she blabbed. Granny Rose paced the living room. Her gaze was as restless as her feet, bouncing about without a target. I had a bad feeling about this. If I agree and I'm wrong, I'll let everyone down. And if I don't agree, he'll be gone. And I don't think I could stand that. She came to a sudden halt. Are you talking about Will? Was her grandmother in love with him? Last night, she'd referenced courting. Will? Granny Rose blinked. Your Will? Yes. Only he's not mine, Emma said quickly. It had been an hour since they left the meeting, and her grandmother was still upset. Emma couldn't blame her. The proposed makeover of Harmony Valley was totally wrong. But for now, her grandmother's health was her top priority. Come sit down with me. I can't sit still because, Will? Granny Rose scrubbed her face with one hand. Why am I muddled? It is Will, isn't it? Of course it is. That computer nerd and his friends have been scurrying around town busier than fleas on a stray dog. And they're always over at Edwin Blankowski's house. He and Harvey. Harvey? You mean Grandpa? He died before Emma was born. She tried to draw her grandmother into a seat. Yes. Granny Rose's gaze was distant as she waved Emma off. Yes, he's gone. Took too much with him. Or he's going to. She gave herself a little shake. But it's Edwin's fault. Emma couldn't remember if paranoia was a symptom of dementia, but increasingly that's what this was to her untrained eye. She rushed to reason with her. Granny Rose, Mr. B, is Flynn's grandfather. He raised Flynn. His house has the best porch on the river. Of course, they're going to hang out there. Her grandmother's expression became fenced in determined lines. Edwin was military intelligence. Military intelligence, Emma. He's masterminded campaigns and coordinated spies in at least 3 wars. The last time we packed a town council meeting was the recall election of 1982. He was behind the opposition that put Mayor Larry in office. He and Harvey, her frown deepened. Edwin Blankowski is a big old teddy bear, Emma argued gently. He'd had an open-door policy with his grandkids and their friends. Emma had sat at his table and eaten cookies after baseball games while he explained old military maps to a group of 10-year-olds. She'd listened to his stories about various wars on his porch. He was brilliant. Oh! Maybe her grandmother was right to worry about Edwin. Granny Rose resumed her pacing. We need to be careful. Don't trust anyone. There could be spies everywhere. Unease danced on spider legs down Emma's spine. The long johns with the tutu. The breakdown at the town council meeting. The James Bond movie theme playing in her head. Emma was definitely calling the doctor in the morning. And her mother. But for now, her grandmother needed a distraction. Who was she kidding? Emma needed a distraction. She flipped through the records in Granny Rose's collection and put a disc on the record player. The orchestral strains of Let Me Entertain You from Gypsy filled the room. Granny Rose stopped her pacing, tilted her head, and closed her eyes. The lines on her forehead smoothed. Her lips curled upward as she drew a breath and sang along. Emma sank onto the couch, watching as her grandmother reclaimed her equilibrium. A wave of sadness enveloped her. Tomorrow loomed with questions and answers Emma didn't have, starting with her grandmother's health and ending with a verdict about her friendship with Tracy. What a beautiful new day, Granny Rose said cheerfully the next morning, pouring Emma a cup of coffee. She wore white slacks, a crimson button-down cotton shirt, and snowy Princess Leia coiled braids over each ear. The agitation and paranoia of the night before were gone. Our garden club is going to the San Francisco Botanical Garden. Although there might be a shower or 2 here today, the weather in the city will be spectacular. No! The word burst out of Emma with a heave that sent her stomach pitching in panic. She tossed and turned all night waiting until morning came. I need you here while I make phone calls. To her mother and the doctor. And what about the winery initiative? Are you giving up the fight? I'm not taking a day off. I'm picking my battles and my battlefield. Granny Rose set Emma's coffee cup on the table and then sat down opposite her, so calm and unlike the restless, suspicious woman from the night before. Besides, Will's not getting my vote. I made that very clear last night. He won't back down. And perhaps he shouldn't. Someone had to do something to save the town, just without destroying the town square. Granny Rose laughed. Will can't get anything approved without 3 votes. It's a stalemate. Larry and me versus Agnes and Mildred. What if Larry caves in? He won't. What if he does? She waved a hand as if sweeping away Emma's concerns. Mildred is practically blind. She couldn't see how wrong Will's ideas were. She's in charge of the spring festival. Where will she hold it if the town square becomes the size of her carport? Besides, Agnes and Mildred are going into the city with me today. Granny Rose hugged Emma, bringing the scent of rose water with her. Who knows? I could sway them back to no growth. It's a long car ride. What are you doing after you visit with Tracy? Something creative, I hope. She pulled out a coloring book from beneath a stack of mail on the table and pushed it toward Emma. Over the past 24 hours, her grandmother had scattered the books around the house. Start small. With a sigh, Emma dutifully flipped through the coloring book, recognizing some of the pages she'd meticulously filled in when she was younger. Much, much younger. And she felt. When she held the coloring book, Emma didn't feel the same trepidation she did when she held a paintbrush or a sketch pencil. It was a small victory over fear, but a victory nonetheless. Suddenly, she was reluctant to let the book go. She could feel a crayon or pencil inside the newsprint pages and was struck with the urge to color something. Now, Emma, don't look like it's the end of the world. That dear girl will forgive you. I know it. Granny Rose took one of Emma's hands in hers. I look forward to seeing what you and your artistic muse have done when I get back. It's been too long since the world has experienced an Emma Willoughby work of art. Someone honked in the driveway. That'll be Agnes. Granny gathered her purse and camera. I'll be back in time to make dinner. Toodles. After finishing her coffee, Emma took out the bike. But instead of heading for Parish Hill, where she might encounter Will, she rode out East Street and crisscrossed town. She needed some exercise before making her calls. And she hoped the ride would calm her nerves before she went to see Tracy. Emma pedaled past overgrown vineyards, the Jackson cornfields and green pastures filled with plump sheep. Closer to the center of town, she rode past abandoned homes with knee-high weeds in front and charming little houses with flowers blooming around garden gnomes and plaster fairies. The houses in Harmony Valley were in various states of repair and a hodgepodge of eras and styles: Victorian, arts and crafts bungalows, cottages, and ranch-style homes. But none of them looked like an inauthentic California mission. And nothing on Main Street looked like the modern steel and glass architecture of downtown San Francisco. If Will had his way, the character of the town would change into something sterile and soulless. If Will had his way, Emma's well of inspiration would be poisoned, and she and Tracy would never rekindle their friendship. Will would not have his way. Shortly after 8, Emma reached Granny Rose's doctor's office and the nurse practitioner via the house phone. The nurse practitioner thought Granny Rose's blips sounded like sundowner syndrome, a form of dementia exacerbated by stress and fatigue with symptoms that manifested themselves mostly at the end of the day. But she couldn't be sure. She recommended Granny Rose be seen and agreed to have the office call her tomorrow to make an appointment under the guise of a checkup. In the meantime, Emma was to make sure her grandmother got plenty of rest and avoided stress. Emma next left a voicemail for her mother, updating her on Granny Rose and asking her to please call the house. When she hung up the phone, Emma knew what she had to do: stop Will's mission-style mothership from landing in Harmony Valley so her grandmother wouldn't have to. And then the doubt set in. What if Mr. Blankowski was coordinating the winery campaign? Perhaps he didn't realize how upsetting it was to Rose. He hadn't attended the meeting last night. He was a reasonable man. And he'd always been fond of her. A visit was in order. Maybe she could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and persuade Flynn to stop aiding Will in this winery business. She barely had enough time to squeak in a chat with Mr. B and Flynn before her visit with Tracy at 9. And so, at 8:30, Emma knocked on Edwin Blankowski's door. Emma. Mr. B shuffled to his screen door in a pair of stained blue coveralls, leaning heavily on a cane. His hair was salty, his nose more bulbous than ever, but his blue eyes were as sharp as they'd been 8 years earlier. How are you? Before she could decide how or what to ask, Mr. B had a question of his own. Do you remember the painting you did of Flynn all those years ago? Vaguely. Of all the things Emma wanted to discuss, painting hadn't made the list. She had her hands in the drape of her long skirt. I still have it in my bedroom. Would you like to see it? And torture herself by examining one of her early works? Not really. About the winery. But Mr. B was already shuffling down the hall, leaving Emma out on the porch. She heard him moving around in the back of the house. And then something clattered to the floor. Mr. B, are you all right? Emma opened the screen door, stepping onto the black and white linoleum in the foyer. Is Flynn home? Flynn's out, but I'm fine, Mr. B called. I knocked over some books trying to get the picture down. To her left, in the living room, a muted rerun of a dated game show played on the television. To her right, a map covered the kitchen table. Emma drifted closer, her blue Indian print, ankle-length skirt swishing with each step. She'd loved those yellowed maps as a kid. Mr. B had marked battles and enemy lines on them and in the process brought history to life. But this wasn't an old war map. This was a map of Harmony Valley. Houses were highlighted in blue, orange, and yellow. Mrs. Chambers's cottage in blue. Granny Rose's Victorian in orange. Yellow sticky notes on several houses were labeled with dates and times. Those with today's date were on the east side of Harmony Valley. 9 a.m. 10. 11. Drinks with Mayor Larry at El Rosal. And so on. Each appointment had a name scribbled beneath it. Flynn, Slade, Will, sometimes a combination of the three. Emma bit her lip, taking note of where Will was headed today. Granny Rose was right. Mr. B was directing the offensive with the precision of General MacArthur. Harmony Valley wasn't prepared for such an onslaught. The combined forces of Will and his friends plus Flynn's grandfather would demolish the charming town and build it into something cold and industrial. Anger shuddered like cracking ice beneath Emma's skin, freezing her limbs until she stood with rigid indecisiveness over the map. She wanted to rip it into tiny pieces, scattering its shreds into the river. But that wouldn't stop them. Granny Rose. Emma couldn't break her gaze away from the orange highlighting Granny Rose's home. Her grandmother had been marked as the enemy. All those years ago, Mr. B had been adamant about one thing: wars had been lost when generals didn't understand their adversary. He'd used examples from history where guerrilla warfare had led to successful coups because no one could predict the opposition's tactics in advance. No one knew what the opposing army was willing to sacrifice to win. But I know. A declaration of war unfurled its battle flag in Emma's chest, sending resolve spreading like the warming rays of dawn. She agreed that something needed to change in town to save it. But not this. If only they could be slowed down until a better idea was found, not stop them the way Granny Rose was intent upon doing. If only I could slow them down. Was that possible? Emma was due to see Tracy at 9. At 1, Will would be out at. Emma leaned over. Felix Libby's house. And then something else tumbled to the floor at the rear of the house. Emma jumped. Mr. B, are you sure you're okay? She started down the hall to check on him. I'm fine, coming out now. I finally got the frame's wire free of the hook on the wall. His footsteps sounded on the wood floors in the back. Emma returned to the foyer and pretended to watch TV, her mind busy planning her next move. Mr. B shuffled down the hall, about as intimidating in appearance as a character on Sesame Street. But Emma knew better. She wanted to rail against him for betraying Harmony Valley, but before she could say anything, he handed her a framed, dusty canvas. One of her early paintings. Apprehension hit the pause button on honorable intentions. Emma took the painting gingerly, afraid of dropping it, willing her hands not to shake. Her eyes followed the brushstrokes first, too short and heavy. The colors in the painting clashed. The blue of Flynn's eyes was too rich, his hair almost neon orange. There was too much background and not enough of her subject. Even then she'd been fascinated with landscapes. Her heartbeat quickened. She'd tried to paint Flynn winding up for a pitch. She'd gotten his body proportions wrong, too much, but not enough torso. Yet, from what she remembered, she'd captured Flynn's determined expression, the tug of his chin to the right, the tense set to his mouth, the young, intense gaze of a gritty competitor. Emma wanted to close her eyes and bring back that feeling of joy she'd had when painting. She wanted to hum to herself as she led her brush in a soft caress over the canvas. It wasn't to be. Her ears felt like they were being stuffed with cotton and her hands trembled. Emma gave the painting back to Mr. B, a bittersweet pang of regret making her fingers numb and cold. It's my favorite picture. Mr. B's gruff voice filtered through the cotton in her ears. I'm glad you enjoy it. About the winery. I'm sorry change upsets your grandmother. The older man's expression was reserved. But change must happen if the town is to survive. You want Harmony Valley to survive, don't you? Of course, but... And you realize that every choice has a cost, every path chosen sacrifices something down another road? Yes, but... His broad smile challenged his bulbous nose for prominence on his face. Then the boys can count on your support. Now, you'd best be on your way. You don't want to be late to see Tracy. How did you? There are no secrets in Harmony Valley. He gave a mirthless chuckle. I can assure you that will never change. Some things should change, Emma muttered after she left, turning down the river path that would lead her to Tracy. Chapter 10. I want you to go. Tracy resisted stomping her feet. That would make her look childish to Will. She resisted tugging her jeans up higher on her thin hips. That would make her look weak. Lacking polished speech, she had to carefully control the visual impressions she made, especially with her brother. Will leaned against the archway separating the kitchen from the living room. He crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not leaving you alone with her. Emma, he meant. Dad left. Tracy had told her father she wanted to speak to Emma alone, and he'd gone to pick up fertilizer in Santa Rosa. He wouldn't be back for hours. Emma was due to arrive any minute, and Tracy didn't want Will chaperoning. He'd kept Emma from her for 6 months. 6 months. It felt like a lifetime. A lifetime without the friend who'd kept her secrets and shared her dreams. The aching loneliness. The gut-clenching worry. The raging frustration. No one understood what Tracy was going through. But Emma would. She wouldn't talk to Tracy like she was a child. And because of that, speech would come easier. Tracy imagined words tumbling out of her mouth as quickly as laughter. If only Will was gone. Why? Can't. Are you sure you want to see her? Will asked. Tracy made a sound that was half growl, half yowl. She hated how Will always doubted Emma. She hated aphasia and the fact that she couldn't string together a quick argument. She could sing along with her favorite songs in her head, but open her mouth, and it was as if she couldn't crank her brain's handle fast enough to pump out the words. Hot tears threatened to spill onto her cheeks. She blinked and turned away from Will, snatching up her notepad and pen, scratching out a message. Tracy shoved the notepad beneath Will's nose. I want to talk to Emma alone. Because she needed Emma to help her escape from Will and Harmony Valley. She'd decided to return to their San Francisco apartment. But she needed transportation and wanted the support of a friend. With barely a glance at her scribbled command, Will shook his head. Leave. Me? This is going to be hard for you. I'm not leaving you alone, Will said in a voice that was neither high nor mighty. For once, he seemed more like her brother than her gatekeeper. You're not sure you want to see her. I can tell. Even when he was right, the way Will read her mind and finished her sentences made her feel less than herself. In the eyes of her brother, Tracy was handicapped, disabled, incapable of living independently. Tracy felt as insignificant as a plain number 2 pencil in a mechanical pencil world. No, but he was right. The truth was, she had second thoughts about seeing Emma. It hadn't helped that yesterday. Don't forget Emma was dancing yesterday, Will said softly. When was the last time you danced? Las Vegas. Tracy's breath hitched. Someone knocked at the door. Tracy glared at Will. One last command for him to leave. Will didn't budge, of course. She'd have to find another time to talk to Emma about moving back to the apartment. The settlements from Emma's insurance was paying for Tracy's share of the rent until she was able to return to work. But that wouldn't go on forever. Still, her hand hesitated on the doorknob. Her plan was contingent upon her liking whatever Emma had to say. What if Will was right? Emma had seemed remorseful last night, but there could be more to Emma's story. Details Tracy couldn't forgive her for. What if Emma heard her speak and didn't want to be friends anymore? What if? Emma knocked again. If you're not sure, Will's gentle voice still managed to skate with cutting blades over her nerves. Don't let her in. Her brother only wanted to protect her. Tracy knew that. But still, she chafed against it. Tracy clenched her teeth and turned the tarnished brass knob. Chapter 11. Tracy, I've missed you so much. Emma sank into the couch beneath the trout mounted on the wall. She set the shoebox with the Karina career dolls on the cushion next to her. Perched in her dad's recliner on the other side of the coffee table, Tracy looked young and rebellious. There was a set to her mouth, a slant to her sharp blue eyes, and the bright orange t-shirt that used to fit her listed slightly toward one shoulder. She was in a mood. And Emma was happy to see it because Tracy's spirit would get her through this, with or without Emma at her side. Let's hope. Will stood guard a few feet away, his arms crossed over his chest as he stared at Emma. He'd struck the exact same pose before prom. She'd felt his eyes upon her that night, too. Back then, she'd simmered with the feeling of feminine power because both Will and her date had stared at her. She would have burned with embarrassment to know what Will had really thought of her back then: reckless, irresponsible, a threat to the safety of his sister. Emma squared herself to Tracy, determined to ignore Will. "You have to know, I am so sorry." Just saying the words nearly unbraided the ribbons of fear, worry, and guilt that had bound Emma's heart to her toes for 6 months. "We'd been on the road for a couple of hours. And you were sleeping because—" Emma glanced at Will and then away. Tracy had met someone in Las Vegas, and they'd gone to a late-night, private party. "Because I kept you out late the night before," Emma said, taking all the blame. Her gaze slipped back to Tracy, whose cheeks were tinged pink. "We'd driven through the Tehachapi Mountains earlier, and I started visualizing a grouping of snowy peaks I'd seen. The striations of gray. The shimmer of marbled granite beneath the delicate blanket of snow." Just thinking about the landscape caused Emma's hands to tremble. She laced her fingers together, not wanting Tracy to know she bore hidden scars from the accident. "You know how some landscapes call to me." Tracy gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Over by the kitchen, Will sniffed, as if trying to catch the scent of what Emma wasn't saying. Emma knotted her fingers tighter. "I didn't fall asleep. I remember a billboard we passed. I remember the song playing on the radio. I remember seeing the mountains like a picture ahead of me on the road. But all of a sudden, the truck was in our lane, not his, and—" Tracy swallowed thickly. The blood drained from her face. And then it happened. Emma's fingers convulsed as they'd done on the wheel that day. "They flew you to one hospital and drove me to another. The worst of my injuries wouldn't show up for days." Out of the corner of her eye, Emma saw Will cock his head. Shoot. She hadn't meant to mention her injuries. "You were hurt?" Tracy asked, looking concerned. Silently cursing her blabbing mouth, Emma chose her words carefully. "My injuries are nothing compared to yours. So what if she lost her talent? So what if she had panic attacks?" Those side effects were inconsequential compared to Tracy losing her ability to speak fluently. "By the time I was released and arrived at your hospital, I couldn't get in. But I came every week and I tried to see you." Emma fought to keep the desperation out of her voice, afraid she was failing. "And I raised money for your medical bills. We used your funds to establish a charitable foundation in Tracy's name for those with aphasia who can't afford speech therapy." Will stared at his fancy running shoes, as if he was reluctant to admit that Emma had done something good. "That's nice." With a millionaire for a brother, Tracy had no need for financial aid, but Emma had wanted to do something. She got up and handed the shoebox to Tracy. "Nothing has changed, Tracy. You can still be anything you want." Tracy placed the cardboard box on the coffee table and lifted the lid. "Oh!" She gave a small smile, picking up one of the tiny dolls. Farmer Karina. Her hair was the same straw blonde as Tracy's. Emma's smile had never felt so big. This felt like a win. Tracy turned accusing eyes on Will. "Why? Keep this from?" "The doctors didn't want you upset," Will said gruffly. "You should have." Will tossed a hand in Emma's direction as easily as he'd tossed aside Tracy's wishes. "If I'd asked you, I'd risk upsetting you. Say sorry." Tracy pointed at Emma. Listening to Tracy's struggle to speak, comparing her halting cadence to how she used to talk, only magnified Emma's guilt. Maybe Will was right. Maybe Tracy did need more therapy before she tried to resume her life in the city. People could be impatient and cruel. They judged Tracy's intelligence by her speech pattern. Tracy would hate it. And Will knew it. The air in the room thickened with regrets and what might have beens. This was why Will had brought Tracy back to Harmony Valley. Not only to protect her from Emma, but to protect her fragile ego from the rest of the world. The pace here was slower. The people were more understanding than those ladder climbing, backstabbing executives at the ad agency where Tracy used to work. Emma felt like hugging Will for putting Tracy's needs above his own. And then he had to ruin everything. "If I say I'm sorry, Emma will know I don't mean it. I did what I thought was right." And I'd do it again. That cold-hearted, pig-headed. I can't wait to get out of here. Yeah, I know. There was an undercurrent of sadness in Will's voice that made it hard to remember he was cold-hearted and pig-headed. Can we have this discussion after your next round of therapy? Will. Tracy dropped the doll back into the box and bunched her fingers into fists. Emma remembered Tracy brimming with emotion and talking a mile a minute, blurting out joyful observations on life, blasting her brother when he tried to boss her around. Her speech may have become more deliberate, but the way Tracy poured emotion into her staccato sentences was exactly the same. Emma reached across the coffee table to cover Tracy's skeletal fist with her palm. You can do anything you want. That hasn't changed. And neither has Will's overprotectiveness. Tracy's smile was so powerful it punctured the thick layer of guilt Emma had been wrapped in for months. She could feel remorse deflate, draining out of her until her limbs felt feather-light and her heartbeat calmed. What do you want to do? Emma softened her tone, gentled her voice, and tried to lessen the blow of reality for Tracy. We can go back to the city. But Will might be right about the timing. We should wait until you finish more treatment. No! Tracy and Will protested in unison. The siblings exchanged frustrated frowns. Tracy yanked her hand from beneath Emma's. No? But Emma looked from Will to Tracy, trying to interpret their moods. And failing. Will said you had more therapy to complete. Will turned his frown toward Emma. Tracy isn't going back to the city. Not with you, Emma. Not ever. No. More therapy. Tracy's face scrunched in horror. No. She ran to the back of the house, slamming the door to her bedroom so hard it rattled the walls, rattling Emma's hopes for reconciliation, leaving her in a numb, ear-ringing state of paralysis. Things had been going so well. Why had they fallen apart? Emma stared at her hands, replaying the conversation in her head. Do you see what you've done? Will held the front door open. She hadn't noticed him move. What I've done? Emma's lungs labored in quick, ragged spurts, fueling her outrage. I see what you've done. Tracy doesn't have to say a word when you're around. You complete every sentence for her. You said she needed more treatment. Oh, I fell right into that one, didn't I? What therapy is going to help when you're acting as her crutch? He stiffened. Goodbye, Emma. She stood with a swish of her long skirt and walked toward the door. This isn't over. Will was drowning in cats. A big orange tomcat with scarred ears curled on his lap. A delicate gray tabby perched on his shoulder. A spindly, purring Siamese with one eye rubbed against his arm. A black cat leaped onto his knees. Kittens of all sizes and colors tumbled around his ankles. After kicking Emma out of the house, Will had tried to talk to Tracy, but she'd locked her bedroom door and wouldn't come out or speak to him. Hadn't he warned her letting Emma in was a bad idea? If only Tracy could hear the Morse code message pounding at his temples. Emma was trouble. Emma was trouble. He couldn't let it matter that Emma's sincerity and mysterious injuries had touched him. A fluffy white kitten bit into Will's shoelace, tumbled onto its back and kicked at the lace with ferocious, pink-padded hind feet. Will chuckled, despite his dour mood. There looked to be at least 20 cats in Felix's living room, sleeping, scuffling, and stalking. It was simultaneously heartwarming and claustrophobic. The bundle of fluff that had captured his shoelace pulled with such determination his shoe came untied. Will chuckled again. I can't live in a big city. Felix stared at Will through platter-thick glasses. He was a retired fire chief from Healdsburg, formerly the chief of Harmony Valley's volunteer fire department. Now the big, burly man with a heart of gold rescued cats. Big cities won't let you have more than a couple cats. This winery of yours won't hurt my rescue program, will it? No, at least we'll hope not. If it came to that, he'd fight for Felix's right to rescue as many cats as he could. As if sensing Will had fudged an answer, the Siamese nipped Will's arm. It was only a love bite, but Will picked the cat up to prevent more chomping. The Siamese snuggled against his chest, ivory fur as soft as mink. It purred as loud as a small motorboat. I try to find homes for my rescues, but that's not always possible. With hands the size of footballs, Felix picked up the ball of fur at Will's feet, disengaged its claws from Will's shoelace, and cuddled it in the crook of his thick neck. "I'd love to see you at the next town council meeting." Will checked his watch. It was after 1:30. He started divesting himself of cats, revealing a coat of cat hair on his jeans and polo shirt. Bringing the city back to life will mean more services. Maybe even a vet, seeing as how I heard Dr. Wentworth wants to retire. He tied his shoe before traversing the feline labyrinth to the door, the Siamese close at his heels. A new vet would be a dream come true. Felix followed him out, shutting the Siamese inside. "Oh, hello, Emma. Remember when you climbed into the town square oak tree, and I had to rescue you?" Will had forgotten Emma had a purpose in climbing that tree all those years ago. That was noble of her, especially given her fear of heights, which was why she never let go of the rope swing. Emma walked up the driveway, flashing a smooth smile that kicked Will's heart into a new gear and promised a yet-to-be-revealed new set of problems. Of that, he was certain. The body-hugging dark blue t-shirt and ankle-length, blue Indian print skirt she wore swayed in tandem with her long, dark hair. Every step, every sway, foretold her troublesome intent. "Can I interest you in a kitten?" Felix beamed at her as she neared. She was clearly more welcome here than Will was. Emma greeted Felix with a hug, careful not to dislodge the old man's kitten. "No pets allowed in my building." "So, no type of animal, be it dog or cat or louse," she narrowed her eyes at Will, "would be a good fit for me." A less perceptive man wouldn't notice the glint of payback in her brown eyes. "I was hoping you'd finally changed your mind and decided to settle down in Harmony Valley with Rose," Felix said warmly. "Nope." Emma shook her head, sending her brown hair tumbling over her shoulders. "I'm still living in the city." The Siamese cat yowled behind Felix's screen door, as if wanting in on whatever Emma had planned. "Good news, Emma." Felix glowed. "Will says there's a chance we'll get a new vet if the town council rezones the Henderson property. I've been worried about our vet retiring. Have you heard the details of Will's plans?" Emma smirked at Will. Then her gaze slid to Felix's immaculately kept white arts and craft house with a wraparound porch. "They're tearing down the Henderson house and barn." "That's no longer the plan," Will inserted, perhaps not loud enough for Felix to hear. Emma waved Will's argument away. "Oh, and Felix, they presented plans for a new subdivision. 100 houses, right, Will?" Will clamped his mouth closed. He'd forgotten Felix was involved in the Preservation Society. Edwin had mentioned it in his dossier, but Will had been distracted by furry felines. "Really?" Felix's expression hardened. "A cat chewed my phone cable, so I've been without service. I'll have to get a new one because I want to stay up to date on the news. We've still got the phone tree operating. I think Rose calls me with updates." That was bad news. Will attempted a smile. "Thanks to Rose, we've realized we need to preserve and revitalize existing structures. But the important things are the return of services, not necessarily how we get them. Bring your architectural plans by and let me be the judge," Felix said coolly. In less than 5 minutes, Emma had undermined Will's efforts. He wanted to start over. Instead, he extended his hand toward Felix. "Hope to see you at the meeting on Monday." "We'll see." But despite that neutral response, Felix shook his hand. That had to be a win of sorts. He returned to the house. Will headed down the driveway with Emma at his side. Not surprisingly, clouds gathered overhead. "Shouldn't you stay? Weren't you going to visit Felix?" "I did. Now I'm going to visit someone else." Emma purred as innocently as the one-eyed Siamese had, right before it bit him. The suspicion he'd ignored when she'd first shown up resurfaced. Her appearance at Felix's house wasn't a coincidence. Will brushed cat hair off his clothing, creating a whirlwind of flying fur. "You're not coming with me." "I'm not with you. But I'm going to go this way." She turned left, heading south on Madison Avenue. "Have you talked to Mr. Maionetti lately?" No, it was his next destination. How had she known? "I'll walk with you. I'd love to catch up with him." Emma's chin was in the air, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. The bandage on her forehead peeked beneath her bangs, as if proclaiming she needed looking after just as much as Tracy did. Will didn't believe in pussyfooting around. You can forget whatever scheme you've cooked up and head on home. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Her chin inched higher, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Will wasn't finished. I'd like to apologize to Rose again. I know how much our plans upset her, but we're willing to compromise. Emma blew out a puff of air. Conspicuously absent in your little speech was an apology to me for banning me from Tracy's bedside. I'm not going to apologize for that. But his words lacked their previous edge. You proved this morning that I was justified in keeping you away. You upset Tracy. You were as much to blame for upsetting her as I was. She pinned him with a direct gaze that wouldn't let him deny it. For years, you've been trying to control Tracy's life and you've succeeded. For now. Which is probably why you've moved on to controlling Harmony Valley. You think you can change things here any way you like, regardless of the wishes of our friends and neighbors. Is that what becoming a millionaire does to people? Does money give you the right to control everything? With effort, he kept his cool. He could reason with Emma all day, until she fell silent, until she fell prey to his logic or to his kiss. Heck, a kiss would be quicker. Where had that crazy thought come from? Will stumbled. Just because he was losing his mind didn't mean he had to lose command of his limbs or his lips. My fortune has nothing to do with this. I'm trying to improve the standard of living here and save a dying town. Improve? Emma marched on, oblivious to his torment. Like cementing over the town's heritage is so honorable we should all bow down before you. I think not. For one moment, Will considered bypassing Mr. Maionetti's house and heading back to town. But if he did that, there was no telling what Emma would do or say. They turned at the street's only weeping willow, walking down a long, straight lane bound by rusty barbed wire, gnarled, tilted fence posts, and olive trees. The lane bordered a pasture and ended at a beige ranch home surrounded by a white picket fence. The sheep in the pasture retreated, bleating nervously as he and Emma passed. I can take it from here, Will said, giving her an out he knew she wouldn't take. It's Tuesday. Shouldn't you be working? I cleared off my calendar so I could help you today. So smug. So kissable. Help me. Will shook his head a little. How do you propose to help me? You'll see. She grinned. A shaggy sheepdog behind the picket fence began barking at their approach. Will slowed. He had a deep respect for the territoriality of farm dogs, having been treed by a German shepherd in his youth. Emma didn't seem at all worried. Hey, Shep, she called to him at the gate. Be careful. Will tried to pull her back, but she assured him she was fine. Barking, Shep loped toward them in slow motion and then plopped to the ground in an exhausted heap on the other side of the gate. His eyes were rheumy and his muzzle a peppery gray. He panted as if he'd run uphill for miles, not 20 feet of flat ground. Good boy, Shep. Emma reached over the gate to pet the dog. See? Not everything is a threat. What's all this racket? Mr. Maionetti walked out. The old man was beanpole thin and looked as if a strong wind could blow him over. He wore what looked like a hand-knit sweater made in different shades of beige and with uneven stitches. Who's there? The sheepdog shuffled over to his reedy master. I'm sorry, Mr. Maionetti. It's me, Emma Willoughby, Rose Cassia's granddaughter. Emma? You're a sight for sore eyes, Mr. Maionetti said, squinting in their direction. He approached in short, measured steps. Have you gotten your own flock of sheep? No, sir. Emma glanced at Will. I used to show Mr. Maionetti's sheep when I was in high school. Why did I not know this? Will had only heard about the fun Tracy and Emma had. Mr. Maionetti reached Shep and the gate. Emma won the blue ribbon at the county fair with Fergie. That sheep still struts around the place. The old man chuckled. Glad to hear it. Emma slid a sly glance Will's way. Do you remember Will Jackson? Ben Jackson's son? He has an appointment with you today. He wants to build a winery on the Henderson property. I can talk for myself, Will whispered, trying to outmaneuver Emma at the gate and put her behind him. He was too gentle. She hip-checked him away from the gate. Heard about that Henderson business. Don't like wineries. Mr. Maionetti's lips rippled into a thin, wrinkly frown. Every year or so another winery comes around here wanting to plant their vines on my land. Last one that came by was that crusty old Messina fella from the other side of Parish Hill. I make a good living with my sheep. Some people should just mind their own business. Yep, they should stay in their own lane. Emma's grin stretched to annoying proportions. I don't need to speak to another winery. Mr. Mayanetti barked his dismissal louder than Shep. Be off with you, sir. And take care, Emma. Emma bid him farewell and sashayed past Will with a triumphant grin. I like the color yellow, Emma said as she and Will walked up Mr. Mayanetti's lane past sheep and olive trees under an increasingly cloudy sky. Yellow daisies. Yellow sunshine. Yellow post-it notes. Even a rain cloud couldn't dim the thrill of thwarting Will at two houses. Victory put a bounce in her step. Taunting him about those yellow post-it flags she'd seen back at Mr. B.'s house was sweet icing on her delicious lemon cake. Some people think yellow is indecisive and middle ground, Emma kept poking at Will. But I think yellow is a decisive color. It says slow down and think things through before making any rash decisions, like turning the town into a posh luxury resort. Did you break into Edwin's house? Or did he let you in? Will's irritation filled every syllable. His hand darted toward Emma's arm. She danced out of reach. I'll never tell, and the great thing about Harmony Valley is your cell phone doesn't work here. So you can't call Mr. B or your friends until you find a landline. You're going to Snarky Sam's next, right? We're changing our plans, Emma, Will grumbled. Less modern, more true to Harmony Valley. Even Rose would approve. Not sure of his sincerity, Emma stared at him, but his face was averted. And then large raindrops started to fall. Plop, 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 plop. They ran for the broad weeping willow at the end of the drive as the raindrops picked up speed. Plop, plop, plop. I'd forgotten how fickle the weather is here. Will parted the curtain of branches beneath the willow just as it started to pour, holding them open for Emma, then turning away once she was inside. He crossed his arms over his chest in the male version of a pout. It'll pass in a few minutes. She hoped that was true. It was a long walk home without an umbrella. The silence stretched. A frisson of apprehension skittered over her skin. She stared out across the wet landscape, trying to recall the details of Mr. B.'s map, letting the patter of rain fill the silence. Gradually, she noticed the breathtaking 360-degree perspective from beneath the weeping willow. Sheep dotted the green grass of Mr. Mayanetti's farm. Plump, green grapevines grew across the road, advancing up the hillside. The valanced branches of the willow shifted with sinuous grace. And the rain softened every view, deepened the multiple shades of green with a gem-like polish. She'd start the painting with the sky, brushing in layers of gray. Then she'd paint the rich umber of the earth and the iron gray of the puddles. She'd paint the grapevines next. Neatly. A regimented order with tendrils reaching like a mother's hand to sweep up a wandering child into a loving embrace. Then she'd paint the willow's branches, some of which dragged on the ground like fashionable drapes. And far off in the distance a sliver of, "What? You're not talking to me now." Will's voice carried more than a hint of annoyance. The rest of what he said or didn't say was drowned out by the memory of protesting brakes and the whine of a large, powerful engine. The landscape she'd been composing faded away as her vision fogged over. Emma reached out. Her hand connected with the willow's tree trunk. Cool, rough bark. She wiped at her damp forehead with her other hand, fighting the clammy, dank feeling of fear and failure. You look awful. Will stepped into Emma's line of tunneled vision. Sit, he commanded, tugging her down, kneeling next to her. Put your head between your knees. Has anyone ever told you you're too bossy? Only everyone, including you. But you don't count. Emma pushed at Will's hands with her own, but his were steadier, stronger in purpose. Under his guidance, her knees became earmuffs. She closed her eyes when her brain started registering the soil's various brown shades contrasted against the blues of her skirt. She breathed in the scent of fabric softener, of rich, musty earth, cleansing rain, and Will's woodsy aftershave. Thunder rumbled in the distance, its grumbling slower than her heart rate. Vision clearer, Emma tried to sit up, but Will kept her head firmly between her legs. Give it another minute, Emma. Helpful Will Jackson was hard to stay angry with. Tell me what's wrong. I can help. I'm okay. I just need space. From temptation. Emma raised her head, attempting to shift free. Will relinquished his hold too quickly. The back of her head bounced against the tree trunk. Ow! Will draped his arm across her shoulders as if to keep her from falling over. What is it with you and head wounds? I keep surprising people. Like now. She wanted to lean into him and draw on his strength. But she was sure that would be an unwelcome surprise for him. All is good. I'm not going to pass out. Or fall into your arms. Give yourself a little more time. His arm stayed. Steady. Reassuring. And she was grateful, too grateful. He was the enemy of her hometown, wasn't he? He smells too good to be the enemy. Emma's shoulders tensed. She had to defuse the situation. Crack a joke. Make small talk. Run away. She did none of those things. She listened to the rain and felt the steady cadence of his breath. Finally, she swallowed and said, Seen a lot of people faint, have you? You'd be surprised at how often women faint at the sight of me, Will teased. She chuckled. Thunder rumbled above the hills to the east, over the vineyards. Emma refused to look because the view might incite another panic attack. Or worse, she'd moon at will. She focused on the ground at her feet. A fat raindrop managed to work its way through the thick canopy overhead and plop onto the nape of her neck. It rolled down her spine in a haphazard way that made her shiver. Will rubbed her shoulder. She risked a glance at him. His blue eyes were gentled with concern. How could such an overbearing, infuriating man have such expressive, beautiful eyes? They brimmed with the promise of a gentleman, of doors held open, chairs pulled out, of concern for others. He cupped her chin and examined her face so intently, she blushed. I'm fine, she whispered. Tell me what happened. An order. No surprise there. Nothing happened. She was still whispering. Panic attack, he surmised. You were somewhere else for a while. Battling demons. Emma clamped her lips shut. She didn't want to say anything. Her fears were her own. She hadn't told anyone, not even Granny Rose, about the debilitating dread she felt when she tried to paint or sketch. What would she do if she couldn't reclaim her passion for painting? Who would she become? I don't know. Emma wanted to curl in on herself. But she knew that however adrift she felt, Tracy felt much worse. If Tracy could bear the uncertainty of the future, so could she. The rain eased. Just a few more minutes, and she'd be able to walk away from him, from questions and unexpected temptation. I had a fear once, Will said softly. She found his gaze. This was a media moment. Perfect specimens like Will never admitted weakness. Only one. I was afraid of spiders, he said, straight-faced. Really? Emma didn't believe him for a minute. He nodded gravely. Big ones. Little ones. Hairy ones. It didn't matter. If they had 8 legs, they freaked me out. There was something in his husky voice, an earnestness that wouldn't let her look away. She could spend hours trying to capture the layers of hurt in his eyes with her sketch pencil or brush. Time slowed as they stared at each other, as she realized that behind his pain and stiff facade was something softer, warmer, something that answered the longing she knew must be in her own eyes. Holy raging wildfire. Emma tugged her gaze free. She needed to defuse the moment, to return to their combative state. He was attractive. To her. And she. This fear of spiders. Did it start when you were 4? She whispered, half-jokingly. What am I doing? She didn't know. But it felt exciting and dangerous. And she felt like the pre-crash Emma. I was 15, he said. Whatever comeback she felt forming dissipated in a whoosh of air. She knew what had happened to him at 15. My mother had just died, and I didn't like the idea of her in a coffin. His eyes softened to a deeper blue and his gaze met Emma's, but she suspected he was seeing a memory, not her. Adult Will never looked at her with warmth. I saw a spider outside my window the morning she died. And another spider the day we buried her. I thought it was a sign. An omen of death. That's silly. But Emma had to force the words past her throat tight with compassion. Mrs. Jackson had always put the needs of others ahead of her own. Emma's mom never had. When Mrs. Jackson died in that explosion, Emma had grieved almost as much as Will and Tracy. Every fear is silly when you say it out loud. Will stood and held out his hand to her. Emma accepted his help. His hand was larger than hers, strong, warm, the hand of a man you could rely on. His touch was as intimate as a caress, a promise of more caresses to come. Tempting. So tempting, this need to be held and let someone else shoulder her fears. Emma knew she should pull away, knew she should step back. This was Will, the man who thought so little of her. Instead, her gaze drifted up his arm, an arm waiting to draw her closer. Drifted farther to his mouth, to his lips, slightly parted, waiting to meet her own. Drifted higher to his intense blue eyes, and a gaze waiting for her to. What? She didn't know. She didn't move. And Will seemed to hold back, as if looking for any indication that she would accept the promise of the something that swirled intangibly between them. Air became trapped in her lungs, sending heat flaming through her veins. If she leaned forward, the wait would be over, the promise of more accepted. From the next valley over, thunder murmured. And still Will held her hand. Still, they gazed at each other. Still, neither of them moved to submit to the attraction swirling between them, to touch, to feel, to kiss. Oh! She couldn't kiss Will. She couldn't want to kiss Will. He hadn't forgiven her for the accident. And probably never would. Emma snatched her hand free and stepped out of reach, flexing her fingers as if she could vanquish his warmth. But she couldn't banish what he'd awoken in her, this unwanted awareness. She could only deny it. Will's expression didn't change. He didn't smile. He didn't smirk. He didn't laugh off what had almost happened. Was the idea of a kiss all in her head? His non-reaction almost made her rush forward and kiss his indifference away. Foolish idea, that. Emma drew a deep breath and licked her lips. Will, Mr. Control, dropped his gaze to Emma's mouth. Heat flickered in his eyes. His gaze locked on hers once more. Emma held her breath. He's going to kiss me now. She waited. But nothing happened. Will didn't move. The rain tapered off to an intermittent mist. A blue jay swooped past with a squawk of indignation. Emma swallowed and stepped back. She was quakingly grateful that neither of them had succumbed to temptation. She'd almost made a colossal mistake on multiple levels. She edged closer to the border of the willow's sweeping branches. I know what you think of me. In your eyes, I'm the loose cannon. The one people get hurt around. They needed to get that issue up front, not talk about kisses. But your opinion doesn't matter to me. Tracy's does. I'm not going to give up on our friendship. And I don't think Tracy is either. Will's brow furrowed. This winery business. It's moving too fast. Emma drew a deep breath, torn between two purposes, being true to her grandmother and being true to her hometown. You're so sure it's the right thing, but you were wrong about the way you shut me out of Tracy's recovery. How can I believe you? You used to trust me, he said, his voice husky and compelling. Compelling her to come closer, to lean in, to press her lips to his. Emma drew a deep breath, trying to clear her head. She'd almost kissed Will. If it had been anyone else she'd almost kissed, she'd be rushing to tell Tracy. I can never tell Tracy about this. The rain stopped. The sun winked at the edges of the willow. Did she trust Will? Not after he'd shut her out for so long. Not after seeing the map at Mr. B.'s house. She had to keep her goal in mind, slow Will down until a better way to save the town could be found. Trust goes both ways, doesn't it? Snarky Sam's is your next stop. Last one there can't talk for 5 minutes. Emma slipped through the damp willow branches and took off at a run, picking up her skirt, sandals slapping against the wet pavement as she reached Madison Avenue. Will overtook her in 20 yards and quickly put an ever-lengthening distance between them. Emma had been counting on that. She needed breathing room. And Sam didn't take kindly to interruptions. Chapter 12. Snarky Sam's was part antique store and part pawn shop. It was located at the entrance to town on Main Street, where the sidewalks began. It was a mile away from the Weeping Willow where Emma had had her panic attack and Will had come close to kissing her. Thankfully, Will hadn't given in to that system-shaking chemistry. A kiss was something even Edwin couldn't strategize around. There will be no kisses. Under the willow, Will had watched Emma shrink from an energetic, confident beauty to a withdrawn, fragile woman. It was like watching a spring flower wither on the vine. He'd meant to soothe her, to chase away her fears and bring that annoying grin back to her face. Backfired. Big time. He didn't know where this attraction had come from, but he needed to get rid of it. Fast. The rain had moved on and the sun was breaking through what remained of the clouds. In a way, Will would have been better off if he'd kissed Emma. Then he wouldn't be obsessing about how her lips would feel on his, how her body would feel in his arms. Nope. Trouble. This was Emma, for crying out loud. He'd bandaged her skinned knees, pulled her pigtails, and dunked her in the river, same as he'd done to his sister. But if she was like a sister to him, he wouldn't be feeling this magnetic urge to draw her into his arms and... Nope. Will needed to focus on Sam Smith. According to Edwin, Sam's business was barely hanging on, and Will was ready to offer him an opportunity. Emma was 3 blocks back. Will had more than enough time to break the ice with Sam and make his point before his 5 minutes were up. The sidewalk in front of the shop was littered with antiques and what Will would call junk, all dripping with raindrops. A metal baby crib, a washboard, an old bicycle, a wood chipper. He opened the wood-framed glass door, setting off a bell. The air in the shop was stale and musty, the merchandise dusty and dated. Hanging on didn't begin to describe Sam's business. It was at death's door. You pawning or buying? A gnarled sprite of a man in a blue-checked flannel shirt put his comic book down to I will. He sat behind a display counter loaded with old jewelry, but his suffer-no-fools attitude was front and center. Will felt about as welcome as a fat tick on a show dog. Neither. No soliciting. Says so on the door. You get me? Sam raised his comic book again. Spider-Man swung across the cover. The edges of the page were as yellow and age-worn as Sam. Edwin's notes had indicated Sam would be open to more sales. But sales of what? It was hard to get a handle on the man when the store seemed to sell everything from knickknacks to small appliances to jewelry to really bad taxidermy. A skunk wearing a Sherlock Holmes outfit stood on a table to his right, while a raccoon wearing a bikini strutted to his left with what looked like an inner tube around its waist. The weeks of activity to obtain approvals for the winery balanced with managing Tracy's care finally kicked in. Will's body felt heavy, his motivation sagged. But he was here, so he ignored both and assembled his smile. I'm not buying or selling. Sam lowered the comic book, revealing a deeply set frown. If you ain't pawning and you ain't buying, you're in the wrong establishment. I'm a man of business. Don't have time to waste. Spider-Man swung back into place. Will's smile remained locked on target. I'm Will Jackson. My business partners and I are building a winery on the old Henderson property. Sam dropped the comic book on the glass counter, a puff of dust rising in protest. I call bull. The town council hasn't approved a nail you plan to hammer. That's true. The town council is holding hearings. They're stalling. Supposed you'd be smart enough to know that. Although if you ain't, you might as well give up now. Others have tried to change this place, including Harvey Cassia, who had a con game on his mind before Rose got wise and he moved on. Moved on? Will had never heard this story. Died, you mean? That's all he'd ever heard about Emma's grandfather. He was dead. Nope. I heard he's living in Las Vegas. Sam smacked his lips. He wanted to build a concert hall here. Claimed it would change all our fortunes, bring folks to town. Sound familiar? Reluctantly, Will nodded. What happened? Harvey got caught spending the development money elsewhere. Elsewhere? Elsewhere. Sam nodded, as if this were explanation enough. It wasn't. Will was still confused. Nearly broke Rose's heart. We let her frame it the way she wanted, savon, face and all. But Harvey is why folks are suspicious of change, especially Rose. Does Emma know? As far as he could recall, she'd always referred to her grandfather as dead. But then again, so did Edwin. And he was supposed to be on the side of development. Maybe Harvey passed away. It was a logical explanation. But Emma must know. Wouldn't she? I wouldn't pretend to speak for my Miss Emma. Sam's expression softened. The same as you wouldn't speak for Miss Tracy. Considering Will had been speaking for Tracy, he chose to ignore the latter statement, pretending to want a closer examination of the stuffed raccoon. Sam scoffed. Looks like one of Felix's cats got your tongue. Will forced a self-conscious chuckle and brushed off a few more cat hairs from his polo. He switched topics, indicating the collection of coffee tables, ceramic statues, and lamps with a wave of his hand. What's your best-selling item? Nobody buys anything from me anymore, Sam said succinctly, working his lips before continuing. I lend money. 90-day terms. Come about day 75, I put their item out on the sidewalk as a reminder that I'll need my money or I'm going to own whatever they've pawned. Folks here need short-term loans to make ends meet. My missus would have wanted me to help. Sam thumbed his fist toward the back of the store. I have 10 blenders back there, 7 bread machines, 3 treadmills, and 1 rusted-out wheelbarrow. I don't plan to sell any of it. His gaze landed on a locked set of glass shelves to his left filled with colorful glass plates, cups, and bowls. Some of the snark blew out of him. He almost smiled. My missus used to sell antiques, back when there were people working in this town. She loved Depression glass. The scowl returned. But folks in Harmony Valley have more than enough things. You get me? Sam had tipped his hand and exposed the heart of his concerns, nostalgia for the good old days. How would you like to sell Depression glass again? With our revitalization plan. I'm an old man. I don't think I want to work that hard. Sam tapped the Spider-Man comic on the counter with one gnarled finger. This is starting to sound like a solicitation. I think it's time for you to move along. You get me? The bell rang behind Will. He didn't turn. The very air in the room shifted and his body tensed as if readying to pounce. He knew who'd come in. Emma. Well, if it ain't Miss Emma Willoughby. Sam's expression warmed. Will was just admiring Ethel Raccoon. He caught Will's eye. Mrs. Emma and Tracy were my inspiration for Ethel. Will glanced from the raccoon to Emma. Her head bobbed. We were walking back home after tubing when we came across Ethel on the side of the road. Roadkill of the cleanest kind, Sam said matter-of-factly. I understand where the idea came from, Will said politely. That didn't mean he wanted to talk about the details of the find. About our revitalization plan. Sam's expression closed tighter than a 2-seal Ziploc bag. When it comes to town politics and affairs, I'm Switzerland, as neutral as they come. He shook the comic book. Now, I'm very busy, and since neither of you have commerce with me, I'll have to ask you both to leave. Before Will could recover, Emma was tugging him toward the door. We're going, Sam. It was nice seeing you. Emma opened the door, waiting until Will was outside to grin. You knew Sam was Switzerland. It was hard to believe that sometime in the past hour he'd wanted to kiss those lips. You knew. You knew Sam wouldn't take sides when you challenged me to that race. Emma nodded. Did you ever pay attention to anything besides the farm and your computers when you lived here? She laughed, but the sound died off when her gaze landed on Sam's window in the area of an oil painting of Harmony Valley as seen from the top of Parish Hill. Her smile flattened. The teasing air of superiority from seconds ago evaporated, revealing the vulnerable woman he'd discovered beneath the willow. The woman he yearned to hold again. Residual frustration grappled with the need to comfort and protect. Protect? For a moment, Will was perplexed. Why would he want to protect Emma? And then he realized his was a natural reaction. He'd safeguarded Emma for most of the early years of her life. It was only logical his old habits would reappear when he saw Emma's distress. That's my story. Best stick to it. But Emma. She was still staring at the painting in the window. Emma, did you paint that? His question jarred her, although he hadn't spoken much louder than a whisper. Yes. She drew a breath and looked away. I captured the heart of this place, don't you think? She turned and walked briskly toward the town square, as if she couldn't get away from the painting fast enough. Will wasn't an artist. He couldn't distinguish heart in a painting, this one or otherwise. What he did see was the burned silo frame, the empty parking spaces along Main Street, the lack of life. Despite that, he hurried to catch up to her. How prophetic that you painted the town without people, since that's where it's headed if the town council doesn't rezone the Henderson property. You see everything too literally. There was strength in her voice again, although her eyes were shadowed with worry. Art is about feelings, the same as we all have feelings toward this town. Feelings? Will scoffed, regaining his footing. I'm not going to apologize for being rational. It's why I'm good with computers. And why you stumble with people. Her response crackled with energy. She'd regained her equilibrium, too. His father drove by in his white pickup truck, headed toward the center of town. He gave Will a tentative wave, staring too long before facing forward. Will sensed his father would have questions later. About Emma, no doubt. Do you know why everyone under the age of 60 left Harmony Valley? Will managed to speak in a measured voice, as if he were an outsider with nothing at stake. They had mouths to feed, college bills, mortgages. The town council forced them out with a no-growth policy that was short-sighted. It's why everyone left or didn't return, including you and me. Emma frowned. Sensing he was near scoring a point, Will pressed on, albeit in a gentler tone. Did you know it takes emergency services 30 minutes to get here? Heaven help someone if there's a fire. Or worse. With the advanced age of Harmony Valley's older residents, it was only a matter of time until tragedy arrived. Harmony Valley has a volunteer fire department. She thrust her nose in the air. They shut it down when Felix failed the fitness exam. Property insurance rates increased when they lost that service. That's what finally broke Agnes's daughter. She couldn't afford to live here anymore. Emma stopped on the sidewalk in front of the town's permanently closed grocery store. Its brick wall was faded and crumbled at the base. El Rosal had picked up the grocery slack, selling staples out of their restaurant lobby. She cocked her head as she considered him. Are you telling me you're only building this humongous winery and investing in town so they can restore emergency services? There's nothing in it for you. Will didn't refute her quickly enough. Come on. Spill it, she said softly. And then she laughed, but it wasn't a joyful sound. A few minutes ago, her laughter had danced across the bounds of his temper. Now he recognized it as something more, her armor against the world. Against him. He wanted them to laugh together, the ways friends did. Friends? Friends who kissed? Will shook his head. Emma had him all turned around. I can wait all day for your answer, Emma murmured. Cleared my calendar, remember? He didn't want to tell her about his hopes for Tracy. He knew what her response would be worse than Slade's. But he didn't see that he had a choice. You're going to take this wrong. Try me, she encouraged. Encouraging him to come clean. I want Tracy to work here. At the winery. Or somewhere in town. There you go again. Emma's hands bobbed and floated and accused, all trace of compassion gone. Wrapping Tracy up, boxing her in, shipping her off. Taking charge when you know Tracy wouldn't want this. I know what I'm doing. You may consider it overbearing. Consider? She huffed. Do you have a plan for everyone in town? If she hadn't read him so well, he might have denied it or changed the subject. But Emma was too perceptive. You do. I should have known that the plans go on and on. She gestured for him to continue. All right, since you want to know. But I have no concrete plans, only preferences. Not all of which would see the light of day, like kissing Emma. He definitely wasn't making plans for that, but some niggling part of him refused to let go of the idea. Will. What are you thinking? There was less sass in her tone, as if she wanted him to convince her. I'd like some council members to retire so we can accelerate progress in town. I'd like to tear down some buildings that aren't up to earthquake code. This is California. You never know when or where the next big one will strike. He pointed to the crumbling brick at the bottom of the old grocery store wall. And then came the personal stuff. I'd like Tracy to give up her half of your apartment and move in with Dad. I'd like you to go paint somewhere far away from him, so he could forget about this unwanted attraction. Come on, Will. Emma's chin was up, along with her hackles. I get your point, especially when it comes to me. But aren't you the least bit worried that some of your changes go too far? This place is a part of us. If it was that important to you, then why leave? Sensing her indecision, Will closed the distance between them until he could smell the flowery scent of her hair. He lowered his voice until she had to angle her head toward him to capture every word. Change is hard, Emma, especially for the elderly and die-hard romantics like you. But maybe your grandmother has another reason to resist change in town. A more personal reason. Will forced himself to stop there. Harvey's story wasn't his to tell. What do you mean? She was whispering now, too, inching closer as if anticipating him sharing a secret. Sharing a kiss? His mouth worked over potential answers, stopping and starting before stopping again. But his brain was distracted by the thought of using his lips in a completely different way. Clamping his mouth firmly shut, Will took a step back. Then another. Ask Rose, he said before crossing the street, heading toward Slade's house, away from her accusations, away from that smile of hers burned him up inside, away from the attraction that had him wanting something he could never have with Emma. Her in his arms. Emma marched home under a cloud-spotted sky. The way Will just assumed he could replace the town council with people more amenable to his ideas. Slap, 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 slap. The way he'd implied Emma took everything he said personally. Slap, slap, slap. The way the logic of his argument about emergency services made sense. Slap, slap. The way her heart didn't want to acknowledge her grandmother had a bias against change. Slap, slap, slap. A lone dandelion at the side of the road beckoned. Emma marched slowly, determinedly past it. Will thought Dandelion Wishes were a waste of time. Will thought Dandelion Wishes spread weeds into the world. Will thought. Emma spun around and plucked the dandelion free. She didn't care what Will thought. She and Tracy had been making dandelion wishes since they were kids. She turned toward home, stopping in the middle of the bridge over Harmony River. She tried to catch her breath. She tried to be as calm as the water flowing beneath her. It wasn't possible. Not even with a dandelion wish at the ready. What would she wish for? She could wish that Will would give up on his whinery and go away. She could wish that Will would realize that her friendship with Tracy transcended accidents, mental challenges, and artistic blocks. Or wish away the pull of Will's appeal on both an artistic and a physical level. Or wish to erase that near kiss. And the suspicion that Will had wanted to kiss her again as they'd argued on Main Street. Emma huffed. All her wishes involved Will. Even the one she hesitated to acknowledge. I wish the old Will, the kind, considerate Will, would kiss me. Like that's going to happen. She blew the dandelion fluff out over the water anyway. The seeds twirled and pirouetted in a cluster that dispersed in the air before drifting slowly down to the water. Harmony Valley might change, but Dandelion Wishes would not. Emma's pulse calmed. Her frustration ebbed. After the last fluff had disappeared downriver, Emma headed home. She let herself in the back door and poured a glass of lemonade, drinking it on the rear porch steps. In her self-appointed role as Harmony Valley's unofficial protector, she should shadow Will the rest of the afternoon. But that near kiss felt like a dodged bullet, and Emma wasn't ready to risk another showdown. She stared at the landscape, wondering what Tracy was doing, wondering if she could go find her and try apologizing again. It was probably too soon. Her attention turned to her surroundings. The lawn sloped gently toward the bending river, framed on one side by the eucalyptus grove and wild blackberries, and on the other by Granny's vegetable garden. It was the perfect place to paint. If she had the courage to paint. Emma sagged against the porch railing. But moping solved nothing. She needed to act. A few minutes later, she'd wrestled the wooden easel downstairs to the lawn. A few minutes more and a canvas sat on the easel with paints in the grass beneath it. Trying to paint was better than trying to avoid thinking about it. At least in theory. Left hand clutching her sketching pencil over the canvas, Emma squinted at the landscape and fought the shakes, fought to quiet the cacophony of the accident. A cloud drifted across the sun, shading the landscape, sucking the warmth out of the air. Emma's arms prickled with goosebumps. Her determination wavered. Maybe she could control her fears if she skipped a step. No sketching, just painting. She squirted oil paint on her wooden painter's palette, her hands steady as set concrete. She started with big gobs of blue, yellow, red, and white, then mixed colors with a brush to get different shades of brown, green, and gray. She didn't usually work with more than one color at a time, but it had been so long since she'd mixed any paint that creating the shades brought a long-lost feeling of joy. But it was a silent joy. There was no musical soundtrack playing in her head. She'd take the silence over the roar of a truck engine. It wasn't until she carefully loaded the tip of a brush with murky green that her hand succumbed to that familiar tremble. With stilted, determined strokes, Emma tried to outline the edge of the river. But it was as if she'd gone back in time. A bad time. The shrill complaint of breaking rubber on pavement. The warning rumble of a big rig engine. She no longer saw the river. Images from the accident flashed before her. Heart-stopping. Breath-stealing. Gasping, she stumbled back, blinked away the harrowing memories. All she'd succeeded in doing was to paint a green line that might have passed for a caterpillar if she was in kindergarten. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. She dropped her palette and paintbrush onto the grass and ran into the house, intending to go up to her room. But at the end of the hall was a picture she'd painted of Yosemite's half-dome. She stared at it morosely, the same way she'd stared at her painting in Snarky Sam's window earlier. I'll never paint again. Defeated, Emma walked out the front door, collapsing on the porch swing, listening to red-winged blackbirds chatter to each other in the eucalyptus grove. The only birds she heard in the city were seagulls. And that was a backdrop to angry commuter car horns, chants from irate protesters, and the constant chatter of people on cell phones. Harmony Valley was special just the way it was. And yet, it wasn't perfect. Emma didn't want to acknowledge the truth in Will's arguments for change. But how could she not? There were too many elderly people living here to have emergency services so far away. What if Granny Rose fell? What if Mr. B had another heart attack? And eventually, without any new businesses and no one younger than 60, the town would die out. Emma didn't want that either. But that didn't mean Harmony Valley had to be torn down and rebuilt with cookie-cutter subdivisions. If the oak tree in the town square came down and the landscape in the valley changed, its character would change. Maybe Emma would be more open to the town being developed if other things in her life were certain. Granny Rose's mental health. Tracy's friendship and forgiveness. Her own ability to follow through on her passion. I'll never paint again. That was her worst fear. It felt like a selfish one. Every fear is silly when you say it out loud. Those were Will's words. He'd meant you shouldn't dismiss someone else's fear as inconsequential, even if it sounded silly. Did Granny Rose have a fear about change, as Will had implied? Emma wasn't sure. Her glance landed on the coloring book on the patio table. Emma picked it up and opened it to a fresh page. It was marked by 2 crayons, one a forest green, the other a sunny yellow. Emma traced the heavy black lines with the nubby green crayon. She filled in a prince's hair with sunny yellow. Lightning didn't strike, but her heart was pounding so fiercely she couldn't hear the birds anymore. Her hand barely trembled as she started shading the drawings with long, even strokes. Her mind shifted into neutral as she patiently colored within the lines. When she was done, her hands were steady, her heart calm. And then she doodled in the margins, letting her mind and her creative muse wander, page after page. Coloring book nearly filled, Emma flipped through her work, suddenly hopeful, despite the fact that it wasn't landscapes she'd sketched in the margin, but her grandmother's beloved face. Chapter 13. What was wrong with Emma? From behind blackberry bushes near the river, Tracy tried to psych herself into talking to Emma. She watched her start to paint and then throw her paintbrush down in disgust. Emma never gave up on a painting after a few short minutes. Something was off. She'd stomped off, slamming first the back and then the front doors. Tracy couldn't squelch her curiosity. She rounded the house, staying hidden in the eucalyptus grove as she searched for Emma. Was she leaving? She wasn't. Emma sat on the porch swing, coloring with crayons. Coloring? Tracy worked her way back around to the blackberry bushes bordering the backyard, but the canvas was facing the house so she couldn't see what Emma had painted. When Emma told Tracy that she should wait to move back to the city until she'd had more treatment, Tracy had wanted to argue. She'd wanted Emma to say she'd do whatever Tracy needed, whatever she wanted to make her happy, not treat her like an invalid. More treatment? To hear Emma say that had been crushing. Tracy crept closer. She'd collapse in embarrassment if Emma caught her spying, but she had to find out what was on that canvas. Emma had mentioned some injury and Tracy was curious. Had she broken her fingers or wrist? Was her vision wonky? Tracy darted out from the cover of the blackberry bushes. It took her seconds to get to the easel. Her breath came in labored gasps and her leg muscles shook as if they'd give out at any moment. And there was Emma's latest masterpiece. A green worm. No wonder Emma was upset. It looked like a finger painting. Tracy had made better pictures than that in therapy. She picked up the brush, it still had green on it, and painted antennae on the worm. And then wings. Lifting the palette, she dabbed white polka dots on the creature. She filled in the blue sky, and then plastered the bottom of the canvas with black. Finally, there was no blank bit of canvas remaining. Power surged through her veins. She'd done something without permission and now felt like she could take on the world. And all because she'd painted a picture on a canvas. Wait until Emma found out. Tracy grinned, admiring her work once more. And then terror struck. Holy moly. Emma was going to come out here and discover what she'd done. In fact, she could be watching her right now. Tracy spun around, her nervous gaze darting to the windows and doors, but no one was staring at her from a window and no one came out. How would she explain this? One would think she needed to see a psychiatrist. Or that she missed the rudimentary arts and crafts at Evergreen. He meant well, but he thought a mosquito bite meant she'd contract the West Nile virus. What was she going to do? She didn't want anyone to know. Not Will or Emma. She didn't want to be sent back to the hospital. She dropped the palette and brush on the grass, grabbed the canvas, and ran. Chapter 14. What's up, Will? Slade stepped out of his kitchen onto the back porch, looking like he'd been in earnest negotiations and had lost. Black hair bunched to one side of his head as if he'd fisted it in frustration. His tie knot was loose. You don't even like basketball. In the middle of trying to make a layup into the rusted hoop bolted above Slade's detached garage, Will didn't bother answering. The ball bounced off the rim and into the grass separating Slade's driveway from Old Man Takata's. When Slade hadn't answered the door, Will had needed something to wear down the sharp edge of frustration caused by Emma. Stubborn, cocky, kissable Emma. Why was he attracted to her? She muddled his head and had him saying things he wouldn't normally. I heard you knock, Slade continued, oblivious to Will's upset. But I was on the landline with my ex-wife trying to arrange visitation. This lack of cell service is starting to get old. I may have to purchase my own communications tower and put it in the backyard. Will picked up the ball and gestured toward the house. I was beginning to think you had a woman in there. Slade came down the steps and held out his hands, asking for the ball. A woman? No woman is coming inside this house ever again. Do you know what the bridge club calls this place? No, we'll pass the basketball to him. The death and divorce house. My parents. And before us, Slade shuddered. Apparently, no family has lived here untouched. The idea of a woman in there makes me cringe. Slade dribbled twice on the cracked pavement and then put up a beautiful, arcing shot that went through the orange metal hoop without touching it. And Slade did it in khakis, dress shirt, and a tie, with a grin that dismissed his earlier annoyance with his ex-wife. Correction. The idea of anyone in that house makes me cringe. Will rebounded the shot, refusing to be envious of Slade's skill. If it bothers you that much, you can sleep on the top bunk at my house. My dad wants to keep the bunk bed for his grandchildren. Not that he had any grandchildren on the horizon. Do not think of Emma. I'll survive, Slade deadpanned. And that was the problem with Slade. He was all about survival. It would have creeped Will out to sleep down the hall from the room where his father had committed suicide. Will dribbled toward the basket, intending to try for another layup. Slade intercepted him, blocking his path, forcing Will to transition to a pull-up jump shot that Slade easily swatted away. Denied. Slade gleefully ran down the ball. If you would have spent more time when you lived here shooting hoops than on your computer, we wouldn't be rich. And we wouldn't be able to save a town. I hate it when you're right. Slade put up another 15-footer, which would have swished if the hoop had a net. The ball bounced to the grass on the side of the driveway. Come on. Will's spirits were renewed, and thoughts of Emma pushed aside. We need to meet up with Flynn at El Rosal. Wouldn't want to miss drinks with Mayor Larry. When they reached the town square, Flynn paced beneath the oak tree, settling and resettling his giant's cap on his head. I don't know how your visits went today, but I was accused of being an upstart, a disgrace to Harmony Valley and in need of a haircut. Flynn ticked off his negative attributes on his fingers. I was compared to Harvey, whoever that is. And now I feel like I should be twisting my imaginary, villainous mustache. Will's ears perked up at the mention of Harvey. But that was quickly followed by concern that too much talk about Rose's husband would result in rumors getting back to Emma. Slade patted Flynn on the back. I fared no better. I'm cold and calculating, come to sell them the big city lifestyle with a bait-and-switch scheme. People think I'm a control freak. Will added Emma's complaint to their list of grievances. Sorry, dude. Slade couldn't quite contain a grin. That last one I can't argue with. Me either. Flynn's grin didn't sting like Emma's had. But let me tell you, when I'm old, I'm coming up with more colorful put-downs. He opened the door to El Rosal. Hey, I nearly forgot. Grandpa Ed talked a television reporter into coming by in the next week or so to interview you, Will. Don't know when yet. Me? Why not you or Slade? He said you're the most photogenic. Flynn grinned. Pretty boy. They entered El Rosal. The small Mexican restaurant was the only sit-down dining option with a bar left in town. The chairs and tables were painted bright primary colors. Mexican pop poured out of the speakers, while baseball played on a television screen over the bar. About 15 residents had come in for a drink or company mid-afternoon. They all stared at Will and his friends. Mayor Larry sat at the corner of the bar, where he could see and talk to anyone in the restaurant, the tie-dye king lording over his subjects. In his 60s, Larry was among the younger residents of Harmony Valley, tall with a lanky body kept toned by his vegetarianism and love of yoga. But the lack of body fat gave away every emotion in his bony face. Flynn paused on the threshold. $10 says Mayor Larry started a tab for us to pay. Slade ran a hand through his hair. You're beginning to sound like me. I'll take that bet, Will said, trying to be optimistic. Mayor Larry was notoriously stingy with a buck. Larry caught sight of them and waved. Well, hello, boys. Get these boys a beer. The mayor slapped Flynn on the back when he took the stool next to him. I started a tab for you. Hope you don't mind. Flynn held his hand toward Will, who dug in his wallet for a 10, having lost the bet. Will's dad sat alone at a table in the corner. His faded blue flannel shirt made his thin blonde hair look nearly gray. Can I talk to you for a minute, Will? Can it wait? Will gestured toward Mayor Larry. We have a meeting. It can't wait. Sit. Ben pulled out the royal blue chair next to him. He was nursing a bottle of beer and had worked his way to the bottom of a basket of tortilla chips. I saw you with Emma today. It looked like you were arguing. It could have been worse. Will could have been caught kissing Emma. If that were the case, he imagined his father would be prepping an entirely different conversation. For Tracy's sake, you've got to work things out with Emma. His dad tapped the table with a forefinger. Accidents mean no one is at fault. If you don't move on from that fact, bitterness can control your life. Dad, blaming Emma, Will looked away, toward the ball game, but nothing was happening. Blaming Emma gives me the strength I need to be strong for Tracy, to keep helping her forward. What would happen to that strength if he forgave Emma? If he kissed her? If he... Dad sked. Your sister is strong. And home now. She's doing well. Let this thing with Emma go. Will washed a hand over his face. Did you forgive Harmony Valley Grain after Mom's death? Would you have been able to sell them your corn if they hadn't closed down? Thankfully, I didn't have to make that decision. Dad stared out the window toward the old grain silo. But bitterness. I've let that go. It takes more energy than I can spare. Don't let it eat you up inside, or it'll get in the way of other things in life. Happiness. Joy. Love. Dad stood, placing a hand on Will's shoulder. Love is also a source of strength. And a better well of energy, in my opinion. He tossed some bills on the table and left. Will didn't get up. He felt small and petty, like a boy holding on to a grudge for a schoolyard slight. He couldn't let this go. Causing his sister injuries that could last a lifetime wasn't inconsequential. Emma was to blame. She'd admitted it. Why did he have to forgive her? Will washed a hand over his face. It wasn't a question of why, but how. How could he ever forgive her? But the heart-pounding impulse to kiss her returned. How could he not? Emma was doodling in the coloring book when Agnes's faded green Buick pulled into the drive with Mildred and Granny Rose inside. In addition to doodling her grandmother's face, she'd colored half of the princes in the Disney coloring book. She'd given all of them golden hair, like Will's. She was in desperate need of a distraction and was glad to see Granny Rose and her friends. The three councilwomen got out of the car with the slow deliberation of the elderly. Emma could remember a time when they had practically danced out of the vehicle and up the stairs, ribbing each other good-naturedly and singing snatches of show tunes. How was the botanical garden? Emma hurried down to help Mildred out. Granny Rose popped her head up from the back seat. We saw the most beautiful rhododendron occidental. It was pink with darker pink striations. You would have loved it. So delicate. So vibrant. I wish you'd stretch yourself and paint flowers. At this point, Emma would be happy to complete a paint-by-number project. Took us forever to see everything. What's that old saying? Mildred's usual round, warm smile was noticeably absent. She looked worn out as she hefted her briefcase-sized purse onto her shoulder. You're only as fast as your slowest team member? I'm always holding up the show. You're not. Agnes, who stood 5 feet tall on a good day, wrestled Mildred's candy apple red walker out of the trunk, snapped it into position, and wheeled it over to her friend. We brought home a bucket of chicken, mashed potatoes, and biscuits. None of us felt like cooking. Granny Rose's arms were full of food containers. I had the most marvelous nap in the car. I never nap, but I do feel gloriously refreshed. She paused at the front door, taking in the porch swing and the coloring book on the cushion. She turned to Emma with a look that questioned. Emma shrugged. I worked up an appetite too. Granny Rose grinned and went inside. I miss driving. Mildred walked slowly. Sometimes I feel like I should ride in the trunk with my walker. You're not baggage, Agnes scolded, and then for Emma's benefit added, she's been feeling sorry for herself since her daughter and grandkids moved down to Healdsburg. She can't drive anymore, and they don't come see her every weekend. I can too drive. Mildred lumbered over to the steps. She set the walker aside and gripped the handrail. You can't see the road. For the safety of others, you've chosen not to drive. Agnes gestured for Emma to carry the walker up while she climbed behind Mildred, her hand at her back to steady her if needed. Well, I can choose to drive again, can't I? Mildred was uncharacteristically cranky. I still have my license. As I recall, your license expires in 3 months on your birthday. Agnes pointed out. That license is one less thing you need to tote around in that luggage-sized purse of yours. You've got everything but the kitchen sink in there. I like to be prepared, Mildred grumbled, taking the steps one at a time. Oh, you are. I went searching in her bag for breath mints today, Agnes told Emma. Do you know what I found? Nope. Emma shook her head, setting the walker on the porch. Mildred stopped climbing. Not this again. A wrench, Agnes crowed. Mildred's round cheeks brightened with color. You never know when you'll need to tighten a loose bolt. That's for sure. Agnes winked at Emma. Once Mildred was on the porch, she wheeled herself into the dining room with all the agility of the race car driver she'd once been. Emma went to the kitchen to help Granny Rose, sparing a moment between gathering napkins and utensils to look out the back window. She stopped digging in the silverware drawer for forks. Granny Rose, did you bring in the canvas I was working on? It no longer sat on the easel. No, dear. I thought it was odd that you'd left your easel and paints out there. But sometimes you get distracted and scatter your things around. I'm not 13. And a 20 by 24-inch canvas was missing. That canvas is too heavy to have been blown away in the wind. You can look for it after dinner. Granny Rose tilted her head. Come sit down. Yes, let's eat. Mildred had taken a seat at the table. I've got bingo tonight with Will. He's been driving me ever since he came back to town. Poor boy has no luck with his bingo cards. Really? Canvas forgotten, Emma set the table with knives, forks, and napkins. Do you think he'll bring Tracy? I don't know. Mildred pushed her thick glasses up her nose, staring at Emma with unfocused eyes. Do you want me to call and ask? No, thanks. Emma tried to keep the excitement out of her voice. I'll call later. Granny Rose met Emma's questioning glance with a nod of agreement. It looked like they were going to play bingo tonight. After they'd all dished out plates and started to eat, Emma asked, Granny Rose, what's really behind your aversion to change in town? The grandfather clock ticked several long seconds in the silence. The elderly trio passed around indecipherable glances. They put their chicken back on their plates and meticulously wiped their fingers. Granny Rose. Emma rubbed a hand across her grandmother's thin shoulders. Is there something you aren't telling me? Emma. She stared at her plate. What brought this on? You saw what those dreamers want to do. I thought you were with me on this. It's our character at stake. Rose. Mildred began before trailing off, that one word as unfocused as her gaze. The lack of an economy is a problem, Rose, Agnes said stiffly. We're on the town council to solve problems, not turn our backs on them. I saw what you did there, Agnes. A frown wrinkled Granny Rose's delicate brow, but her words were anything but soft. Put the blame on me and try to guilt me into something for all the wrong reasons. I've gone down that route before and won't do it again. But mark my words, you'll rue the day they chop down the tree in the town square, bring in hotties, and put in a skating park somewhere. Mildred and Agnes exchanged glances that indicated this wasn't the first time today Rose had spoken about change in the same way she'd curse invading gophers in her vegetable garden. Granny Rose. Emma tried again. That charmer. Is that who you want to put your faith in? Granny Rose demanded of everyone at the table. That man has filled everyone's head with nonsense. She picked up a chicken leg and shook it at them collectively. Do you know how many small towns in America thrive even though they're located far away from the nearest emergency services? No. And I don't care. Agnes frowned, her petite features moving uncharacteristically downward. We're getting to an age, Rose, where we need those services as close as they can be. Granny Rose shook her head. We're getting to an age, Agnes, when we'll die. I'd rather turn up my toes here at home. But if you prefer, follow your daughter to the city. If this winery initiative doesn't pass, I will, Agnes retorted. Emma wanted to side with her grandmother, but for the good of the residents she held dear, it was increasingly clear that elements of Will's proposal made sense. Which was a shame since nothing else she felt about him did. Chapter 15. I feel lucky, Mildred said to Will and Tracy as she wheeled her walker into the church's multipurpose room in Cloverdale. Mildred scoped out a table and settled her short, plump frame into a folding chair, pushing her walker to one side. Let's boogie. Let's boogie, Tracy repeated. Then she laughed. The smile on Will's face probably looked goofy. He didn't care. He couldn't believe the change in Tracy after only 2 days in Harmony Valley. She'd chatted with Mildred the entire ride. Her smile hadn't faded since she'd climbed into his truck. Not once. If he'd been looking for a sign about what he'd done and had yet to do, he had one. Tracy had to stay in town and work at the winery. Sure, she wasn't stringing together complex sentences, but her speech was smoother, and she was laughing more. It was a gift. One Will wasn't going to question after the day he'd had. The frustrations of getting the winery off the ground, Emma's meddling, his father's unsolicited advice, none of it mattered if Tracy's condition improved. He needed to broach the topic of working for him again before Emma spoke to her and made him look like an evil overlord. Tracy helped Mildred scoot her chair closer to the table. Next time, I'll drive. To bingo. Will's smile dimmed, but only a little. When the doctor clears you. His comment earned him a frown from Tracy. I used to drive here, Mildred said brightly, fluffing her white curls. I could bring us next week. I have my license. Will gave Mildred's thick glasses and dull gaze a double take. I thought you weren't supposed to drive. Emma had a better chance of obtaining his permission to transport Tracy to bingo than Mildred did. And Emma's chance currently stood at 0. Mildred chuckled, but it was a mirthless sound. Agnes told you that, didn't she? She thinks I can't see the road. She scoffed, producing a large magnifying glass from her purse. My vision is fine. Let me tell you, I used to time myself driving the loop on Parish Hill. I know that road like the back of my hand. My best time was under 5 minutes. A record that will have to stand. Will drew Tracy aside. I want to ask you something. She beamed expectantly at him, the way she used to when they were kids, as if he was her hero and could do no wrong. And he knew. He knew as soon as the words, I want you to stay here and work for the winery, left his mouth, that smile of hers would disappear. He could even hear Emma telling him, I told you so. And she was right. Tracy didn't want to stay in Harmony Valley, and if he tried to force her to, well, the words Tracy would use to describe him wouldn't be pretty. What? Tracy asked, smile dimming. Now wasn't the time to discuss her staying. He'd suggest a job to her again when the winery was approved. By then she may have realized that she was blossoming in Harmony Valley and would want to stay. I'm a tyrannical idiot, he said instead. Tracy laughed. Yes, you are. She claimed a folding chair next to Mildred and fanned her cheeks with a bingo card. Will stood like a dolt, unable to take his eyes off his happy sister. He didn't think he could stand not knowing what the future held for her. But for now, her happiness would have to be enough. Luck needs a boost. First, you've got to blow off all the bad juju like this. Mildred demonstrated by blowing across the face of one of her cards as if it was a birthday cake loaded with candles. Then you place it front and center on the table. For Mildred, bingo was all about the ritual. In the 6 weeks he'd been taking her to bingo, she wore the same lucky shirt, a faded black Justin Bieber t-shirt one of her granddaughters had given her with the wise Canadian philosopher's advice, never say never. She always made Will take the back road into town so she could hold her breath as they drove over the old Russian River Bridge. She'd buy an evening's worth of cards with 2 10s, never a 20. And she always sat in the middle of a table on the right-hand side of the room. With another laugh that lifted Will's spirits, Tracy did as Mildred instructed. Now what? Now we use all our lucky charms. Mildred waved over one of the hostesses and gave her a white plastic travel mug with her husband's picture on it, requesting a coffee. Then she withdrew a plastic container from her backpack-sized purse. From it she took out her good luck charms, a hot pink rabbit's foot, a 3-inch high wooden tiki, a black polished marble-sized stone, and a $5 poker chip from the Old Sands Hotel in Las Vegas. I need lucky charms. Tracy grinned. You collect them as you age, dear, like sunspots and ex-husbands. For a woman who could have stood in as Mrs. Claus double, Mildred was full of spunk. She picked up the pink rabbit's foot and handed it to Tracy. Until then, you can borrow this. Grinning again, Will took a seat on the other side of Mildred, leaving a chair open between them. That seat was usually occupied by a retired school bus driver named Earl, who had a thing for peanut butter cookies and Mildred, although his COPD sometimes kept him at home. The noise in the church hall became more raucous as seats filled up, but one voice rose above the others. A voice belonging to someone with dark brown hair, an Indian print blue skirt, and the ability to increase his blood pressure. Tracy, can I sit next to you? Emma's smile was bright and hopeful. Will stood, prepared to escort Emma out the door, or at least to another table. All his sister had to do was say the word. Tracy glanced up at Emma. Will couldn't see his sister's face, but he could see Emma's clearly. He watched as her smile lost its grip. And surprisingly, his spirits dropped as well. No, no. Tracy's tone was firm with just a hint of standoffishness. Then she patted the chair next to her at the end of the table. Rose. Of course I'll sit with you, Tracy. Rose appeared behind Emma in a dark skirt and muff-like white braids over each ear. And Emma will sit on the other side of Mildred. Rose paused, a hand on the back of her chair. She took one look at Will before advising Emma, scoot as far away from the computer nerd as you can and tell me if he tries to steal your socks. Emma's cheeks bloomed a soft pink that matched the color of her lips. Socks? Odd as it seemed, Will got the message. Add lechery and thievery to the list of sins Rose had assigned him. Granny Rose, don't tease. Emma reached for the chair on the other side of Mildred. At the last moment, Will remembered he didn't want Emma at their table. He gripped a section of the chair back, fingers brushing against Emma's cold ones. He quelled the impulse to shift his hand over hers, to warm her fingers beneath his own. Emma snatched her hand away, cradling it against her stomach as if his touch burned. I'm saving this seat for Mildred's friend, Earl. His voice sounded too gruff, too intimate. Unwisely, Will waited for their eyes to meet, waited to see again the longing in her gaze and know it was him she longed for. Him. But Emma didn't look at Will. Instead, she glanced around, a slightly desperate tremble to her lips, as if her vague smile was her last and only defense against the tension between them. Most people had already taken their seats, but there were 1 or 2 chairs available at the tables in the back. It was better for Will's sanity if Emma sat as far away from him as possible. It's okay. Mildred glanced up at Will. I don't think Earl is coming tonight. He would have arrived on the senior center bus, and those people came in 5 minutes ago. Emma's gaze caught on Will's hand, still on her chair, before she accepted Mildred's invitation. Thanks. I'll move if Earl shows up. She took the metal chair and pulled it out until Will's hand dropped away. Will sat at the end of the table next to Emma, imagining the flowery smell of her hair and the energizing tone of her laughter. Why couldn't he just ignore her and let the attraction he felt for her fade? He bent the corners of his bingo card. Because Emma wasn't easy to ignore. She was bright and colorful and wounded, hurt by the loss of Tracy's friendship and burdened with panic attacks, the source of which he had yet to uncover. A result of the car accident? And yet, as much as he knew Emma was hurting, and that he was the cause of some of that pain, he couldn't let his guard down. He could feel compassion, but he couldn't let himself forgive. The fear of losing Tracy and the memory of his grief when his mother died was too debilitating. It's nice of Tracy to sit and visit with Rose tonight. I'll have plenty of time to visit with Tracy later. Emma spoke hopefully, somehow managing to put a semi-confident smile on her face despite the death-grip clasp of her hands in her lap. Will leaned back so he could see Tracy. She was demonstrating Mildred's lucky card-blowing technique to Rose. So much luck, his sister said enthusiastically. Big winners. All of us. Even Emma? Rose asked with wide, innocent eyes. A few days ago, Will would have applauded when Tracy didn't answer. Tonight, he was aware of how much Tracy's silence hurt the woman sitting next to him. Everyone wanted him to give Emma a second chance. The more he listened to her side, the more he put himself in her strappy shoes, the more he realized there were 2 sides to every story, 2 sides to every hurt, 2 sides to forgiveness. The more I want to forgive her. He shook his head. It was too soon. First game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get things rolling. The MC of the event was a soft-spoken minister who morphed into a corny cross between a comedian and a game show host when he picked up a microphone. B12. B12. That's B as in butterfly 12. Butterflies may look harmless, but they have been known to swarm like bees, which would send any pacemaker into overdrive. Emma didn't have B12. She felt like she didn't have a lot of things: hope for a damaged friendship, confidence in her talent, common sense enough to know that pursuing these unexpected feelings toward Will would be disastrous. She arranged her bingo chips in neat little stacks. Will put his arm across the back of her chair and leaned in close. He'd done that a lot since they'd sat down, as if he wanted to reduce the distance between them so only she heard what he said. He probably had no idea of the effect he had on her, how the woodsy hint of his aftershave drew her near, how the varying intensity of his eyes, from electric to soft baby blue, enthralled her. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. "You seem tense." "I'd offer to drive Rose home so you could leave, but I doubt she'd accept a ride from me. I'm here to play bingo." Emma tried to feel happy just being in the same room as Tracy, but with Will in her space it was hard to think of anything but him. "Do you hear Tracy talking? Her speech has been better this evening than it's been in weeks." His fingers touched the thin cotton over her shoulder blade. Emma didn't dare move. Maybe my visit this morning helped her. Will surprised her by not arguing the point. Tracy's passed another milestone. We should all be celebrating. He sounded upbeat, but his words had the opposite effect on Emma. Despite wishing Tracy well, she wanted to share those milestones with her friend. "She looks wonderful," Emma said with forced cheer. "And so happy." Maybe Will was right. Maybe Tracy was better off without her. Almost immediately, she shook her head, rejecting the thought. "You haven't talked to Tracy about working for you, have you?" By way of answer, he removed his arm from the back of her chair. G58. G58. That's G as in George, 58. We've got 3 George here tonight, and one has a birthday. The minister led the room in song. When the singing ended, Emma turned, edging away from Will, giving herself much-needed breathing room. "Did you ask her?" His eyes were a flat, cold blue as he shrugged. "I floated the idea past her once. She rejected it, but she could get used to the idea. No sense forcing the issue until we get our property rezoned." "I've been thinking about you. Don't say that." Emma rushed on. "Your winery and Harmony Valley. You're right. The town needs change, especially speedy access to emergency services." The look he gave her was probing, assessing, skeptical. Emma supposed she deserved that. "I might be able to make things easier for you. With Granny Rose." His expression didn't change. "And in return, you could, perhaps," Emma plunged on, "not make a fuss when I ask Tracy to go shopping with me? I think if her clothes fit her, she'd feel better about herself." "Only if I drive." Will blinked, as if surprised at his own answer. Hope burst inside Emma, expanding her chest with the air she hadn't realized she'd been denying herself. "Really? You don't mind?" "I don't mind if you ask Tracy because she's going to say no," he grumbled. "Thank you." Before Emma realized what she was doing, she leaned in and kissed Will's cheek. Said cheek was warm and lightly stubbled. She fell back in her chair, heat building in her face because of the impulsive action. Will rubbed his cheek. Emma, the way he said her name, slowly and with wonder, caused a flutter in her stomach. A flutter that died when he turned away from her without another word. G53. G53. That's G, which rhymes with C, and C is for cat, 53. Did you know that cats have a 60-note vocal range? But they probably still couldn't sing Happy Birthday in tune. The patter of polite laughter filled the room, but Emma barely heard. There were fools, and there were people who did foolish things. At that moment, she couldn't decide which she was. Chapter 16. Emma drove back to Cloverdale the next afternoon to use the wireless internet connection at Starbucks. She'd finished a print ad for one client and needed to upload it to their password-protected website for review. While she enjoyed a latte and checked her email, she accepted 2 more print ad assignments from the advertising agency Tracy used to work for. She'd hoped to take out her sketchbook and pencil while she enjoyed her coffee, but her fingers got clammy at the thought. Miracle of miracles, her mother had sent her an email and left her a voicemail. Both mentioned her murder case wasn't due to be handed over to jury for deliberations until early next week. As soon as a verdict came in, she'd come down from Sacramento for a visit. Yes, Emma should call the doctor. No, she didn't want the character of Harmony Valley to change either. Love, etc., Mom. What a relief. Last night, Will had invited Emma to the Harmony Valley Lions Club meeting happening later that afternoon. She'd promised to try to broach the topic of the winery with her grandmother if he promised to respect the character of Harmony Valley, something Will admitted he and his partners were already trying to do. Unfortunately, Emma hadn't found the right moment to discuss the winery with Granny Rose. It wasn't until she'd returned to Harmony Valley and arrived at the in-progress Lions Club meeting held at the same church the town council used that the opportunity presented itself. What did I miss? Emma asked her grandmother when she slid into the church pew just after 4 o'clock, craning her neck to see if Tracy was in attendance. She wasn't. You missed nothing. Will is saying the same old, Granny Rose whispered, sparing a breath to blow a wispy lock of white hair off her forehead. They didn't mention anything about scaling back their designs or respecting the character of the town? Emma had expected that much, at least. They said they've decided to restore the existing buildings, but I don't believe them. Granny Rose made a huffing noise and pointed to the projection on the wall. Look at that. It's that hoochie hot spot again in the town square. We're not that kind of town. She half turned to face Emma. He hasn't made a play for your socks, has he? Given the small size of the church and the urgency of her grandmother's question, everyone heard her, including Will. He was up on the altar, as he'd been the night of the council meeting, looking handsome in khakis and a burgundy polo. He stopped talking, gaze connecting with Emma's. Her pulse started pounding. Since bingo the night before, Emma had spent a fair amount of time lecturing herself on the perils of infatuation when it came to her best friend's brother. As lectures went, she'd thought the message had sunk into her brain, Will is off limits. But all that self-talk had been for naught. She could almost smell Will's aftershave from 4 rows back. Cheeks heating, Emma waited for the meeting to resume before whispering to her grandmother, "Did the doctor call?" "Your doctor didn't call," Granny Rose whispered back, her gaze locked on Will. "You should have told me you were sick." "Not my doctor." Emma swallowed her exasperation. "Did your doctor call?" "Yes." "How did you know?" Granny Rose spared Emma a quick glance. Sam, who was sitting in front of them, shushed them over his shoulder. "Your doctor's office called the other day," Emma lied, wishing her grandmother could read lips. "While you were working on the Music Man." "What did they want?" "They wanted me to come in for a checkup, but I'm much too busy." Emma ground her teeth. Granny Rose tilted her face toward Emma, still keeping Will in her sights. "You should call your doctor if you're not feeling well. At my age, I expect I'll feel good until the moment I keel over. But that's just the way I am. At your age, even the most minor problem could turn into something that could kill you. Like the big C, cancer isn't something you postpone. If it's cancer you're worried about, head right home and call your doctor." "I don't have the big C. Knock on wood. I'm just saying. I've seen enough people in this town ignore those little warning signs, and then bam. Granny Rose snapped her fingers. "You check into the Eternal Rest Motel." "Why, just this spring, Nadine Tarkley dropped dead of heart failure, hefting a bag of kitty litter out of the back of her caddy." She paused, staring at Will skeptically. "I wonder if that computer nerd lifts a lot of kitty litter." That strange feeling, the one that Emma had when she'd first come back to town and found Granny Rose in her long johns, did the jitterbug in Emma's gut. "We should go." Before her grandmother worked herself into one of her off-kilter fits. Before Will accused Emma of not holding up to her end of that bargain they'd made last night. Emma gripped Granny Rose's arm and scooted down the pew, trying to bring her grandmother with her. Granny brushed off Emma's grip. "Not yet. They're coming to the finale. I didn't get to see it Monday night, since we had to leave the council meeting early." Emma checked the projected image on the wall. It was the same one they'd walked out on Monday night. The oak tree was gone, replaced by the modern-looking hot spot. The square footage of the town square's lawn had been reduced to the size of a large bedroom to make room for more parking. And next to the rendering stood Will. "Although our partnership is only proposing a few businesses, we hope that their success sometime next year will attract other entrepreneurs to the area. We see opportunities for a sandwich shop, a bakery, and ice cream." "Or gelato parlor," Flynn interrupted from the front pew. Slade elbowed him. Will continued as if they hadn't spoken. An office supply store where you can make copies and ship items, a beauty salon, an auto mechanic shop. The opportunities are endless. I used to own a bridal shop, May Gardner piped up. She had unnaturally red hair and held herself elegantly. Someone could open a bridal shop. Bridal shops require a pool of local brides, May, Sam pointed out with the snark that had earned him his nickname. Well, then, someone should open a beauty shop. We haven't had one since Nadine died, May said, miffed. Ladies can come to my barbershop for haircuts. Phil Lambridge turned in his seat to face May. Not this lady, she huffed. And who could blame her? Phil's hands shook as they rested on the pew railing. It was a wonder anyone trusted him with sharp scissors near their ears. I'd like to see a coffee shop. Bald Mario Rodriguez piped up from the second row. It would be great to have a cup of coffee away from the missus. Laughter sprinkled through the room like a light and welcome rain shower. This was the Harmony Valley Emma loved, full of character and spunk. All good suggestions. Will aimed his control fob at the screen, bringing up 2 very large bullet points under the heading Next Steps. These improvements are contingent upon the rezoning approval by our town council and the government bottling permit we've been seeking. I heard those bottling permits can be bought and sold on the open market, Sam said in a suspicious voice. For profit. Leave it to the pawn shop owner to know about random items that could be bought and sold, including bottling permits. Emma had never heard of such a thing. Her grandmother leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Oh no. Emma held her breath, waiting. Sometimes, waiting to see what Granny Rose did next was like sitting in the front car of a roller coaster at the top of the first big hill, anticipating a stomach-dropping ride because there was no effective brake. Will clicked a button and brought up a slide indicating their thanks. In closing, we'd like to thank our supporters, including Agnes Villanova, Mildred Parsons, and Edwin Blankowski. Finally, it's over. Let's get to the point. Granny Rose stood. What assurance do we have that you won't sell us downriver? How do we know you aren't going to take the government's bottling permits and sell them for a profit to some big corporation? In roller coaster terms, this was tame, and for that, Emma was grateful. But her grandmother wasn't finished. If a corporation buys these fellows out, they'll bulldoze our houses, our histories, and our memories, precisely as they did in Napa and Healdsburg and a dozen other small towns. A few of the assembled nodded. Their agreement seemed to light a fire under Granny Rose, who hurried on to say, Do you remember how a big winery bulldozed a hillside in Healdsburg, changing the entire landscape? Have you driven by the cavernous warehouses they built? She pointed to each person in the audience, around 20 in all. That big corporation they sell those permits to will knock on your door and buy you out. They'll buy out everyone until there's nothing left of Harmony Valley. Nothing. Her proverbial roller coaster had dropped over the edge, accelerated through a corkscrew turn, and come to a screeching halt. No one spoke. Everyone in the church seemed to be recovering from the ride. Emma drew a deep breath and hoped it was over. Will exchanged a frustrated glance with Emma. That's not our plan, Rose. How about a contract? Sam asked, a sardonic challenge in his tone. One that says you won't sell us out. Slade shook his head ever so slightly at Will, a small motion that elicited a big response, gasps and groans, including from Emma. Granny Rose thrust a finger in the air. I knew it. The money man gave it away. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. She tugged Emma to her feet. Now I'm ready to go. Disappointed in Will and his business partners, Emma was happy to oblige. We're committed to Harmony Valley, Will called after them. If that was true, you'd have no problem guaranteeing you'd protect us, Granny sing-songed. Out on the sidewalk, Emma was beside herself. Can they really do that? Sell the bottling permits or whatever and plow the town under? Was this why Will had looked at her funny last night at bingo when she'd offered a truce? Yes. Granny Rose pounded one delicate fist into her palm. Some global winery will swoop down on us like Sherman did with Atlanta. Maybe even that upstart Messina winery from over the hill. Do you know how valuable Sonoma County wines have become? We may be in the middle of nowhere, but half our acreage is vineyards. And another big chunk is idle, ripe for the planting. Wow. Wow is right. I can't stand by and watch this happen, Emma. You know that, don't you? Granny Rose stopped to look at the town square and the oak tree where her husband had proposed. Hot spot, my Fanny. The oak tree stays. We need to calm down and think about this rationally. The last thing Emma wanted was her grandmother stressed out and sinking into an episode like she'd experienced at the council meeting Monday night. Rose. Will's long strides ate up the distance between them. Here comes Beelzebub, said Granny Rose, a tempestuous set to her features. Calm down, Emma whispered as she caught Will's eye. And listen to what he has to say. Her grandmother harumphed. Rose, Slade doesn't want to sign a guarantee in case the winery goes under. Will ran a hand over his golden hair. But I can assure you that our intentions are good, unlike her. Good. Granny Rose huffed. It would be different if you were going to settle here, young man, but your heart lies out there. She gestured to the one road out of town. A business here could only be a burden to you. And your partner with the tie looks like he'd jump at the chance for a deal. We plan to leave a representative here, Will said with strained patience. Someone who'll watch out for our interests, as well as the town's. Did he mean Tracy? Emma frowned. An employee is not a guarantee that you're setting down roots. Granny put one hand on her slim hip. We're also taking your suggestions into account by reducing the size of our facility, remodeling the existing buildings, and exploring where else we might put up a communications tower to preserve the town square and the oak tree. Words. I don't trust words. I've been bamboozled by empty promises before. Granny Rose slid a glance toward the oak tree. I'm going to make everyone see the danger of putting our future in your hands. Will gave Emma a look that said, help me out here. I'm sure Will can come up with some kind of guarantee. Like the fact that he wanted his sister to run the place. Go on, she gestured to him. Will remained suspiciously mute. That tree is a symbol. Her grandmother fairly vibrated with unexploded tension. Emma had to get her out. Now, before things deteriorated. When you figure it out, Will, you can let us know. Emma took her grandmother firmly by the arm and headed for home. After dinner, I'm dropping you off with Agnes to watch baseball. Mayor Larry invited me to bowl. I want you to promise you won't make trouble while I'm gone. Emma, promise me. No trouble while I'm gone. I promise. Granny Rose's angelic expression was almost too good to be believed. We challenged you to a game, our team of old geezers versus your team, Will. Yeah. Will followed Mayor Larry down to the bowling station, wondering what surprise the old man was going to drop on him now. But we had to find a replacement. Mayor Larry parked his bag on the floor, dug inside, and tried to shake the wrinkles out of his purple and green tie-dyed bowling shirt. Takata had a colonoscopy this morning. Larry buttoned his bowling shirt over his black Grateful Dead t-shirt. Hope that's okay. I don't mind. In fact, Will hoped the mayor would bring in someone he needed to win over. Some people need to seriously examine their priorities. Sam collapsed in the scorer's chair, winded after his walk inside from the parking lot. Takata scheduled a procedure during League. Don't be mad at your teammate. Will deposited Sam's bowling bag at his feet. We welcome the challenge, no matter who's on your team. Felix was changing his shoes in a lane seat next to Larry. The big man's bowling shirt was sprinkled with cat hair. I won't be needing to see your architectural plans, Will, since you won't guarantee anything. Flynn claimed a chair on the opposite side of the double bowling lane, raising his voice to be heard over balls crashing into pins. We aren't going to all this trouble just to sell out. Felix grumbled something Will couldn't hear. How were they supposed to save Harmony Valley when no one trusted them? Tracy's carefree laughter carried from the shoe counter. She and Slade were paying for 4 pairs of shoes. Miraculously, Tracy was still in a good mood. Granted, she'd locked herself in her room most of the day according to Dad, but when she'd come out for dinner, she'd been smiling. Hey guys! Emma appeared at the stairs to their bowling station. The sound of her voice was like a hard reboot to Will's heart, a quick, unexpected stop, followed by a not-so-gentle go. Emma blessed Will with that challenging grin he had a hard time resisting. I'm here to bowl. With whom? Will asked at the same moment. Larry said, "Right on time, teammate." "I don't think this is a good idea," Will said to Emma, gesturing toward Tracy, who was shopping the ball aisle. "It doesn't bother me." Emma waved at Tracy, who quickly looked away. Emma's smile wavered. "It doesn't bother me," she repeated, but softly and almost to herself. "Would you rather I ask her to go shopping?" What he'd rather was that Emma asked him to kiss her. No. That way lay trouble. "We start in 5 minutes and Emma still doesn't have shoes," Sam pointed out, pausing after having entered E on the 4th line of the electronic scoreboard posted above them. "Skedaddle." "I'm on it." Emma picked up her purse and scurried to the shoe counter. Slade took a practice ball. Although he'd rolled up his sleeves, his gray shirt looked freshly pressed, even though it was the end of the day. "What's she doing?" "Here." Tracy held a green ball against her stomach and glanced back at Emma. Will followed the direction of her gaze. "Larry invited her to bowl." "No one told me," Tracy said petulantly, depositing her ball in the ball rack. "Likewise." Will shrugged. "You've been friends a long time." "I thought you wanted to see her." Tracy frowned. Emma returned before Will could discuss Tracy's feelings further. His sister claimed a seat on the other side of the lane from both Will and Emma, who busied themselves removing their shoes. "Here we go," Emma muttered before sitting up and smiling brightly. "Larry, are you going to vote for Will's winery next Monday? Because I've been thinking." "This is a sport, Emma." Larry waggled his finger back and forth. "We don't talk shop here. Bowling is existential. If I'd known you were coming, I would have warned you about Mayor Larry's rules." Will tried not to stare at Emma's orange toenails, the graceful arch of her foot, or her fall of brown, silky hair. He rubbed his palms on his thighs to keep from smoothing her hair over her shoulder. "A bit of advice, Emma. Don't suck. Larry likes to win." Emma put on black socks and then slid her feet into the faded red and white leather shoes. "Regardless of which team wins, I bet I bowl better than you tonight, Will." He'd forgotten how competitive Emma was. "Bring it. Loser pays for lunch at El Rosal." It was a friendly bet, something that might shake her composure and make her lose that grin. His own composure was rock solid. His heart wasn't thudding in his chest because of her. That was just pre-competition adrenaline. "That's a bet." Emma bent over to double knot her laces, turning her head his way to grin. "You're going down." She was too confident, the same way she'd been when he'd encountered her on Parish Hill. She stood and rolled her shoulders back and forth, pinwheeled her arms in big circles, stretched them behind her back, lifted her knees to her waist. Doubt tweaked the edge of Will's confidence, as if he'd accepted a golf game with a big money bet and discovered he was playing against Tiger Woods. Emma turned to the mayor. "Hey, Larry, can I take a practice ball?" "No time for that." The mayor stepped up to the ball rack. "All right, but give me a second." Moving past him, Emma walked through her motion and followed through as she approached the lane line. "Okay, all set." She grabbed the brush hanging from the scoring table and sat next to Will, brushing the bottoms of her shoes. "Were you perhaps a bowling pro at some point and no one told me?" Will fought the unlikely suspicion that someone had painted a big S on his chest. S standing for sucker, not Superman. Emma had bowling for P in school. Tracy's death ray vision was trained on Will. It was the "you're making a fool of yourself, so stop it" younger sister stare that was the bane of older brothers everywhere. He'd have thought he'd be used to it by now, especially since she'd used it more these past few months than the past few years combined. What happened to basketball and soccer? Slade was frowning at his orange and black bowling shoes, as if an investor might suddenly walk into the bowling alley to meet him, take one look at his tacky footwear, and walk out. "Budget cuts. Long after your time, Will." Flynn wiped his bowling ball. "When we were seniors, our PE teacher quit, so the school improvised. Larry volunteered to teach bowling and yoga. Felix volunteered to teach golf. Volunteers kept Harmony Valley schools open for years. I took yoga." Tracy put her nose in the air. "And I took golf." Flynn grinned at Felix. "Hey, coach. How about we golf tomorrow?" Can't. Got a pacemaker check in the morning. Felix didn't look happy about it. Mayor Larry led off for his team. He bowled like Fred Flintstone, too high on his toes. But 2 swings of the ball and he had a spare. Slade led off for Will's team and also scored a spare. Sam bowled next. The sprightly old man staggered through his approach as if his chartreuse ball was too heavy for him. But he picked up a spare, as did Flynn and Felix. Tracy knocked down 6 pins total during her turn. Her arms were so weak that her ball lacked momentum. Then it was Will's turn. 2 balls thrown and he just missed picking up a spare. Self-conscious, he was too aware of a woman with brown hair and delicate toes. He took a seat next to Emma. Pretty tough going last, isn't it? Might as well get into her head. Spoken like the person who only threw a spare. Emma stepped confidently to the ball rack, her left hand hovering briefly over the fan. Gutter ball, Will murmured, for luck. Felix frowned at him. We're all good sports here. Will shrugged. What could he say? His competitive side was in to his control freak's yang. Emma stood at the ready, head bowed over the ball as if she was gazing into it to see her fortune. She lined herself up, swung the ball back, and let it fly with the fine-tuned precision of a professional athlete. Strike. Mayor Larry hooted and high-fived Felix. Emma could barely keep a bike upright, and she bowled like that? Will was in trouble. I'm going for a water. Emma breezed by him. Does anyone want anything? After she'd taken orders and left, Tracy came to sit next to Will, frowning. Quit flirting with Emma. Moi. Will tried to play innocent. Tracy elbowed him. I'm not flirting, Will protested. Emma annoys me. Always has. Tracy rolled her eyes. You suck at dating. Flynn and Slade tried unsuccessfully to camouflage their chuckles. What are you talking about? I have no trouble getting dates. Or at least he hadn't until they'd come to Harmony Valley. Not that there was a dating pool in this small town. No one other than Emma. Tracy shook her head. You suck at keeping girl friends. You're worried about me breaking Emma's heart? Will would never understand his sister. First she'd warned him off, and now she was saying it was for Emma's welfare, not her own. You won't talk to Emma, and yet you're trying to protect her? His sister nodded. Have you forgiven her for the accident? No. But it gave Will a sour taste in his mouth just to say it out loud. More sibling frowning. Then, Emma is off limits. She had a point. Will held up his hands in surrender. Tracy returned to her seat. Flynn said something that made her laugh. And then Emma returned. Date Emma? It was not an ugly thought. Not surprisingly, now it was harder than ever for Will to keep his eyes off her. On her next turn, Emma bowled another strike. She plopped into the seat next to him, dropping a challenge. You better bowl the game of your life, because I'm going to wipe the floor with you. Without thinking, Will countered with a challenge of his own. Easier here than on Parish Hill. Really? Emma raised an eyebrow and almost raised a smile in Will. You want to go there? You're running shoes against my bike. I'll make it easy on you, he offered. We won't race to the top. We'll only race to see who can go the farthest before quitting. Oh, you're on. Emma clapped her hands. Under Tracy's unrelenting frown, Will hesitated only a moment before specifying Saturday after sunrise for their race. It felt like a date. But it wasn't. It was a competition. Chapter 17. Granny Rose, I'm home. Emma came through the back door into the mudroom after a successful night of bowling. She'd crushed Will. I'm in here, her grandmother called from her bedroom. Reading. Emma hurried down the hall. She poked her head in the door, relieved that Granny Rose was sitting in a chair next to the bed, looking grandmotherly. You look like you had fun, dear, she said sweetly. I did. Even though Tracy hadn't talked to Emma, they'd cheered each other on a time or two. She'd count that as progress. Emma bid her grandmother good night and went upstairs, thinking about Will and his Parish Hill challenge. She'd been foolish to accept a race up Parish Hill, even if he did make her feel alive again. For half a year she'd felt guilty for living, and that guilt had kept her from painting. In her bedroom, Emma stood in front of the easel and frowned at the new blank canvas. She'd never found the one with the ugly green caterpillar. Fairies? Thieves? Pranksters? Nothing was going as it should. Emma no longer wanted to be patient. She had to be her own agent of change. She rifled through her paint supply box until she found a pencil with a sharpened tip. This week, she'd colored and sketched her grandmother's face in crayon. Surely, she could sketch a landscape with pencil. Emma tried a pine tree first, but as soon as she started, the truck's diesel engine roared to life in her head, making her hands tremble. She might as well have drawn a triangle with a trunk. The so-called tree had no life. No energy. Emma sighed. She picked up a stray crayon in her supply box. Burnt umber. Her grandmother's face came to mind, always expressive. Indignant. Sly. Gleeful. Caring. Emma started to sketch with crayon. She filled the canvas with different versions of her grandmother's emotive face, capturing her myriad of expressions. On a canvas, no less. Progress. Granny Rose. Emma cried out when she realized what she'd done. Here was something different, closer to her former artistic process. Delight sprinted through her veins. She opened her bedroom door. Granny Rose, come see. Her grandmother didn't answer. A wave of uncertainty had Emma running downstairs. Maybe she was asleep. Maybe she was in the bathroom. Maybe. Her calls to her grandmother grew softer as she hurried down the first-floor hallway. She peeked into Granny Rose's bedroom. The book she'd been reading rested on the chair. The antique four-poster bed was neatly made. Granny Rose's hiking boots weren't lined up by the closet. Emma spun around and headed for the kitchen. Granny Rose? Her words echoed in the empty kitchen, fell into silence in the living room, were carried off by the wind when Emma stepped out on the front porch. Emma called Agnes and told her Granny Rose was missing. Was she calm when you left her after you watched the baseball game? She'd been peaceful when Emma came home. For Rose, lately, she was calm. Almost too calm. I can't stand by and let this happen. Those were her grandmother's words from that afternoon. Emma recalled the way her grandmother had looked at the oak tree after the Lions Club meeting. She promised not to make trouble while I was bowling. And she hadn't. She'd waited until Emma was home and lost in the creative process. Guilt stabbed at Emma's heart, so sharp she wanted to double over. This is my fault. Now, Emma, don't. I've got to find her. Worst-case scenarios flipped through her head. Heart attack, broken hip, drowning. I can't stand by and let this happen. Oh no. She's going to try and stop the winery somehow. But Emma was at a loss as to what she'd do. I'll call around and see if anyone else has seen her, Agnes offered. Don't worry. Rose is passionate, but she's not foolish. Emma hoped her grandmother's friend was right. Having stopped for pizza after bowling, Will and Tracy were just walking through the front door as their dad was unexpectedly heading out. Agnes called. Dad held a flashlight in one hand. Emma can't find Rose. I'll help, Will said without hesitation. If Rose was upset, it was most likely his fault. Dad nodded. I volunteered to walk along the river toward town. Why don't you drive into town and search the road along the way? Will nodded. Where was she last seen? Emma talked to her when she came home. When she checked on Rose later, she was gone. Something's been off with Rose lately. Dad didn't quite meet Will's gaze. Don't have to tell you that. Heard you want to sell out the town. Ouch! His own father doubted him. Not now, Dad. We'll talk after we find Rose. I'm coming. 2. Carrying 2 more flashlights, Tracy shut the door behind her and ran to Will's truck. Granny Rose. Emma called, approaching the bridge into town with quick strides. She wrapped the ends of her thin sweater tighter around her and tried to ignore the vice of worry clamped around her chest that made it hard to breathe. The sun had long since gone down. Although they were miles from the ocean, a cool breeze rode through the valley, bringing fog and chilling the air. And it would only get colder as the night progressed. This was all Emma's fault. She shouldn't have tried sketching with Granny Rose being unpredictable at night. Car accidents. Missing grandmothers. No one was safe in Emma's care. Her throat closed. She hurried across the bridge, hesitating at the crossroads on the other side. She could continue along Washington Street toward Edwin's house or head for the town square. I can't stand by and let this happen. Granny Rose had been staring at the town square when she spoke. The oak tree. Granny Rose had to be at the oak tree. Emma ran toward the square and was rewarded by the sound of a thin, warbly voice improvising a song. Granny Rose. Emma ran around the corner of El Rosal and into the square. Her grandmother sat on the wrought iron bench beneath the oak tree, wearing a light blue windbreaker. She stopped singing when she saw Emma approach. What are you doing? Emma called to her just as a truck pulled into the opposite side of the square and parked. Her grandmother looked confused. I'm protesting? She wasn't sure. Emma jogged across the grass. But it's the middle of the night and it's cold outside. Yes, but look. Someone's here. Granny Rose's voice sounded thin, yet hopeful. Maybe it's a camera crew. I called the local station. Emma's heart sank. Please, it's time to go home. She knelt at her grandmother's feet and took her small, cold hand. People are out looking for you. I can't go without making a statement. Granny stared expectantly at the figures approaching. Oh, it's him. She slumped back on the bench. Will and Tracy emerged from the shadows on the far side of the square, having gotten out of his truck. It's okay, Emma called to them, trying to sound calm. We're heading home. We'll drive you. Will's deep, kind voice shouldn't have made Emma want to sob with relief. No, her grandmother said staunchly. Her delicate features weren't clear in the shadow of the oak. Not him, Emma, please. You are so stubborn, Emma whispered before standing and trying to salvage the situation, along with her grandmother's pride. Thank you, Will. But we can walk home from here. Will and Tracy kept coming their way. They carried flashlights, beams crisscrossing the grass. Get rid of them, Granny Rose whispered fervently. Get rid of them? They're here to help. Emma whispered back, gently tugging on Granny Rose's hand. It's time to end this. Protest over. Come on. Her grandmother sighed, shoulders slumping. I handcuffed myself to this bench and threw the key over there. She shook her right wrist. Something metal rattled. And then she glanced up at Emma, biting her lip. Or did I throw it behind me? The air rushed out of Emma's lungs, and she sank to her knees again. This was not good. Not good at all. Will and Tracy were close enough to hear Granny Rose's predicament. Tracy, run down the block to Slade's house, Will said, taking command. Tell him we need a hacksaw or some bolt cutters. He could have been instructing his sister to run next door to borrow a cup of sugar. That's how calm he was. Tracy ran off, her footsteps a soft, steady pad on the grass. Young man. Despite all odds, Granny Rose gathered her composure. I will stay here until the populace of Harmony Valley realizes your winery is all part of a bigger plot to increase your bank account. You're more likely to find villains in one of your musicals than you are among me and my friends, Will said without taunt or humor. You can suspect me of schemes and treachery, Rose, but I assure you, this winery is important to me in the long term. I won't betray you. Granny Rose scoffed, handcuffs jingling. If Will gives his word, he'll do everything in his power to keep it. Emma was convinced of that. I see how this is, Granny Rose said, anger surging through every word. He's convinced you to support his plan instead of me. Will gave a long-suffering sigh. Granny Rose, I love you. Emma sat on the bench next to her, laying an arm across her thin shoulders. But even you have to admit the town needs change to do more than survive. What if El Rosal goes under? What would happen to Mr. B if he had another heart attack? What if Mildred fell? I don't care if it's a winery that brings those things back or a new grain mill. I want what I know you want. For Harmony Valley to be around in 100 years. Granny Rose snorted, but less vehemently. Silence settled over the trio. A chill breeze blew past. Emma realized her jeans were wet where she'd knelt in the grass. Wet and cold. Wet and cold. I could have gone to bed, Emma told her grandmother, accusation in her tone. You would have been out here all night. Freezing. It's not that bad, Granny Rose said stubbornly in her too-thin windbreaker. It's cold enough, Emma scolded. Where did you get those handcuffs? Granny Rose lifted her nose in the air. Every woman should own a pair of handcuffs. Will laughed, his gaze seeking Emma's, sending heat creeping into her cheeks. I'm glad I've had this chance to get to know you better, Rose. Her grandmother wasn't charmed. You mean before you bulldoze Harmony Valley? No, because you've given new meaning to the phrase hot spot, Will teased. If we do build one in town, I'm going to have them weld your handcuffs above the door, just like they do with horseshoes. He bent over until his face was level with hers. For luck. Granny Rose turned away from him. Now you're trying to embarrass me. Emma laughed, refusing to show mercy. With good cause. You can't handcuff yourself around town, even if you are trying to save an old tree. This bench. This tree. My Harvey proposed to me right here. Granny Rose's voice was as taut as a wire, her gaze unfocused. He dropped to one knee. He was such a hard-working man. And so romantic. We pledged our love here. How could anybody chop down our tree? Emma reached out for Will's hand and spoke softly. Don't get rid of her tree. Please. There had to be others in town with the same fond memories. Will didn't answer, but when Emma would have released Will's hand, he held on to hers. On impulse, she drew his hand closer and placed it against her cheek. And surprisingly, his touch gave her hope for better days ahead. After a moment, Will said, Rose, did you ever race anyone up Parish Hill? Harvey, perhaps? Her grandmother scoffed. Why ever would I do that? Pity. Will squeezed Emma's hand lightly. You probably would have won by force of will alone. Emma laughed, grateful that Will had been the one who'd found them. Tracy came running back. Worried she might get the wrong idea, Emma released Will's hand. He's coming. Tracy hunched over, hands on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. Thanks, Emma said. Any time. It sounded like Tracy meant it. That gave Emma hope, too. Emma glanced up at Will and then to Tracy. It's probably not the best time to ask, but I'm going to anyway. Would you like to go shopping tomorrow, Tracy? Maybe. Tracy struggled with the word. Maybe was better than no. Chapter 18. The only good thing about Tracy's doctor not allowing her to drive was that she could get out of cars quicker and be in her bedroom before Will or her dad came through the front door. After Rose was rescued, Tracy hopped out of Will's truck as soon as he stopped in the driveway. Once inside her room, she locked the door behind her. Black walls greeted her. Tracy had found several gallon containers of partially used paint in the barn, including several canisters of black primer. She'd used up all the black on the walls and ceiling of her small room. What was left was white and beige. Her pink bed and matching dresser were islands in the midst of her own blackout version of art therapy. She may only be finding zen through painting walls, but she could finally see why Emma loved working with paints so much. Painting helped her sort things out. And right now, things needed sorting. She'd seen Will and Emma holding hands under the oak tree. What had happened to Will hating Emma? He was such a hypocrite. He'd kept Tracy away from her best friend all this time, and now he was being nice to her? Perhaps even hitting on her. He'd just denied an interest in Emma at the bowling alley. She couldn't decide whether to slug his shoulder or tease him. And Emma? Her grandmother had clearly tipped her rocker too far backward. The dear woman's out-of-character behavior had to be tough on Emma. Tracy wished she could talk to her about it, but, of course, she couldn't hold a decent conversation with anyone. And that was the trouble. Tracy wanted answers, and she also wanted to contribute something to anything. The family, a friendship, even the town. No one asked her opinion about the winery. Everyone knew about her speech woes. No one engaged her in conversation. Ever. How nice. How annoying. Frustration built in her chest. It was time to paint. Tracy bunched up her pink chenille bathrobe and shoved it along the crack at the bottom of the door to prevent paint fumes from drifting into the hallway. Heaven forbid Will found out what she was doing. He'd think she'd lost her mind. Dad's back, Tracy. Will's footsteps sounded farther down the hall. "Good night." Tracy opened her window, letting in a brisk breeze that did nothing to cool the heated emotions that built inside her. Tracy began to paint, white over black. White clouds, a white sun, a white picket fence. Nothing as detailed and true to life as Emma would have done. But it didn't matter. Tracy worked at a pace that had her breathing heavily and sweating. She painted until long after midnight, long after she heard anyone moving about the house. She painted until her arm ached and there wasn't any more white paint left in the can. She stood in the midst of all that emotion. And finally, a feeling of joy spread through her chest. She wasn't in control outside her bedroom. But here, she was queen and master of all things. No one completed her sentences in her room. No one treated her like an invalid. Here she felt the way she had before the accident, in charge of her own destiny. She didn't want to think about how small her world had become. She'd take things one day at a time. Tomorrow, she'd have to get more paint. Fire engine red would do nicely. Paint smudged, exhausted and smiling, Tracy crawled into bed. Chapter 19. Will was waiting for her at the base of Parish Hill. The realization made Emma pedal faster. He was stretching. He spotted Emma the moment she crossed the bridge and came into view. He tossed out a challenge last night at the bowling alley for a race on Saturday, but somehow Emma knew he'd be here this morning. She hadn't planned on showing up, preferring to stay with her grandmother. But Agnes had appeared early to have coffee with Granny Rose, who was lucid once more and planning her daily rehearsal of the Music Man. And somehow, this prickly friendship she and Will had developed was helping to soothe the hurt over losing Tracy's friendship. Emma wasn't going to examine her feelings more closely because this was as far as her friendship with Will went, bowling challenges and races up Parish Hill. Ahead, the fog hovered in the trees and clung to the ground in wispy tendrils. Beads of water dotted Will's blonde hair like a crown. The morning was gray, and still Will managed to look bright, shiny, glowing. When she got closer, Will grinned and spun around, heading toward Parish Hill. Emma pumped the pedals. Soon she was inching past him up the first switchback. Careful of those gears. His voice was deep, supportive. Emma didn't waste words answering. She didn't dwell on those places inside her that sparked when he spoke. She concentrated all her being into pedaling, all her focus into staying on the bike. There would be no changing gears today. She'd stay in the same one all the way. Second hill. Third. Emma was out in front, and he was a full switchback below her. She sucked in gulps of air. Her legs threatened to drop off. Sweat was dripping beneath her helmet and into her eyes. And then she realized she'd made a tactical error in accepting this challenge. Will had outmaneuvered her. If she collapsed or quit first, all Will had to do was take a few steps farther and he'd win. The only way to come out on top was to reach the top before he did, completing all 10 switchbacks. Ugh. Emma needed a distraction, something to think about besides the burn in her legs and the strain of her lungs. The bright orange of a poppy petal. The rich brown of the earth. The glint of sunshine off a blue jay's wing. The growl of a motor filled her ears. Tires squealed. Gripping her handlebars, Emma thought she was flashing back to the accident, but these sounds were different, higher-pitched, farther away. This wasn't a memory induced by her mentally composing a painting. There was a car on the road. Will! Emma yelled a warning, uncertain where the car was coming from. Above or below? More tire squealing. What idiot was driving like this? A vintage blue Volkswagen Beetle exploded around the corner above her, swinging wide, right at Emma. Ice filled her limbs, her lungs, her veins. Time slowed. Tires screeched. She screamed. The car drifted closer. On a trajectory of death. Emma's. She jerked the handlebars and pumped the pedals. Her front tire bounced off the pavement at the same time the car's rear fender clipped the bike's rear wheel, whipping her off the road. Off the mountain. Airborne, Emma felt the wind rush over her, muting the sound of the rampaging car. And then she plummeted through the air toward the steep, tree-filled slope and tumbled to earth with a breath-stealing thud. She rolled and slid. The world spun in a kaleidoscope of color. She ate dirt, banged against rocks and branches and all sorts of hard things that hurt and promised to hurt worse later. At this rate, she'd never stop rolling. She'd never. If she didn't stop, she'd slide across the next switchback and into the path of the car again. Panic gave her jellied limbs strength. Emma flung her arms and legs into a big X and flopped onto her back, hoping she'd stretch wide enough to snag something. Her foot slammed into a tree trunk with a jolt of pain, and she did a slow spin, an ankle-twisting halt. Realized she was screaming. Stopped. Gasped for air. Registered the sound and smell of burning rubber. Remembered Will was somewhere on the road below. Will! Her breath came in shallow, rib-racking gasps. There was no way he'd heard her. She sat up, every muscle protesting. And there, miraculously, was the road a few feet away. And Will, looking concerned as he sprinted toward her. The beetle took the corner, drifting toward Will, who wasn't getting out of the way. He'd stopped running and was shouting and waving his arms in the middle of the road, like some B-movie hero who didn't have a stunt double. Will, Emma rasped again, her mind already flattening him beneath the small car, her heart already mourning him. At the last moment, Will jumped aside, leaped onto the driver's running board, and clung to the open window. With one last ear-splitting squeal of tires, the engine died, and the car jolted to a stop. What an idiot! Emma wasn't sure if she meant the driver or Will. Probably whoever she reached first. Groaning, she picked herself up and made her way to the car on shaky legs that threatened to buckle and an ankle that protested every step. Her body felt sluggish and numb, but her brain was reaching for strong words she planned to use very, very soon. The entire Volkswagen, including the windshield, was caked with dust, so much so that Emma couldn't see who was driving. Cobwebs covered the headlights and hung like garlands from the hubcaps. Emma leaned in the open passenger window opposite Will, ready to chew the driver out. And then she realized who it was. Mildred? Mildred's lower lip trembled. Her white curls were flattened and her thick glasses askew. Her fingers kneaded the steering wheel. I just wanted to prove I could still drive. And then she started to cry. Emma's anger deflated on a gush of air. Mildred had taught Emma to drive when she was 15, risking whiplash and Granny Rose's wrath. It was Mildred who'd loaned her a vintage Mercedes-Benz coupe one weekend when Emma was a dateless bridesmaid. It was Mildred who'd traded in her car keys, well, almost all her car keys, for a candy apple red walker. Will's gaze found Emma's. You okay? She nodded. Now that the anger was gone, feeling had started returning to her body. Her battered, scraped up, blood-oozing body. Emma leaned more heavily on the car door. Dirt from her arms sprinkled onto the seat. She could feel debris in her shoes, in her sports bra, and down the back of her shorts. Mildred wiped at a tear. I'm worthless. I can't see. I can't walk. I can't do anything anymore. That's not true. Emma's heart went out to her. You've been taking care of yourself for years. That's not easy for someone with a walker. Will gave Emma an approving look. Don't try to make me feel better. I've made up my mind. I'm worthless. Mildred's hands dropped to her lap. Drive me down to the morgue. I've outlived my reason for being. Mildred, Will said gently. No more talk like that. You're on the town council, aren't you? You picked the wrong road, is all. You should stick to straightaways. Will shot Emma a significant look that seemed to say, go with me on this. The problem was that a tiny voice in Emma's head wanted to go with Will everywhere. Curves are tough, Emma agreed hollowly. Especially curves with 50-foot drop-offs, bike riders, joggers, and unsuspecting squirrels. Not to mention that Mildred was lucky she hadn't killed herself on one of the other switchbacks above them. You won't tell Agnes and Rose, will you? Mildred gave a juicy sniff. I'll put the car back in the carport, I promise. It'll be our little secret if you let us drive you home, Will assured her, using his forearm to wipe at the caked dirt on the windshield. Emma very carefully promised nothing. She hoped Will had his fingers crossed behind his back. I knew I could trust you. Mildred brightened. I don't want to interrupt your run. I should be fine driving home from here. I know the way like the back of my hand. Will reached in and took the keys from the ignition. We insist. I'll help you get in the passenger seat, since I don't see your walker in the back. I left it in the driveway. Mildred had the grace to blush. Hop in the back, Emma. Will was in command mode. Emma was in no mood to be bossed around. I can ride my bike home. Because she was afraid she was about to dissolve into tears. She turned to look uphill, searching for her bike where she'd stopped tumbling. And then she looked higher. And there it was. The frame had been speared by an oak branch about 10 feet below the road where she'd been hit. The slope she'd fallen down was a steep obstacle course of trees, thick fallen branches, and rocks the size of St. Bernards. She could have been killed. That's twice this year. Emma's legs gave out and she crumpled to the pavement. Will had to practically lift Emma into the back seat of the old Beetle. She hadn't passed out, but her face was a clammy green color that worried him. She didn't say a word on the drive to Mildred's house. Very un-Emma-like. That worried him. Almost as much as the need to hold her in his arms to reassure himself she was all right worried him. But that action and that worry would have to wait until later. He pulled into Mildred's carport, parking next to her red walker. They got the old gal inside and settled her into her favorite recliner. From there, Mildred could see her big-screen television, and, if she wasn't legally blind, she could have seen her racing pictures on the wall. Given what he'd heard over the years about her career, Will was curious. He moved closer to take a look. One black-and-white photo showed a vintage race car wrapped around a tree. Did you crash this car in a race? He tapped the frame. Is that the tree picture? I didn't crash. I was forced off the track during my victory lap by some very resentful drivers. Her normally good-natured features scrunched. I held a grudge at first, but I got over it. Of course, she did. Everyone seemed able to find forgiveness at a faster clip than Will. Despite being banged up, Emma made Mildred a cup of tea. She didn't complain or lay blame. But Will wasn't sure her steady state would last much longer, especially when she sank onto the couch and flopped sideways. I'm borrowing your car to take Emma home, he told Mildred. When you bring it back, make sure you hang the keys on the hook by the kitchen door so I can find them when I need them. Mildred started to smile and then seemed to think better of it. Will helped Emma up from the couch. She had to be hurting. Otherwise, she'd be telling him not to boss her around, or that she could walk just fine without his help. Thank you very much. We'll talk more about driving privileges when I get back, honey. Oh, okay. Mildred sighed. It only took a few minutes to drive to Rose's house. And still, Emma didn't talk. Will was really concerned now. Thanks for the ride. Emma opened the creaky car door slowly, swinging one foot out at a time. She moved so carefully Will was able to shut off the car and come around to the passenger side before Emma stood up. I can take it from here. She limped forward. Will took her gently by the arm. The only reason I didn't drive straight to the hospital is because your pupils aren't dilated and you aren't screaming in pain. Emma walked in measured steps toward the porch. Thanks for the astute diagnosis. She groaned as she lifted her foot onto the first step. I can go it alone from here. Doubtful. Will swept Emma into his arms. She gave a little mewling cry of protest, like one of Felix's kittens. But she didn't say another word as he carried her to the front door. He fumbled with the screen latch. It didn't give. He rapped his knuckles against the frame. Rose? Are you home? Nope. Emma sighed again and reached for the latch, which released smoothly. She's working on the Music Man with those kids in Cloverdale this morning. Agnes drove her. Will opened the door and carried her inside, just as he would if they were newlyweds. Emma was cradled against his chest as if she belonged there, her arm looped around his neck, her head resting on his shoulder. And Will, he didn't want to put her down. Ever. No, none of that. He cleared his throat. The way you cheat injury, you should buy a lottery ticket. You can put me down now. Emma shifted as if thinking about getting down. He didn't want to release her. In his arms, she was safe. You need a bath. We'll turn to the stairs. On the second floor, he deposited her carefully in the bathroom and started the bathwater. I think you fulfilled your Boy Scout pledge for the day. Emma waved him toward the bathroom door, but even that effort lacked her usual spunk. Will stepped closer and picked a twig out of her dark hair. It would be so easy to slip his palm into the crook in her neck, draw her close and kiss her, if only to reassure himself that she was okay. I heard you try to warn me, he said instead. But it had been Emma who'd been in danger. He'd watched helplessly through the trees as Emma was flung from her bike. The slow-motion horror of it returned to him in a rush. His hands wanted to shake. His breath wanted to catch. His mind wanted to erase the memory. She could have hit her head and ended up like Tracy. A few days ago, he'd wished Tracy's fate on Emma. How ironic that today he felt differently. I'm fine. I'll live to bowl another day. Emma's voice was barely above a whisper, as if she, too, was sensing her mortality. Will looked her up and down one more time to make sure she was indeed fine and still standing before him instead of lying in broken pieces on Parish Hill, with Mildred and her beetle a mangled mess somewhere nearby. He wouldn't have been able to call for help if anything serious had happened up there. He would have had to run to the top of the hill for cell service or down into town for a landline. But he couldn't have left them if they needed CPR or a tourniquet or a hand to hold as they lay dying. Will's body did shake then. With rage. The entire town, including Emma, wore blinders. They needed what had become basic necessities, like cell phone service and a volunteer fire department. This can't go on. I agree, she said on a bone-tired sigh. I'm not going to race you to the top of Parish Hill anymore. In fact, as soon as I get Granny Rose to the doctor, I'm leaving town. No, I mean, the town has to stop fighting against change. His words snapped with anger, without hint of the fear for her that had spawned them. What's it going to take? Someone dying? You dying? With a growl, Will wrapped both hands around Emma, tugged her close, and planted a kiss on her mouth that was far from gentle. This is not how I wanted our first kiss to be. First kiss? Just as quickly, he released her and spun away. What have I done? You. Don't, she sputtered. He was already on the second floor landing. I'll be back to check on you in an hour. Answer the door or I'll assume you've passed out and need CPR. She let loose a primitive yell and then slammed the bathroom door, shutting him out. Will laughed. It was a maniacal sort of laugh. The kind where you knew you were in deep trouble but didn't have a clue how to get out. Chapter 20. Emma wasn't going to let Will in after that drive-by kiss of his. His lips shouldn't have left her body on fire. His mouth shouldn't have targeted and disabled her speech center with arrow-like accuracy. Will's kiss shouldn't have lingered in her thoughts. She'd meant what she'd told him. She was leaving as soon as she knew Granny Rose was going to be okay. But Emma cut off the thought. She locked the doors downstairs and watched for Will through her second-story open bedroom window, perched on the sill. She rotated the ice pack she'd made downstairs from one bruise to another, her cheek, her elbow, her thigh. Thank heavens her ankle wasn't sprained. It ached, but it wasn't swollen. Will emerged from the trees by the river right on time, his expression as grim as the black t-shirt that hugged his chest. Hey, she called down to him. I'm good. Thanks for checking. Go on about your business. She waved him off. Will shaded his eyes as he looked up at her. You're my business for the rest of the day. His declaration sent the same speech-muting arrow to her brain that had disarmed her in the bathroom. By the time she'd regained her senses, he stood in her bedroom doorway. How'd you get up here? I locked the doors. He brushed back a lock of wet hair, the normally bright gold color muted to a somber, almost brown. Everyone in Harmony Valley keeps a spare key above the back door. The room seemed to shrink, along with Emma's ability to breathe. She shifted the ice pack to her cheek. Maybe she did have a concussion, because she could almost imagine him closing the distance between them and kissing her again. Slowly and deeply this time. Emma sighed. We'll pace the room, taking in the empty canvas, empty walls, twin bed, and her open, messy suitcases. Nice light in here. I can see why you chose it. But why aren't any of your pictures on the walls? He touched the canvas perched on the easel. And why is this blank? Everyone always talks about you painting nonstop when you're here. If he hadn't kissed her. If he hadn't barged into her bedroom. If she hadn't wanted him to kiss her again. That was a lot of ifs. But without them, Emma might have deflected his question. As it was, she was caught totally off guard. I haven't been in a creative mood. The cameos she'd sketched in crayon of her grandmother and hidden in the back of the closet didn't count. He studied her face, his scrutiny causing her to blush beneath the ice pack, because he knew that deep down she wanted a real kiss. It was a relief when Will released her from his gaze, once more taking in the blank walls and canvas. Blocked, huh? Emma shifted the ice pack to her elbow and didn't answer. Does the empty canvas taunt you until you want to throw it in the trash? His insight surprised her. You have no idea. I hear people get over blocks if they take a break from their work. His blue eyes held understanding, not sympathy. Try something new. Thanks for the advice. She had been trying something new, working with crayons. Not much market for Crayola art, but it might keep her grounded in her old age. Well, Will ran his finger down the side of the canvas. She imagined him running that finger down her neck, along her collarbone. I'm going through something like that myself. Emma laughed. When does a computer programmer get blocked? He gripped the corner of canvas so tight she thought he might stretch it out of shape. Who do you think comes up with the idea for a game or an application? Shrew, thy name was Emma. I'm sorry. I don't know much about technology. Which was why, when added to her passion to create and her inability to protect those around her, whatever was going on between them would never amount to anything. They were worlds apart. She loved her iPhone for its beauty and simplicity. He probably loved his for the amazing things it could do. Will retreated to the opposite side of the room, putting his hands behind his back and leaning up against the wall, speaking as if he read her mind. I may not know much about painting, and you may not know much about computer programming, but we're more alike than you think. Being alike doesn't matter. Without forgiveness, whatever this is between us, and hopefully she wasn't making a fool of herself by admitting she thought there was something, it can't go anywhere. Somewhere along the line, this computer nerd had perfected a dangerously sexy stare, one that said he disagreed with her statement. Emma needed to remember that as much as Will's attention thrilled her, if he never forgave her for the accident. Do you blame Mildred for what happened to me today? She asked. His eyes stroked over her, leaving a heat trail even the ice pack couldn't extinguish. Mildred caused the accident. Of course, she's to blame. His words were spoken almost absent-mindedly, as if his thoughts weren't totally on the conversation. Because they're on me. Regret clenched its cold arms around Emma's chest, making it hard to breathe normally. You don't say that in the same tone of voice you use when you talk about Tracy's accident. Or about me causing it. Will's gaze hardened. He didn't forgive her. And chances were he never would. She had to swallow more than once to get the words out, to lay down boundaries that they'd both breached. Your lack of forgiveness means you have to stop looking at me like that. I've tried to stop, but I don't think I can. His voice was both soft and hard at the same time, but his eyes had that lost look, like they'd had the other day when he'd talked about being afraid of spiders. Tell me about your blank canvas, Emma. This was where she made a stand for what was important to her. This was where he'd realize how poor a choice she was for a relationship. Whatever was going on in my head the day of the car accident, it was all about those mountains instead of the road and our safety. And now I can't even mentally compose a painting without the fear of that day overtaking me. She couldn't meet his gaze. I can't look around me without seeing the complex layers and color. I've never been able to look at a forest and not see the trees. To have lost the ability to express the beauty I see is like cutting away a piece of who I am. Do you know what that's like? It's more than a block. It's an emptiness where I used to be. She drew a shuddering breath. But that doesn't matter. Now that I'm sure Tracy will be okay. And after I'm sure Granny Rose is fine, I'm going away. I need to be alone for a long time. Understatement. She was going to be alone forever if that was what it took to reclaim her art and keep from harming others when she was inspired. So, you want to be alone? You need time to get yourself together. He shrugged. I can give you that. I'm not asking you to wait for me. Emma gripped the ice pack. I'm choosing my art over close relationships, boyfriends, best friends. She forced herself not to look away. That's why I can't kiss you. Oh, that dangerously sexy stare reappeared. To his credit, Will considered her words before responding. You're going through a rough time. But you've been painting for years, and no one ever got hurt around you. Your art and your personal relationships can coexist. If you're worried about driving, I'll drive you places. She refrained from rolling her eyes. Barely. As usual, he was taking charge instead of listening to what anyone else wanted. You can't free me from worry. I thought I heard voices up here. Granny Rose stepped into the room, saving Emma from saying more. Emma, are you talking to yourself again? She's not alone. Will's gruff voice startled Emma's grandmother. You. Granny Rose put her hands on her hips. What are you doing in here? Checking on Emma. Will gestured toward her. She crashed her bike on Parish Hill. Granny Rose rushed over to Emma, lifting her bruised and scraped arms and examining her similarly abused face. What happened? Hi, She'd promised Mildred not to say anything. I accidentally ran my bike off the road and wiped out pretty good. I was lucky Will was there. Not that she could bring herself to look at him while she reassured her grandmother she was fine a dozen more times. Oh, but she could feel his gaze upon her and his determination to pursue a relationship with her. Finally, her grandmother stopped fussing and went downstairs to make her famous triple chocolate cure-all, chocolate chip cookies, brownies, and hot chocolate. It would have been safer to follow her, but Emma had never played it safe. It was true what Will had told her days before by the river. She was willing to twirl near the fire. Now that she's home, I should be going. Will pushed himself away from the wall and came to stand before her. But think about this, Emma. You didn't drive your grandmother to the town square and handcuff her there. You didn't hand Mildred her car keys. Give the old girls credit for their own actions. He cupped her cheek with his palm. This idea you have about sacrificing your relationships to be some kind of lonely, eccentric Picasso is giving power to a silly fear. Will, she began, although she didn't move from his touch. The Emma I grew up with wouldn't let fear get the better of her, Will said gently. She'd dig in her heels and battle back. His hand fell away and he took a few steps away from her. Mesmerized, she couldn't move, could barely breathe. That's the Emma I'll kiss again, despite my better judgment. Despite Rose and Tracy and the trade-off you think you have to make to get your art back. That Emma is still there. Inside you. And I will kiss her again. And next time. Will's gaze captured hers, an intense clear blue that made promises and laid claim. I'll take my time doing it. What do you mean you don't want to dance? Granny Rose demanded later that afternoon. She opened the screen door and gestured for Emma to follow her outside. I took a tumble on Parish Hill. I could barely make it down the stairs. Who'd have thought Emma would miss Will transporting her from one floor to the other? She sat on the bottom step trying to convince her battered body it could make it back to her bedroom. But dancing? Out of the question. I'm walking like an old lady. I'm offended by that remark. Grandma Rose didn't look it. She was smiling. Now, come out on the porch. You had a cup of hot chocolate, 2 brownies, and 3 chocolate chip cookies. You need to work them off. Granny patted her tush. So what if you took a tumble? Let's work out the kinks and move on. How could Emma move on when she kept remembering the intensity of Will's gaze? The thrilling threat of one brief kiss? Well, look who's here. Granny Rose stepped onto the porch and let the screen door bang behind her. It's Tracy. Tracy? Emma stumbled to her feet. I hope you're ready to dance, Tracy, her grandmother said. Emma's in a feel-sorry-for-me funk. She has nothing to be funky over. It's not like she held a protest and no one came. Granny Rose chuckled at her own expense, setting the needle on the spinning record. Would you like to dance with me? Yes. Tracy's voice was rich with amusement. Emma dragged her sorry sack of bones out onto the porch. The big band sound of Glenn Miller's orchestra spun out of the phonograph, spilling out from the open front window. Emma waved at Tracy, who was dancing happily in that scarecrow way of hers as Granny Rose took the lead. The music, the dance steps, the joy. It was just like old times. Emma leaned on the porch railing and watched. Tracy was out of breath after the first song. Cut in. She gestured to Emma before collapsing on the porch swing, her skinny legs dangling. Go easy on me. Emma shuffled forward, arms up. Why? Her grandmother took her hand. You should always dance like it's your last day on earth. And they did just that. Soon Emma's muscles had warmed to the point where she didn't whimper with each step. After 2 dances, she begged for a halt, and Granny Rose went to the kitchen for water and cookies. Will told me. Are you? Okay. Tracy pointed to Emma's face when Emma sank onto the swing. You fell. Racing Will. Emma nodded. I'm not very good at keeping people safe, even myself. That's not true. Tracy scowled and pounded a fist on her thigh. Don't believe what Will says. It's true. Tracy made a frustrated sound. He bosses me. He orders me. He makes me mad. Tracy panted with the effort to get the words out. You, too. He makes me angry sometimes, Emma allowed. Although Will could have ordered her into his arms this morning or the other day beneath the willow tree and she might not have minded. But there's truth to his sentiment. I can't explain what happened in the car that day, but my mind wandered, and you got hurt. And now I'm struggling to paint and you're struggling to talk. And you have so much to say. Will wants me to have shock therapy. Tracy touched her forefingers together and made a zapping noise. Bye-bye, brain. Holy smokes. Emma grabbed Tracy's hand. You tell him you won't do it unless he does it first. That made Tracy laugh. There's got to be other methods, Trace. Maybe you just need to relax and enjoy life again. You can get up on stage and sing with Granny's production of The Music Man. 76. Trombones. Tracy tried to sing, and then shook her head, smiling. I suck. Now, that's what I like to see. Granny Rose carried a tray with 3 glasses of water and a plate of cookies. 2 girls sharing confidences on the porch. It's like the good old days. She set the tray on the wrought iron table. What were you talking about? Boys, I bet. You used to stay up all night talking about boys and future careers. Those sleepovers made you the best of friends. Granny Rose snapped her fingers. That's it. You girls need a sleepover. Tracy and Emma exchanged glances and chuckled. Her grandmother handed out glasses. You've grown a bit since your last sleepover. You won't both fit in that twin bed upstairs. Tracy, don't you have a bigger bed in your room? Tracy rocketed to her feet. I've got to go. But you just got here. Granny Rose protested as Tracy ran down the steps. She turned to Emma. What did I say? I have no idea. Chapter 21. You made enough cookies to feed an army, Emma said to Granny Rose as they walked over to the town square on Saturday morning for the Grand Marshal selection ceremony. The day promised to be sunny. They each carried a big tub of homemade chocolate chip cookies. My cast members make up a small army. Granny Rose chuckled. I'll get nominated for Grand Marshal for sure. Don't know if I'll win. It's an honor just to be recognized. That's what they all say, Emma murmured. 2 weeks before the spring festival, the town gathered to recognize the artistic or community contributions of its residents. Hobbies and good works were put on display. But only one resident was chosen to be the Grand Marshal and preside over the spring festival. This year, Granny Rose had invited her elementary school production from Cloverdale to sing something from the Music Man. Snarky Sam would undoubtedly bring one of his unusual taxidermy projects. Mayor Larry would demonstrate the latest yoga poses. Mrs. Maionetti would bring her wool knitting creations. And so on. Residents were a diverse and talented lot. Emma, do you have a rock in your shoe? Granny Rose glanced at her feet. You're limping. I'm still working out the kinks from that fall off the bike. Emma's body felt like she'd been run over by a truck. Twice. Will was right. Progress needed to be made in the town's economy before someone died waiting for help. But about the kissing, Will was wrong. Kissing her was a bad idea. Granny Rose nudged Emma with her elbow. How sad that there won't be a painting from Emma Willoughby this year. How sad, indeed. I'm no longer a resident, so I can't enter. There was a chill to the spring morning that seemed to rise from the dewy, fresh-cut grass, making Emma glad she'd chosen to wear black yoga pants and a plum-colored hoodie, which also hid most of her scrapes and bruises. Or maybe it was the chill of anticipation Emma felt at the possibility of seeing Will today. They stepped onto the Harmony River Bridge. In the distance, Emma could see people buzzing around the perimeter of the town square, setting up tables and chairs. Everyone was working together. Maybe next year there'll be wine poured at the festival, Emma mused. I told you not to listen to that computer nerd. Granny Rose frowned. Emma's scared. I want you to have a safety net here in town. Will's plan isn't perfect, but it's the only plan out there. I warned you about Will. He fascinated you even as a child. Granny Rose stopped long enough to shake her finger at Emma. But he never saw you as more than a nuisance. Nothing has changed. You chase after him and he ignores you. That's not true. But the words slid slowly from Emma's lips as she realized the truth beneath the complaints she'd brought to Granny Rose when she was younger. Will wouldn't let me swim with him. Will wouldn't let me play baseball with him. Will wouldn't. The feelings she'd been dealing with since returning to town weren't new. She'd always been attracted to Will. Granny Rose huffed and continued walking, leaving Emma alone with her thoughts on the bridge where town lovers traditionally shared a goodnight kiss. I like Will. She was afraid to think of how much. When had that begun? Emma flipped through memories: rafting, fishing, hiking, going back further and further, Easter egg hunts, 4th of July sparklers, until one memory stuck. This one. She'd been too small and weak to throw the basketball in the hoop above Will and Tracy's garage. She'd been trying for what seemed like forever, so long that her best friend had gotten bored and run over to the swing set. But Emma, stubborn even back then, had kept at it in the hot sun. Sweaty, her hands smelling like dirty rubber, she'd dribbled and leaped and wished the ball into the hoop. To no avail. And then Will had rounded the corner of the house from the barn, looking as hot and dirty as she felt in his scuffed work boots and dusty blue jeans. A few years older, a few feet taller, with a lot more responsibility on his plate. He was her idol. You'll never sink that, he'd said. Crushed, she'd wanted to toss the ball to the moon, along with every other basketball on the planet. And then, without warning, Will had lifted her up, basketball and all. Her laughter had filled the air as she'd stretched her arms toward the hoop, barely putting the ball through the orange metal rim. And then her feet had come back to earth safely and he'd released her. She'd scurried after the ball. Let's do that again. He'd lifted her over and over, laughing along with her, until his father had called him into the field. She'd known Will had chores. She'd known she'd be in the way. She'd followed him into the cornfield anyway. A few days ago, she'd followed him around Harmony Valley. Do I love him? Good heavens, she hoped not. But Emma had to admit, she was fascinated by the deliberate, yet confident way he moved, the meticulous approach he had toward life, as if unwanted what-if scenarios were weighed, measured, and avoided at all costs. She found his protection of Tracy both exasperating and endearing. She enjoyed the way his bossy nature needled her rebel instincts. But love? She wasn't sure she knew what that meant, how that felt. Thankfully, the object of her soon-to-be non-existent affection was nowhere in sight when Emma collected herself and ventured into the town square. Would it be too much to ask that he and his friends had taken the day off from schmoozing Harmony Valley residents? Emma deposited her tub of cookies on a table near her grandmother, who was busy welcoming her young performers and their parents. Slipping on her sunglasses, breathing in the smell of fresh-cut grass, Emma wandered around the square to check out what the residents had done this year. Snarky Sam had set up a 5-foot-tall sawhorse next to his lawn chair. Hanging from it was a deer head with a broad spread of antlers. Sam had somehow given the deer human-like shoulders and dressed him in a white shirt and black vest, a sloppy gray toupee, and a hoop earring. It was classic Sam. A group of young children from Granny Rose's production swarmed around the pawn shop owner in blue jeans and t-shirts painted like blue band jackets. They worshipped his work as if he was a rock star. Nice, Emma praised the pawn shop owner over the children's heads. It's better than the skunk, don't you think? Sam's Sherlock Holmes skunk had won him the Grand Marshal title one year. Worth your vote. Worth somebody's. I can't vote anymore. Not a resident. Wishing him luck, Emma moved on. Hiro Takata sat at the next table. How did the colonoscopy go? Emma asked politely, hoping the pictures on his table weren't of his insides. I'm smooth as a baby's bottom in there. Old man Takata, as he liked the younger generation to call him, patted the back of his hip. He used to be an undertaker and still did special requests. He displayed 2 framed pictures on his table, both extreme close-ups of Nadine Tarkley's face. Can you tell which is before and which is after? Emma's stomach threatened to sour, but she gamely took a closer look. I'm going to guess the one with the white silk background is the after. The one where Mrs. Tarkley's dead eyes were closed. Correct. He clapped his hands. I hear you took my place at bowling and smoked the competition. I don't care how good of a bowler you are, I'll be back week after next. Message received. I'm just a substitute. Emma moved on. She was admiring Mrs. Mainetti's knit wool lampshade covers when Will appeared next to her. He handed her a travel mug. Thought you might need an extra cup of coffee this morning. I like you. I really, really like you. Emma held the coffee between them like a much-needed barrier. Where's Tracy? She and my dad went to the hardware store in Cloverdale first thing. They should be back soon. Flynn and Slade went into Santa Rosa to catch a movie. He eased into Emma's face, examining the bruise on her cheek, the one Emma thought was barely visible beneath a layer of makeup. You look good. How do you feel? Okay. Emma walked away with a nervous gait she hadn't experienced since high school. She stopped in front of Felix's table. The big, retired fireman had brought pet crates filled with cats. One was occupied by a rather large, one-eyed Siamese. Upon seeing Will, the Siamese started yowling and rubbing against the cage. Will reached in a finger to scratch the cat behind one ear. The Siamese purred. Emma could relate. Ping's bonded with you, Felix said stiffly to Will. I'd ask if you'd adopt Ping, but I want him to have a stable home with a person who cares about others. Will retracted his finger. I keep telling you and everyone else, I'm building the winery and running the winery. It's not for sale. That's stable, even if I don't live here full-time. He's selling, Emma. Felix reached into a crate to take out a small white kitten, passing it to one of Granny Rose's young, musical cast. Will clenched his jaw. I'm not. Emma laid a hand on Will's arm. People would be more likely to believe you if you gave them a reason. An honest reason for starting a winery and retaining ownership. Go on. Say it. She waited for Will to admit he was doing it for his dad and Tracy. Will's lips remained sealed. He's selling. Felix passed another kitten to another child. I'm not. He's definitely selling, Felix repeated gloomily. Chapter 22. Tracy stood next to her dad at the Grand Marshal selection ceremony. The sun and light breeze had chased away all traces of fog, leaving the late morning squintably bright. She'd rather be home painting in her dark room, but her father had driven straight from the hardware store in Cloverdale to attend the festivities. Heaven forbid he miss out on a town event. Tracy's paint cans were in the back of his truck. Thankfully, her dad hadn't asked her why she needed 5 gallons of paint in 5 different, loud colors. She would have left the ceremony to paint, but there were too many cans for her to carry home by herself. Even if she left with 1 or 2, her dad would notice and ask questions she didn't want to answer. "The votes are in," Mayor Larry announced from the stage set up in front of El Rosal. "And we have a tie between Rose Casillas, the Music Man." The kids jumped up and down, cheering. Their parents clapped in the background with benevolent smiles. And Sam Smith's corporate dear. Tracy remembered the last time she'd qualified to cast a vote. She'd cast a ballot for Snarky Sam's bikini raccoon. The roadkill taxidermist was always her favorite candidate for Grand Marshal. In case of a tie, the town council may appoint an independent board to break it, Mayor Larry said, glancing toward Tracy. "In this case, we've chosen judges who've left Harmony Valley and made us proud: Will Jackson, Emma Willoughby, and Tracy Jackson." Startled, Tracy pointed at her chest. "Me?" Her father hugged her. "You." Folks, in case you don't know or don't remember, these are 3 former Harmony Valley residents, among them a self-made millionaire, an up-and-coming artist, and a survivor of a serious accident. Let's bring them up here with a big round of applause. Survivor of a serious accident? Was that her claim to fame? Tracy gritted her teeth. "She's the artist," one little boy said, pointing at Tracy's paint-stained fingers. Tracy tucked her hands in her jeans pockets as she followed Will over to the podium. She felt the pitying eyes of the townspeople on her and could almost hear their whispers. "She's the one who can't talk." She edged away from the podium, trying to escape their scrutiny, but someone grabbed her arm. It was Emma. "Smile," Emma said before Tracy could succumb to panic and shrug her off. "Smile like this is the best day of your life, and they'll smile right back at you." It was either break free of Emma's grip and make a fool of herself as she ran away, or smile. Tracy wasn't sure which was worse. "Smile," Emma said again. And so, Tracy smiled. She smiled at the kiddies in front of the podium, waving at them as if she was Miss America. There was a laugh. She pointed out people she knew and smiled when they waved back. She worked that smile until her cheeks hurt and she realized Will was talking into the microphone. "Net, although I like Sam's corporate dear, I have a fondness for the Music Man. My vote goes to Rose." Tracy rolled her eyes. "If he thinks his vote will get my vote, he can vote again," Rose grumbled from the grass below the podium. She was swaying forward and back as if readying herself for a leap onto the stage. Trouble was coming. Emma scurried down the stairs to calm her grandmother. Will drew Tracy toward the microphone. There was no question who Tracy was voting for. Sam. She moved clear of the podium. Her underage The Music Man fans in the front row groaned, presumably because she hadn't voted for them. "Don't you want to tell us why?" Mayor Larry asked. No, she didn't. But Emma was still down talking to Rose and Larry was giving Tracy the go-on hand signal, so Tracy stepped back to the mic and expanded on her answer. "I liked it." The kids applauded. Tracy went back to smiling at anyone who made eye contact with her, wishing she could disappear. Mayor Larry waved Emma to the podium. "It comes down to you, Emma." With one last finger shake at Rose, Emma returned to the stage. Her speculative gaze fell on Tracy. Tracy recognized that look. It meant Emma was making a right turn when her GPS and everyone else recommended she turn left. Sometimes it was a deviation that headed toward fun. And sometimes it wasn't. Pointing at Tracy, Emma grinned. "An unspoken "Are you in?" Tracy shook her head. "Are you sure?" Emma put her foot on the bottom step. "It's your year." She couldn't mean. She wouldn't. Tracy opened her mouth to say no, but nothing came out. Rose took advantage of their near-silent exchange, darting past her granddaughter up the stairs to snatch the microphone from Larry. "This man," she pointed at Will, "wants to change things here. And we all know what happened the last time promises of change and prosperity were made." A few in the crowd nodded their heads. Mayor Larry made a grab for the mic, but at the last second, Tracy caught hold of his arm. She didn't like Rose picking on Will, but he could take it. She wasn't sure Rose in her current state could stand up to Larry or a disapproving crowd. Rose cast Tracy a quick smile before trashing Will some more. I don't know about you, but I want Harmony Valley to survive. I acknowledge that we need some improvements in town, but we have to choose our allies carefully. Granny Rose. Emma and Rose played tug-of-war with the microphone. Give me that. Mayor Larry dropped a string of colorful curses in between platitudes about meddling members of society upsetting the status quo. Tracy held onto his arm. Don't trust the computer nerd. Rose gave up the mic and made her escape back to the grass. The gathered crowd dissolved into a raucous mess. Neighbor shouting at neighbor. Fists shaking. Hats tossed to the ground. Please. Emma yelled into the microphone. Let me finish casting my vote. Too late, Mayor Larry said, shaking Tracy off. Besides, you're going to vote for Rose. No, I'm not, Emma said. Woohoo. Another win. Sam hooted. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm not voting for you either. Emma's voice carried through the speakers and seemed to echo down empty Main Street. The Grand Marshal is supposed to represent the best we have to offer. And this town is a survivor. A survivor? Tracy cringed at the word, realizing where Emma was going with this. Tracy shook her head. But that wasn't enough to stop her friend. Words. She needed to find the right words. But the words wouldn't come. Emma caught Tracy's eye. And I think this year, the person who best represents survival, no, is my dear friend Tracy Jackson. So, my vote for Grand Marshal goes to her. Emma was looking as if she was giving Tracy the gift at the top of her wish list. Didn't Emma realize the Grand Marshal had to preside as the master of ceremonies over the Spring Festival events? Had to stand up on stage and speak into a microphone all day? Tracy's stomach roiled. After a moment of silence, a few people began to applaud. And then a few more. And then everyone in the town square was applauding. Mayor Larry took the microphone from Emma with a slightly distant look that seemed to be calculating popular opinion against established procedure. He was Tracy's last hope. I know we have rules and we counted votes, but I think in this case, we can make an exception. Mayor Larry drew himself up and waved an arm in Tracy's direction. Our Grand Marshal for this year's Spring Festival is Tracy Jackson. Tracy didn't graciously accept. She ran. Chapter 23. And you think I'm overbearing? Will confronted Emma beneath the oak tree after his sister had been named Grand Marshal and fled. Emma looked toward the spot where she'd last seen Tracy, consumed with doubt. Mayor Larry was having a powwow with the ladies on the town council over by the stage. Granny Rose was looking abashed, clutching a cookie tin to her chest as if she was being scolded. The crowd was dispersing, folding chairs, packing up displays, walking slowly home or climbing into cars. Did you see how upset Tracy was? Will was so close to Emma she could smell coffee on his breath. What were you thinking? I was thinking Tracy needed a little adventure. She needs to face life head-on. Emma lifted her chin, refusing to admit she might have been wrong. Yesterday, I was joking with Tracy about her getting on stage with Granny Rose's elementary school kids instead of going to shock therapy. You do know she doesn't want electrodes on her brain? Surely, this is a better choice. Will frowned. I know she's scared, but there's been a lot of success with transcranial direct current stimulation. What a fancy name for such a barbaric action. Emma scared. And what kind of success will she have if she's petrified of the therapy? None, I'd wager. Will paused, and then waved her concern aside. The best and brightest doctors in California are behind the trials. I was lucky to have gotten her in. But that's beside the point. You had no right. You keep forgetting Tracy is an adult and capable of making her own decisions. Or that she and Tracy had been best friends for more than 2 decades. Emma wasn't going to back off this. And with good reason. I warned her that I was going to choose her, and she didn't stop me. Deep down, she knows she can do it. She may not want to, but she'd run away. Emma kept her gaze locked on Will. No, Will drew back. When did you ask her? Right before Granny Rose stole the microphone. Emma had been half hoping she'd see the old spark in her friend. The "you can't put one over on me" grin as Tracy leaped forward to prevent her from taking the microphone. But this might be even better. Grand Marshal. It was a perfect challenge for Tracy. Will scrubbed a hand over his face. He looked tired. Emma resisted the urge to stroke her palms over his shoulders. She stopped me from spur-of-the-moment ideas before. You don't know how many times. And I don't want to know. Will half turned away from her, hands on his hips. This is a perfect example of why I kept you away from Tracy for months. You draw her in and then upset her. It's just so careless. His disapproval bit into her resolve, but Emma held firm. Tracy could have refused the honor. She still can. But she's as stubborn as you are, and I'm betting she won't. Her grandmother waved her over. Emma touched Will's arm. Encourage Tracy to do it. Sometimes the hardest challenges are the best therapy. And then he shook his head. If only you'd take your own advice. Emma opened the door that night to Agnes, Mildred, Larry, and Will. It was an unexpected and unusual group given the state of things in town. Hello. Will stood at the head of the entourage. He lifted a stack of 3 small pizza boxes, looking extremely unhappy to be on her porch. Steam wasn't only rising from the pizzas. It practically escaped from Will's ears. We're having an intervention. Perplexed, Emma moved back to let them all in. Intervention? A result of the ceremony this morning. Will edged past her in his press slacks and navy polo. Is this about Granny Rose? Emma whispered fiercely. Is she losing her seat on the town council? Was Will replacing her grandmother? How could that be? He wasn't even a permanent resident. Will moved closer to Emma, out of the way of the others as they filed into the dining room. This isn't for Rose, he said softly. This intervention is for us. Us. Emma drew back. There is no us. His eyes darkened as his gaze dropped to her lips. Not today. And not tomorrow. Emma shut the door firmly, wishing Will was on the other side. Did I forget someone's birthday? Granny Rose came out of her bedroom in a red mandarin-collared tunic and matching silk pants. Despite it being Saturday, at Emma's request, she'd been performing The King and I. They'd been in intermission for a costume change. No birthday, Rose. Mayor Larry called from the dining room. It's an intervention, remember? We talked about it earlier. Of course, I remember. Brow furrowed, Granny Rose didn't fool Emma. She'd forgotten. Emma hurried to the kitchen for plates, napkins, and drinks. Upon her return, she found that the only seat left was between Granny Rose and Will. Great. Once she was settled, Mayor Larry pinned Emma with a firm gaze. This stops today. He turned to Will. The bickering, the outbursts, the surprises, the bother. I'm confused, Emma said, hurrying to talk over Will, who was trying to shush her. We haven't done anything to warrant a citation or... Will shushed her again and then spread his hand on her thigh. Emma froze. The warmth of his palm penetrated her thin yoga pants. She glanced around to see if anyone had noticed, but no one's frown deepened, not even Granny Rose's. Is this about Harvey? Will asked in a careful voice. Who? Emma glanced at him. The only person she knew named Harvey was her grandfather. And he was dead. Granny Rose pounded her palm on the table. We don't speak of him. Shush now. See what I mean? Larry used his fist like a gavel on the table. Bickering. Harmony Valley is a peaceful place. Agnes took over, an aging Tinker Bell on a serious mission. We pride ourselves on our decorum, which was conspicuously absent at the Grand Marshal ceremony. Oh, Granny Rose. Emma gave her grandmother a quick squeeze with her free arm. Larry and Agnes turned expectantly to Mildred. Clearly, this was going to be a tag-team intervention. Lips pursed, Mildred wasn't saying anything, perhaps afraid that Emma and Will would start an intervention of their own about driving when legally blind if she spoke up. When Mildred remained mum, Agnes continued for her. We all realize the dire predicament the town is in. Normally, we encourage discussion and debate. But we're old and you can see firsthand how upsetting extended debate can be. She gestured toward Granny Rose. All heads swiveled to Granny Rose, who was humming and seemed to have drifted somewhere else. Point taken. Agnes sighed. You've created chaos, Will. Unwittingly, we know. And Emma, although you've tried to keep the peace, Rose seems to have been triggered by your arrival. We're here to intervene in this project and propose a compromise. Agnes nodded toward Mayor Larry. We'll rezone the Henderson property and raise funds to help supporting businesses get off the ground. Mayor Larry took up the banner. But in return, we want to guarantee the winery will stay under your ownership, Will. At the very least, you'll have to prove that you won't abandon us like the grain mill did. To his credit, Will kept his cool and spoke respectfully. I've told everyone repeatedly that we won't sell. How do we prove our commitment? You could sign a contract, Emma pointed out while Granny Rose hummed, getting to know you. Will squeezed her thigh. Emma shoved at his hand as inconspicuously as she could. Will flipped his palm up and appropriated her hand with his. They fit, those hands, as if they belonged to a long-married couple. We can understand your reluctance to sign a contract given the way wineries have a habit of failing, Agnes said reasonably. But we feel a further display of commitment and community involvement is critical. And so, we've decided we want you to enter a float in the Spring Festival. Show the town your vision. Agnes glanced toward Mildred, but her sight-challenged associate was staring at the ceiling. And to make sure Rose's interests are represented, we want Emma to help you. We feel her input is important. A float. Emma sucked in a breath. She'd worked on festival floats in her time. There'd be a diorama to be built and scenery to be painted. She squeezed Will's hand. That's 2 weekends away. Will frowned. You won't rezone sooner? We're coming up on some hard deadlines for the winery. If we don't set things in motion soon, it'll put us back a year. A float seems superfluous, Emma murmured. It does, Will agreed, using his free hand to ease the tension in Emma's fingers. Her grip eased. Her gaze dropped to their joined hands. A dangerous corkscrew of longing spun slowly up Emma's arm, encouraging her to forget about paintbrushes and brush strokes. She could be happy with her hand fitted in Will's. Except, she lifted her gaze toward the picture she'd painted of Yosemite's half-dome hanging in the hall. She remembered catching the light just right, choosing the right shade of gray and adding just a tinge of yellow highlight. The joy, the satisfaction. Painting is my passion. Painting. Not this. Not love. Emma tugged on her hand. But to no avail. You have 2 weeks to convince us, Will. Mayor Larry leaned forward. If your float wins at the festival, you'll be able to speak your piece during closing ceremonies to sway popular opinion. Something Will would need to sway Mayor Larry. But more importantly, we'll have a bargaining chip. If you feed us to the wolves, we'll have pictures and video and witnesses to whatever you promise. We'll put our foot in any future business dealings you have and make anyone who tries to deal with you think twice about taking you at your word. That's blackmail, Will said in a too-calm voice. Yes, Mildred agreed, speaking up for the first time. Before I agree, Will rubbed their joined hands against his thigh as if he'd forgotten where he ended, and Emma began. I'll have to check with my business partners. Fine. Mayor Larry nodded. You have until the morning to decide. If you agree, we'll speed along permitting and such. I'll let you know what we decide. We'll press their joined hands deeper into the flesh of his thigh. It's settled then. Mayor Larry filled his plate with pizza. You start tomorrow morning at 8. That's when Felix will deliver a flatbed trailer out to the Henderson property for you to use in your float build. Blackmail stole my appetite. Will tugged Emma to her feet. Excuse us. Emma and I have plans to make. That's it, Slade said at Edwin's house after Will and Emma told his partners and Edwin about the intervention. He straightened the ends of his mud-colored paisley tie. Nobody puts puppet strings on me. I say we cut our losses. No, Will shook his head. He had a lot he wanted to say, starting with a discussion about Rose's Harvey with Edwin. But he didn't want to spring it on Emma unawares. Come on, Will. I'm worried the town's input will never end. Flynn tossed his Giant's cap on the coffee table next to his open laptop. How can we get them to butt out of our business after submitting to their terms? Boys, this is not as dire as you make it. Flynn's grandfather sat on the couch, hands resting on his cane. Will tended to disagree. Even if we build a fantastic float, that's no guarantee of anything, especially winning. Failure to provide for Tracy loomed over him like an over-caffeinated Grim Reaper. It's not like votes count. Mayor Larry could pull something like Emma did at the Grand Marshal ceremony and knock our feet out from under us at the last minute. Boys, you can't bail now, Emma said from her seat on the low hearth, interrupting Edwin. This is your hometown. These people helped shape the way you grew up. You're who you are because of this community. Will frowned. Who is he exactly? He'd held on to Emma at Rose's house as if he needed her on his side. He'd held on to her like she was his partner against everyone. And now, he wanted to hold her close and kiss her again. He needed to focus on business, not romance. That take my time kiss he'd taunted Emma with was going to be an empty threat. But would it be something he'd think about on his deathbed, pondering if it was his biggest regret or his greatest triumph? He didn't know. Why can't you present the town with a contract saying you won't sell? Emma demanded, gaining steam. You could say you'd only sell if the winery goes bankrupt. Then you wouldn't need to gamble on a float. Slade shook his head. That's not good business. Not to mention, it would keep me up at night, Flynn added. Boys. Everyone stared at Flynn's grandfather. Boys and girls, the old man amended. You're forgetting our strategic advantages. Edwin pounded his cane on the carpet. You've already commissioned plans to renovate the buildings while keeping their charm. You know what the town council wants to see: tradition and sameness. You've got a talented artist at your disposal. He nodded toward Emma. She can design the float to showcase these things. Will wasn't convinced. And the vote for the winning float? How can we control the vote? There will be 3 floats in addition to yours, one from the Ladies' Auxiliary, one from the Lions Club, and one from the Veterans. Edwin pounded his cane again. Those 3 floats don't change from year to year. Our residents are too old to crawl around on a trailer and risk breaking a hip. Your float doesn't have to be good enough to enter in Pasadena's Rose Parade to win. It just has to be better than the others. That's all? Flynn asked dubiously. Edwin's smile widened until it looked to be cradling his rather large nose. No, we have one more advantage. In case of a tie, the Grand Marshal casts a vote. And Tracy's the Grand Marshal. Slade smiled grandly at Will. You can't cheat, Emma said quickly. They won't need to. Edwin gestured toward Emma. Your talent is enough to win it for them. Emma looked at Will. His return glance dared her to paint. Her expression hardened, daring him to admit she couldn't. So, we're agreed. We have 2 weeks to prove our case, Flynn said. And we walk away if we don't get approval by then, Slade added. They both turned to Will, who tore his gaze away from Emma and nodded. What choice did he have? Forget for a moment that Slade can't be trusted not to bail on the town if a bigger winery makes you an offer, Emma said later, as Will walked her home along the moonlit riverbank. I didn't agree to help. You could have refused at any time, Will pointed out, fighting the urge to claim her hand again, needing to be as neutral as Snarky Sam and Switzerland when he asked her about her grandfather. You could have refused, just like Tracy could have refused your Grand Marshal nomination. I hate that you're using my logic against me, Emma complained, wrapping her arms tightly around herself as if that was the only thing holding her together. I can't do this. I can't paint anything. The Emma of old would have at least tried. Will gave in to temptation and put his arm over her shoulder. She smelled of flowers and fresh air, but felt like a tightly wound clock whose springs were about to snap. Every muscle beneath his arm was tense. Tried, she scoffed, fitting her body closer to his. Like you've tried to reassure the town with anything other than your word? I have business partners. They could vote me down at any time. I can't guarantee anything but my intent. All thoughts about Rose and Harvey fled. His entire being was intent about not kissing her. She made a frustrating noise. You shouldn't put your arm around me. I'm not going to kiss you. Not that the idea was ever far from his mind when she was near. You're cold. I'm not cold. But she didn't step from beneath the shelter of his arm either. I'm upset, Will. I'm backed into a corner I can't get out of, even if I wanted to. Same, he said mildly. You'll figure it out. And if you can't, we'll beat this thing together. She made that frustrated sound again. They veered off a side path toward Rose's Victorian, walking in silence until they got to the porch steps. Emma turned to face him, sliding from beneath his arm. This is going to be a disaster. She was going full on, glass half empty. And I'm not just talking about the float. There's UN. We'll both be free to leave in 2 weeks. We'll go about our separate lives, me to pursue my art, and you to do whatever it is you'll do next. My mother's trial will probably be over. She'll swoop in and bully my grandmother into a safer environment with people who'll watch over her. It'll be for the best, but it'll break her heart. She sighed and then turned toward the stairs. Wait. He reached for her hand. You want Rose to live here forever? Emma's brow furrowed. If it was possible, yes. I can't see her living anywhere else. Can you? I can. He tugged Emma closer until they stood mere inches apart. Not because he intended to kiss her, but because upheaval in a family was hard. She might need a supportive hug. One friend to another. I can see Rose staging a production of South Pacific in a retirement center. Emma's grin was reward enough for not kissing her. His hands were only sliding up her arms to make their goodnight hug quicker. Emma's glance angled toward his hands. Her grin faded. Will? A whisper. His hands reached her shoulders. His fingers traced along her collarbone, moved up, coming to rest on her neck. All he had to do was drop his arms around her shoulders to give her that friendly hug. Instead, his fingers reached upward until his palms cupped her cheeks. Will? Emma whispered again, her dark eyes luminous in the porch light. He leaned closer. A hug and a kiss on the cheek. An appropriate goodnight between friends. Her eyes drifted closed, and he experienced his first twinge of trouble ahead. His lips brushed hers. A light caress. Still chaste. Still friendly. Except, he couldn't seem to draw his mouth away from hers. Emma's arm slid slowly around his waist. And he didn't fight to return to neutral, friendlier territory. Their kiss danced on the edge of exploration. On a sigh and the hint of a dream he'd once had. The front door opened, dousing them in light. Emma? Emma sprang back and darted up the stairs. She called good night over her shoulder, her footsteps echoing on wood, echoing in his heart. Now he had his answer, unwanted as it might be. If he never kissed Emma again, it'd be one of his great regrets on his deathbed. When Will got home, the heat of Emma's kiss still a fresh memory on his lips, his father was ensconced in his recliner reading a farming magazine as if everything was normal. As if Will's world hadn't been tilted even further off its axis. Where's Tracy? Will asked. Dad peered over the top of the glossy pages. Where else? In her room. What's she decided about being the Grand Marshal? Will wasn't going to force her to do it. Honestly, he couldn't force her to do anything. But it would help ease his mind about her involvement with the winery if she accepted the role. She hasn't said a word, Dad said. Will walked down the hall and knocked on Tracy's bedroom door. Tracy, can I come in? There was no answer. Are you sure she's in there? Will asked, trying not to sound concerned. I've been sitting here since dinner, Dad said from the living room. I would have seen her walk past. Tracy didn't answer when he knocked and called for her again. Worry tightened the knots in Will's stomach and respect for privacy flew out the window. He retrieved the L-shaped master key from above the bathroom door frame and unlocked Tracy's bedroom door. The fact that he had to shoulder the door open didn't calm him. She'd shoved a pile of clothes against it. What the? Will froze. Tracy had her back to him. Earphones blared music he could hear 10 feet away, explaining why she hadn't answered his knock. She was painting a dandelion the size of her head on the wall in the corner. Her window was flung open, and her furniture was shoved in the middle of the room. A mosaic of paint spills created a trail around the perimeter, ruining the carpet. Tracy had painted everything, from the walls to the ceiling, in black, then added neon color, oversized blades of grass, a red barn with out-of-proportion doors hanging askew, cows with pink spots in a field. Her enthusiasm for painting far outmatched her skill. Dad appeared at his shoulder. So, this is what she's been doing with all that paint. We should call someone, shouldn't we? Her doctor? Her therapist? Will stepped farther into the room, trying to put his feet on firm ground instead of clumps of paint-encrusted carpet. What kind of person hid this kind of activity? Had she lost her grip on reality? Or was this Tracy's way of coping? She'd been better since she'd locked herself away. Perhaps sensing she was no longer alone, Tracy turned, her face a textbook illustration of happiness, easy smile, rosy cheeks, relaxed gaze. All that changed at the sight of them. Her mouth pinched downward. Her face paled. Her eyes narrowed. "Get out." "Tracy, we need to talk," Will said. "Get out." Tracy's shriek was laced with pain. Her eyes darted everywhere, her expression reminiscent of Rose's at the town council meeting, trapped, feral. Will had new respect for what Emma was going through. His father tugged Will's arm. "Let's regroup in the kitchen." "Tracy, that means you too." Tracy stomped out after them, breathing in ragged gasps that threatened to morph into sobs the likes of which Will hadn't seen since Carl Quidoba had dumped her in high school. The family took up their customary defensive positions, Will in the archway between the kitchen and the living room, Dad leaning on the counter by the sink, Tracy's short pacing in front of the refrigerator. There was a moment or two of pre-argument silence as they each played out scenarios in their heads. "Honey," Dad began. "About the paint. Explain it to us." Will extended his arms. "Explain why you felt the need to hide what you were doing from us." "I knew you wouldn't understand." She nailed Will with a glare so laser-like intense he felt he might disintegrate. Her paint-stained hands fisted like a boxer's, ready for a fight. "I'm trying to." Will desperately wanted Tracy to reassure him that she was fine. But this wasn't reassuring. Tracy jabbed the air in his direction. "You do not own me." "Agreed." Will tossed his hands. "I'm trying to build a winery so that you'll have a job and a life here." She rolled her eyes. "Don't do me any favors. I only want you to be safe and happy." But it was clear now that he was smothering her. Emma was right. He charged in and plowed the field the way he saw it, without consideration for the feelings of others, Rose, Tracy, even Emma. Arms up in surrender, Dad stepped between them. "Can I get a word in here? After all, I am your father, and this is my house." He spared a glance at the family portrait above the fireplace, as if silently asking his wife for help. Crossing her arms over her too-thin chest, Tracy backed up until she was leaning against the sink. Will held his position, held himself so still he almost wasn't breathing. Why hadn't he realized what was going on in Tracy's room sooner? Dad washed his hands over his face. "First off, Tracy, that's your room. I don't care what you do in there as long as you don't burn the place down." "Dad." Tracy nearly bowled him over with a hug. "Oh, Dad. However, that doesn't mean you don't have some explaining to do, young lady." Dad released her. "We care about you. We've sat at your hospital bedside and made decisions that we thought were best for you until you were at a point where you were capable of making them yourself." Dad gave Will a significant look. "Now, Will." He likes to set boundaries, start things and throw money at a problem. Will had heard enough of his faults recently not to argue. What was the point? No one listened. That didn't mean his father's opinion didn't sting. Dad's gaze drifted back to Tracy. "If you agree, I'm sure he'll pick another fancy rehab hospital for you to go to." Eyes suddenly brimming with tears, Tracy shook her head vehemently. Will's throat thickened until when next he spoke, his voice sounded rusty. "She's not going to another facility. She's fine right here." Tracy's mouth began to form a battle cry, making Will quickly amend his statement. "That is, if Tracy wants to stay. She doesn't have to work at the winery. It's not like you could make her." Dad stroked Tracy's short blonde curls twice before letting his hand fall to her shoulder. "I'm a believer in giving people a chance to work through the bad stuff in their own way. And lately, you seem to be doing better." "Is it because of the painting?" Tracy hesitated a moment before nodding. "You hated painting in the hospital," Will pointed out. She tossed her hands in the air between them. "They tell." Me too. Paint. Emotions. So stupid. Will wasn't sure he understood the difference with what she was doing in her room, but if it made Tracy happy. They told you to paint out anger. Dad watched Tracy closely. You plopped a big red glob of paint on the paper and went back to your room. I was angry. She crossed her arms over her chest. Will chuckled. You got Mom's temper. As if you didn't, Dad teased. In that moment, Will knew they were on a path to a new normal. All of them. The painting makes you feel better? Will asked, needing a final bit of reassurance. Tracy nodded. Yes. I control what? I paint. Control was something Will understood. He nodded. Well, then, let's make sure you have a good supply of paint. Chapter 24. Emma had spent far too long last night thinking about Will's kiss to dwell on it this morning. She had better things to do. Like stare at the bare, 30-foot trailer Felix had delivered 20 minutes ago. Not one of the 3 winery musketeers had shown up for its delivery. Had they decided to give up after all and not told her? There was nothing to do but stand around, listen to some overly happy birds chirp, and look at the scenery, rows of overgrown grapevines and an unobstructed view of Parish Hill. But she couldn't do that. She'd risk another panic attack while she passed the time waiting for those 3 prima donnas. And so, that kiss. Nope. I'm heading back to check on Granny Rose, Emma said to nobody. She made it as far as the corner of the barn when she heard a truck coming down the gravel drive, horn honking. It was Will. Sorry, I needed a peace offering. He hopped out of the truck. I didn't think it would take me that long to rescue this. The back rim is bent and the rear sprocket broken, but with a little work, you'll be able to ride again. Will lifted her bike out of the truck bed and set out the kickstand. The bike leaned at a dangerous angle but didn't fall over. Thank you. Emma was touched. She came closer to inspect the damage, running one hand over her cheek. I expected it to be a lost cause. Nothing's ever completely lost. Will drank her in for a moment before reaching across the truck seat. I brought my laptop, too. The revised architectural designs are on it. A cat meowed from inside the cab. Emma peeked in the open truck window. A one-eyed Siamese stared at her through the slats of a small carrier. You adopted one of Felix's cats? Sort of. He'd moved closer to Emma in that way he had, lowering his voice as if afraid someone else might hear. I got Ping for you. I thought you could paint with him. Emma stared from Will to the cat and back. You're kidding. I'm not. And Ping is kind of impossible to ignore, Will added when the cat meowed again. But it's nice to have someone around to keep you company when you're struggling with something. Emma crossed her arms over her chest. I can't have a cat in my apartment. You can have one here, Will said softly. And you said you might be moving. Maybe your next place will allow cats. It's an impractical gift. Impractical, but thoughtful. She was touched, darn it. What if it doesn't work out? It will. At her smirk, he added, if it doesn't, I'll take him. Emma sighed and looked at the cat again. The cat's fur was the color of faded sandstone with rich dark chocolate highlights. How did you convince Felix to let you have him? He wasn't about to let you adopt one of his cats yesterday. Ping can be very persuasive. On cue, Ping meowed, confirming Will's story. Now, about the new vision for the winery. Will set a laptop on the driver's seat and keyed in his password. I got these this morning. Emma leaned in to look. This architectural design salvaged the existing red barn, and the welcome center was the original farmhouse. Felix will be thrilled. Never mind how Will got architectural plans on a Sunday. This is why he let you have Ping. Will grinned. We all have our secrets. Like goodnight kisses. Emma desperately needed to back away. Her feet remained firmly planted. This is exactly the kind of idea I can get behind, except Emma looked up at Will, reached out to touch his arm. And darned if her hand didn't stay on his wrist. If you want my full support, I have a couple of conditions. The oak tree stays, Will said solemnly, his gaze dropping briefly to her hand. The one he'd held the night Granny Rose had handcuffed herself in the town square, the hand he'd clung to beneath the table last night. Thank you. That takes care of condition number 1. Condition number 2 was a stickier subject. I can be an extra pair of hands on the float, but don't ask me to draw or paint anything for you. I can't do it. It was Will's turn to study Emma. But instead of arguing, his gaze softened. I may have a solution to that. Are you sure you can't sketch? Because if you can rough out our plans for a revitalized winery, we can use that for the theme of the float. I figured this would be a 3D diorama, and Emma's hands had started to tremble at the word sketch. No, Emma. We'll need someone else to draw and paint. She thrust her palms in the back pockets of her jeans. You know I'm beyond blocked. I'm lucky I can edit print ads with someone else's photos and artwork. There wasn't enough distance between them. He was looking at her too intensely, as if considering taking her into his arms. Thankfully, her feet moved this time. I'm going to get through this, but I can't do it overnight. He kept staring. She could almost see his brain working. I give you permission to sketch this out. Not forgiveness. Permission. Emma bit back a groan. Your permission doesn't matter. I don't have permission here. She tapped her heart, suddenly realizing the truth. It's about forgiving myself. In order to create, I have to lose myself in the moment. I lost myself when I was driving Tracy. And the other night after bowling when Granny Rose slipped away, I was trying to sketch and didn't hear her leave. I'm not ready to forgive myself. My grandmother's safety is at risk, as well as the safety of others in my care. Will, his name fell between them in one husky syllable. Don't ask me to do this. His stare probed. He considered. After a moment, he nodded. Get in. You need to see something. Will, for once in your life, Emma, do something I tell you without asking. He turned her around. She dug in her heels, which only increased the pressure of his hands on her shoulders. You're assuming you know what's good for me. Throw me a bone and I'll go with you. The bone being our destination. Okay. He led the way to the passenger door, opening it for her. We're going to my house. Now get in. Ping me out, echoing the command. A few minutes later, Emma ascended the steps to the Jackson home. Why are we here? You'll see. We'll let her inside and down the hall to Tracy's room. The smell of fresh paint increased as they moved deeper into the house. And yet, the walls she saw were a dingy white that hadn't felt a brush or roller since Will's mother died. Will took a master key from above the door frame. Whoa. Emma backed up. If Tracy locked the door, we shouldn't go inside. Ignoring her, Will opened the door. Okay, don't go inside. You can look from the hallway. Emma stood firm. It's not right. Look. Will tugged her forward until she bumped into his solid chest. She kept her face averted, but the smell of paint was intense, calling to her artistic curiosity. Emma turned her head. Oh! So much black. A bold statement as a backdrop to the colorful murals on every wall. There was so much black that Emma almost didn't notice the disarray of Tracy's furniture, or the canvas with the flying worm on the dresser. She recognized the squiggly line as the worm she'd tried painting days ago, but Tracy had filled the rest in. Tracy's been painting her walls for a week now, and she's been more confident, happier even. Will ran his hand down the slope of Emma's back. Art heals, Emma. It heals and it forgives. You can't just stop creating. But I have stopped. In my case, art doesn't heal, it disables. It puts those I love at risk. Will shook his head. You don't get it. Tracy. The back door opened, and Tracy charged down the hall. What are you doing? My room. Mine. I'm sorry. Emma held up her hands and stepped out of the room. Why hadn't she left when Will took down the key? This was a horrible mistake. I wanted Emma to see this, Will started to explain. I brought her here. I made her come inside. It's beautiful, Emma said gently. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Tracy slammed the bedroom door in their faces and locked herself in. What's going on in here? Ben stood at the back door, looking as worn out as Emma felt. I was trying to help Emma and I messed up. The pain in Will's voice was wrenching. "I'm sorry, Tracy." Without thinking, Emma put her arms around him and rested her head on his chest. "I screwed up, Dad." Will sat on the living room couch, his head in his hands. Emma had left, and already he missed the feel of her arms around him. "How am I going to make this right?" "It's my fault, son." No, Will raised his head and stared at his father, who stood across from him. "You didn't invade Tracy's privacy." "No, but you're my firstborn. I raised you to take on responsibility from an early age. And then your mother." He shook his head. "And now you take on too much. You can't make things right for everyone. People need to find their own way." His sigh carried the weariness of too many years as a single dad. "People will still ask for your help from time to time, but you have to put the brakes on your impulse to fix everything for everybody. It's a hard habit to break." Will felt so defeated. "It's apparently what I think I do best." He knew now that he could never broach the subject of Emma's grandfather with her. That was her business, not his. "We're all a work in progress. You're ahead of most people in this world just by knowing what your faults are." Dad glanced up at the family portrait. "I'm sorry, I didn't do better by you after your mom died." "You don't have to apologize to me," Will said gruffly. His father stood and patted Will's knee. "Apologies are part of every relationship, along with forgiveness." He headed toward the front door. "But what am I going to do?" "About Tracy and the float and everything." Dad paused, shuffling his feet a little. "You have to give things up, son. The responsibility, the control, the judging. Life's mountains are high. Let someone else carry the load for a while." Impossible. If he let things go, everything around him would be chaos. His dad opened the door. "Wait." Will stood, closing the distance between them. "Wait." And then they were hugging as they hadn't hugged since learning about Tracy's accident. "I love you, Dad." "I love you too, son." His father's voice was husky. He thumped Will's back. "Remember, the way to get to the top of life's most challenging mountains is easy. Just take one step at a time." "That cat's going to be more trouble than he's worth," Granny Rose predicted, watching Emma release Ping from his carrier in Emma's bedroom. She'd taken the cat when she'd left Will, along with the small bag of kitty litter and cat food she'd noticed on his floorboard. Granted, it was an armful, but she hadn't had far to walk. And Ping's cries had helped drown out the memory of Tracy's anger. With a tentative meow, the one-eyed cat crept out of the carrier, sniffed at the bowls of food and water, and then proceeded toward the makeshift litter box in the corner of Emma's bedroom. He gave it a sniff before slinking over to Emma with a superior look. Emma leaned down and stroked his short, silky fur. "Do you want to stay in Harmony Valley, Granny Rose? I'm going to die here, come earthquake or high water." She crossed her arms over her chest. "What's this about?" "I'm going to need you to sit here with me and Ping. And sing." "What on earth for?" "Because I don't like the soundtrack that plays in my head when I try to paint." Emma met her grandmother's clear gaze. "Because if you want to stay here, you need emergency services restored, not to mention a doctor's exam for those mood swings of yours." Her grandmother huffed. "I have never had mood swings in my life. Or a hot flash. Say whatever you like. As soon as Mom's trial is over, she's going to show up on your doorstep with a brochure for a retirement home in Sacramento. You know how stubborn she can be. You need to reassure her you'll be safe here." "How does me sitting here and singing with a cat do that?" "It won't. Unless I can paint." Unless she could help Will with the float. Emma faced the easel. She was doing this for the good of Harmony Valley, not her personal life. She was still determined to keep Will at arm's length. Granny Rose started to sing, "A Spoonful of Sugar" from Mary Poppins. At Emma's feet, Ping meowed pitifully. Emma reminded herself this was important. Being able to paint the float wasn't about her lifelong dream. It was about helping others. Painting as volunteer work. She liked that angle. But when she picked up a brush, her hands didn't like that argument, or any other one she could think of to distract herself. The diesel engine roared louder than the voices of Ping and Granny Rose combined. One step at a time. After lunch, Will surveyed his team and tried to quell the nervous beat of his heart. Flynn and Slade had assembled tools on the old barn's workbench. Tracy stood at the barn door, arms crossed and scowling. Facing the bare trailer, Emma sat on an old milk crate, looking as closed off as she had that day beneath the willow after her panic attack. Will put his hands in his jeans pockets, took them out, and then put them back in again. One step at a time. Here's the thing, Will recited the words he'd been practicing all morning, words that were humbling because they were an admission that he wasn't perfect. My name is Will, and I'm a control freak. They all stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. All except Emma. She tilted her head expectantly. Her consideration gave him courage. I need to step back and let you lead. Emma began to smile. Why do you want me to lead? Flynn deadpanned. No, idiot. Slade pushed his shoulder. The collective you, as in all of us. Flynn rubbed his shoulder, grinning. I knew that. The question is, why is our fearless leader stepping back? It's come to my attention that I can be an overbearing jerk, trying to force what I feel is right on other people. I tend to think I know what's best for everyone, which isn't the way to be a good brother. He nodded at Tracy. Or a friend. He nodded at Slade and Flynn, and then turned to Emma. Or a friend. That was awkward. His business partners chuckled. Will pressed on. I jumped at the chance to start a winery without telling my business partners all the reasons why. I considered my sister incapable of making her own decisions and tried to plan her life accordingly. And I set the boundaries of her friendship when I had no right to interfere. I could go on, but at this point, I'll just issue a blanket apology. Slade cleared his throat. There's no need to apologize to me. Or me, Flynn chimed in. The jury was still out with Tracy. She stared at the rows of grapevines, silent. It was still out with Emma, too. She didn't look at him with any of the warmth and longing he felt. He'd have to figure that out, too. One step at a time. Chapter 25. Tracy hadn't felt this good since before the accident. Nearly 2 weeks into the project, she loved working on the float. Emma wanted no part of the painting, so Tracy did everything. She loved the smooth regularity of the stroke of the brush. She loved the banter between Flynn and Slade, and the pop, pop, pop of Emma working the nail gun. The float took form when Emma worked. Will, Flynn, and Slade mostly argued about the length of boards and the size of cardboard they were cutting. It seemed like they had to double-cut everything. Things would have gone smoother if Will had taken charge. They made decisions by committee, and sometimes they didn't agree. It was funny, but not everything was perfect. Tracy hated the way Will looked at Emma when he thought no one was watching, as if Emma had stomped on his heart. And Tracy hated how awkward it was in the barn when she and Emma worked alone, or when Will and Emma were working on something together. She sighed. Finding Emma in her bedroom that day was like being back in the rehabilitation hospital where anyone could walk in while Tracy was in the midst of changing. But for Will to have let Emma in her room was the worst of betrayals. She hadn't talked to either of them since. She'd drawn out her hurt until it seemed too late to accept their apologies. Instead, Tracy poured herself into painting. When her work was done for the day, she snuck off to visit different residents in Harmony Valley. She never went back to the same house twice. Nope, she visited a different person each time and carefully told them her story. A therapist had once said that the more you spoke about a tragedy out loud, the easier it was to bear. Emma had tried to tell her something similar, too. Tracy didn't know about easier. She just knew that it gradually became easier to talk about the accident. She told Felix about the rescue workers while she held a fuzzy white kitten. She told Agnes about the stomach-churning helicopter ride over a cup of tea. She traded Walker war stories with Mildred as she baked cookies. And every day, Tracy's speech felt smoother, easier. Who needed shock therapy? She could control aphasia all by herself. Just not in time to be the town's grand marshal. The thought still made her feel nauseous. And then one afternoon, while she was painting, alone for once since Emma had print ad work to do and the men had gone into Cloverdale for supplies, an SUV pulled into the barn doorway. "Excuse me." A handsome man with the slick smile of a salesman got out of the passenger side. He was dressed like Slade, slacks and a tie, and wore a lightweight gray jacket. Tracy felt a moment of panic. This stranger would expect her speech to be smooth. Yes, I'm looking for Will Jackson. He was checking out her legs. No one had looked at her legs like that since Las Vegas. A tiny thrill raced up her spine. He's, not here. Can I wait? Tracy opened her mouth to say yes, but realized if she did, she'd have to make polite conversation. Who are you? Not now. Don't start talking like an idiot now. I'm Quinn Yardley, Action News in Santa Rosa. I was hoping to do an interview with Will Jackson about a winery he's starting. He closed the gap between them and reached up, extending his hand. And you are? Tracy. Her hand felt like a limp noodle in his. Jackson. And then her hand convulsed, capturing his. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Play it cool. She released his fingers. Will's sister? Quinn's smile broadened like a snake's mouth right before it unhinged its jaws to swallow its prey. It's always great to have additional insight on a story. You don't mind if we ask you a few questions? The driver of the SUV had been standing near its door. He retrieved a camera from the back seat. Hi, Tracy drew back, nearly tumbling onto the gelato parlor she'd been painting. Great. I didn't think you'd mind. Quinn turned to his cameraman, pulling a microphone out of his windbreaker pocket. Is there enough light in here? Tracy could feel her throat closing and her tongue thickening. The air lodged inside her lungs. There's enough light, but she'll need to come down off that trailer, the camera operator said. No, Tracy croaked. Quinn looked at her as if she was refusing the highest of honors. No? It'll only take a few minutes. What is it you're painting? You need to go. Now, Tracy, Quinn said in a cajoling voice, the same tone of voice her therapists used when they wanted to make her feel guilty for not completing an exercise when she was too tired, too demoralized, or, more often, too angry. I will not be on camera. Tracy drew a breath. You need to leave. Quinn looked at her as if she were a curious lab specimen. She hated herself for being imperfect. She hated aphasia. What's all this? Emma appeared in the doorway wearing her old paint-splattered overall shorts and a messy ponytail. Who are you? Quinn stepped forward and introduced himself. Emma took one look at Tracy's face and ignored his outstretched hand. Gentlemen, you're trespassing. We didn't mean to upset anyone, Quinn said smoothly, lowering his voice. What's wrong with her? Nothing is wrong with her, Emma said in icy tones that matched the temperature of Tracy's insides. She walked over to the nail gun compressor, turned it on, and took aim at the tire of their SUV. Now leave, before walking becomes your only option out of here. We're here for a story. We won't come back, Quinn said, as if that meant something to either one of them. I don't care. Emma stood guard until the SUV disappeared down the driveway. She shut off the compressor, but remained facing the driveway. I'm so sorry, Tracy. Tracy barely heard her as she ran out the back door. Chapter 26. No one was working on the float. In addition to float supplies, Flynn and Slade had bought groceries in Cloverdale. After dropping them off at their respective houses, Will had driven to the barn. The women were nowhere to be seen. Tracy? Emma? He unloaded the lumber and additional cardboard he'd picked up. They'd underestimated their need for materials last week since they'd overestimated their skill at carpentry. Tracy? Emma? Will walked around to the back of the barn, calling for them again. He followed the trail to the river. When he reached the trees, he found Emma sitting on the bank tossing pebbles. Hey, what's going on? Where's Tracy? Emma didn't say a word. She just kept winding up and pitching stones. Will sat down next to her. She hadn't talked to him during the entire build other than to ask him for a hand with something. He'd missed their sparring. He'd missed her superior grin. I missed her. Emma's cheeks were streaked with tears. Her breathing was ragged. I've lost Tracy, she said in a small voice. He slipped an arm around her and pulled her close, as he'd been wanting to do since the night he'd kissed her in front of Rose's house. Emma turned her face into his shoulder and sobbed once. Just once. And then, with a huge, shuddering sigh, she sat up and lifted her dark, watery gaze to his. "People think Tracy's broken," Emma whispered. Will nodded. He used to be among them. Now he viewed her aphasia more like a handicap in a horse race. Tracy carried more weight than the rest of them. Life would be harder for her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't run. "She's not broken." Emma straightened, but kept her gaze locked on his. "She's so much smarter than I am. And quicker at putting things together up here." She tapped her temple. How could anyone look at her and think there's something wrong with her? She disengaged herself, grabbed a sizable rock and threw it into the river. A line drive. He remembered teaching her and Tracy how to throw a baseball. Emma had been awkwardly enthusiastic, determined to conquer the skill in her own way. She drew a deep breath. "Do you know what I see when I look at this river?" "Water." His attempt at humor fell flat. "I see browns and greens, eddies and currents, the sparkle of a fish beneath the surface." She scooted away and angled herself to face him. "I see motion and calm, slowness and speed." "I get it. You see depth when you look at Tracy." "So do I." But that didn't answer what had happened. "But you see her with conditions," Emma said in a loud voice. "You don't see the total beauty of her. You don't hear the emotion when she talks. It comes out in spurts, but it's there. She's there, multi-layered and beautiful." Emma stood. "She's there, exactly as she's always been." Will opened his mouth to argue, and then closed it again. Emma was right. Will couldn't see beyond the challenges Tracy faced and the limited tools she had to meet them. It was like the first day they'd raced up Parish Hill when he'd realized Emma was a dreamer and he was a realist. The distance between their outlooks was vast and unbridgeable. At least, it was if he didn't have Emma by his side to build those bridges. The world sees Tracy the same way you do, as if she can't get as far in life as anyone else. Emma stared out over the river, her face drawn in sadness. "I'm the reason the world sees her that way. And she knows it." Her gaze dropped to his. "And now I know why you can never forgive me." Will's mouth went dry. Emma blinked back tears, turned, and walked away. Will sat on the bank, watching Emma leave him. It hit home then, in a way it hadn't before, not in all the times she'd told him or the way his dad had warned him. There wasn't a situation where Emma would eventually come around to his way of thinking or things would miraculously become easier between them without any change of heart on his part or hers. Forget Emma's fear that she couldn't have close relationships and be an artist, because her artistic passion could be all-consuming. Will and Emma had no future if he couldn't find it in himself to forgive her, and she couldn't find a way to forgive herself. The float was close to completion. It was rudimentary, but it didn't matter. Emma thought it was perfect. The float represented the past she loved, and the future she hoped was in store for her hometown. And on Saturday, they'd win the contest at the Spring Festival. Emma had come back after dinner to admire the float alone. She sat cross-legged on the workbench so she could have a better view. "It turned out pretty well, didn't it?" Will walked into the barn holding a water bottle. The day had been warm but was giving way to the chill of an incoming fog bank. He'd changed from cargo shorts to jeans and had thrown on a Stanford sweatshirt. She'd been working next to him earlier and had almost laughed out loud when she'd caught him humming the chorus from Oklahoma. She was sure he'd been singing so he wouldn't jump in and tell Flynn and Slade what they should be doing. "I like it." Emma slid down, wiping sawdust from her shorts. "I'm going to miss working on it. I enjoyed getting to know Slade. I don't believe his threats that he'd take the money and run anymore. And I'd forgotten how fun Flynn can be." She went over and shifted a grapevine in a 5-gallon container so that the vines hung off the front of the trailer. "Flynn still hates the barber chair, though, doesn't he? You braided his hair." There was something odd in Will's tone, but Emma was paying more attention to the float than him. "Who braids a man's hair?" Emma laughed. That had been the highlight of her day. "His hair has grown past his shoulders." He's got great bone structure, but who could see it beneath that baseball cap and hair? She and Tracy had exchanged a rare grin while she'd worked on Flynn. She stood on a step stool and fiddled with the ribbon on the stuffed sheep Slade had found online. It had arrived today. The sheep was life-size, with a pink bow and dark eyes that begged for a hug. After the festival, they decided to donate it to the nearest children's hospital. I didn't like you touching Flynn's hair. Will was behind her, his breath wafting gently across the shell of her ear. Emma's heart slowed to a limb-freezing halt. Other than the day that nosy reporter had showed up, she'd successfully avoided being alone with Will. She'd tucked away crushes, infatuations, and fascinations. She'd parted ways with what-ifs and what-could-have-beens. She was on the path of recovery, not discovery. Turn around, Emma. Oh, she recognized that tone of voice. It was the same deep rumble he'd used to tell her he was going to kiss her that day in her bedroom. I can't. To turn around meant she'd fall into his arms. There'd be tender touches and the warm press of lips. And that would only reignite feelings she'd been doing her best to shut off. A kiss could break her hold on the precipice of love, sending her tumbling down where she'd be vulnerable and lost. Emma. Will's voice sounded defeated. I don't like it when you braid Flynn's hair. You don't. She almost turned around then. No, his hands settled on her shoulders, warm and heavy and full of what she wanted to imagine was love. And I don't like it when you tease Slade about his ties. His hands circled her shoulders slowly, as if learning their shape. I almost nailed Slade's tie to the gelato shop. You can't not tease a man about that. Turn around, Emma, he pleaded gently. I can't. Her voice dropped to a whisper, as feather-light as her hold on her control. Will might want her, but he could never forgive her. She knew because she hadn't forgiven herself. His hands glided down her arms until they came to rest over her hands. His fingers tangled with hers. He moved closer, the heat of his body begging her to turn around and close the distance between them, begging her to surrender to the feelings between them. I can't do this, Will. Emma. His lips pressed against the back of her neck just above the collar of her t-shirt, soft as dandelion fluff. I miss you. Despite her best intentions, Emma tilted her head to one side, inviting his lips upward. He accepted the invitation, pressing his mouth beneath her ear, advancing to her jawline. She turned her head slightly, giving him better access. Again, he accepted the invitation, the press of his lips against her flesh more urgent now, demanding she turn, demanding she acknowledge that there was more here than attraction, that there might just be love. And then he stopped. Emma. His stubbled cheek rested against her smooth one. He spoke with aching tenderness. Emma. What are we going to do? Her resistance dissolved. And she was lost. Will leaned against the wall of the barn, cradling Emma in his arms as he watched the moon rise above the crown of her dark hair. She turned and lifted her face. One last kiss. Will couldn't resist. One last kiss to end a perfect evening, one where neither of them argued. Will drew her closer, deepening the kiss. One last, sweet kiss, Emma murmured against his mouth. The regretful way she said it, as if this was goodbye, had Will pulling back. I'll walk you home. Emma covered his lips with her fingers before he could say any more. No. Here at the barn, it's only the two of us, without pasts, without futures. I know you can't forgive me, and I don't expect you to. But out there, she sighed, out there, we have baggage and responsibilities, to ourselves as well as to others. I knew when I turned around that you and I only had this one moment. Her words created a void in his chest where his heart used to be. Don't say that. She stared at him expectantly. Does that mean? He hadn't forgiven her, and he was sure she could see it in his eyes. He'd hoped they could forget about it, put the issue in a corner and not discuss it. He was foolish and naive. The evening chill nipped at him. But Emma, it can wait until. No. Forgiveness can't wait. Emma pushed her way free of his arms, eyes filled with hurt. Her pain seeped into him, making him feel emptier than before. I can't be this person, she said raggedly. I have more respect for myself than that. You should never have promised to kiss me. You should never have asked me to turn around tonight. And you can't tempt me like this again. Instinctively, he reached for her, but she backed away. Promise me, Emma winced, swallowed. Started again. Promise me you'll never look at me like you want to hold me. Promise me you'll never touch me like you have tonight. And promise me you'll never kiss me again. The weight of her request clawed at him. How could that be? He didn't understand the meaning of the powerful emotions churning inside of him. I know you'll honor a promise, she said, eyes luminous in the moonlight. The words she wanted to hear hung bitterly on his lips, reluctant to take form. Promise her? In the end, he could only nod his head. Rose was waiting for Emma on the porch swing when Will walked her home. The old gal held a piece of paper in her hand that looked like a letter. There was a grin set to her mouth that didn't bode well for a man who'd been making out with her granddaughter 20 minutes ago. Not that it mattered now. Still, Will had insisted on walking Emma home. She'd kept a half step ahead of him the entire time. Their moment was over. Will felt broken and numb. And now he had to face Rose. There you are, Emma. Rose stood, still gripping the paper. I should have known you'd be with him after receiving this. She shook the page. Larry gave it to me. What is it? Emma trotted up the stairs. Someone, Rose's stare was icy, requested an arborist's report on the oak tree in the town square. I'm sure the big corporation that's going to give Will his next few millions doesn't like oak trees. It wasn't me. Will climbed the stairs, holding up his hands. But it might have been Slade. What does it say? Emma reached for the report, but Rose yanked it away. It says my tree has a fungus. Rose peered at the page. Anthracnose. What does it matter what it's called? It's obviously Latin for death. She clutched the page to her breast in a dramatic turn worthy of a stage production. Then Will came into her line of vision, and she drew herself up like an avenging goddess. You killed my tree. You killed it so you could put your hot spot there. Granny Rose, you know that's not true, Emma said levelly. People don't infect trees with fungus. And besides, Will's changed the plans so that the communications tower will go on Parish Hill. For a moment, Rose seemed to drift back into reality. She blinked, casting her gaze about the worn porch floorboards. May I see it? Will reached for the paper. There might be something on there that tells us who requested the test. Or what they could do to save the tree. Rose's eyes widened. Don't you touch it. Don't you touch it, or my tree, Harvey. Will stilled. Was this why Rose targeted him? Had she confused him with her con artist spouse? He glanced at Emma to see if she'd noticed anything. It's okay, Granny Rose. Emma curled her arm around her grandmother's shoulders, avoiding his gaze. I won't betray you. Let me see it. Rose handed over the page. Come inside. Instead of reading the missive, Emma took her grandmother's arm. We'll put on South Pacific. Bali High is calling. Is the computer nerd coming inside? Rose frowned over her shoulder at Will as if he were an ogre. No. He's going home to Ben and Tracy, Emma said, back straight and pain-lacing her words. Emma was right. If Will couldn't forgive her, he had to stay away or risk hurting her even more. Granny Rose, you need to come to grips with the fact that nothing lasts forever. Emma handed her grandmother a glass of water and encouraged her to drink. Not trees. Not towns. Not marriages, Granny Rose said, not without a hefty serving of defeat. She took another drink of water before setting it aside and sitting back in her rocking chair. Emma kneeled at her feet. Several pieces of a puzzle were dropping into place. It was a puzzle she hadn't known needed solving. Tell me about Grandpa Harvey. The man that several people had mentioned lately, including Will. Oh, child. Granny Rose took Emma's face in her hands. I wanted to save you from all this. All what? Emma whispered. Your grandfather was easy to love. And at the same time, so untrustworthy. Her grandmother sat back in her chair, staring off without seeming to see anything. Everything was glorious when we were first married. I had a trust fund. And it was enough for us to live comfortably. Her misty gaze shifted to Emma. But Harvey always had big ideas. He'd start a business venture with the best of intentions and then lose interest. Starting a business is hard work. Emma knew that firsthand. Yes, and somehow his failures were always someone else's fault. He became rather bitter. He couldn't forgive himself, Emma guessed, not quite willing to embrace the idea of the man she'd never met, but heard such glowing things about, being the cause of her grandmother's distress. Perhaps, Granny Rose said absently. Things changed after your mother was born, but not for the better. Harvey had this idea to build a concert hall. People will come from miles around, he said. Everyone's business will improve, he said. She sipped her water. I bet that sounds familiar. I was on the town council then and convinced the other members to support the idea. But afterward, when the government grants and investor dollars came in, Harvey started showing up with things. New things. A new car, a fancy ring for me, an expensive doll for your mother. And none of it came out of our family banking account. That's how I found out he was skimming funds. Oh, no. Oh, yes. He tried to tell me it was all for the three of us. But a woman with a baby on her hip should face the hard truths. He was breaking the law. And finally, I saw the light. A tear spilled down her cheek. I told him to leave, or I'd turn him in. I told him he was dead to me. Another tear tracked down her sweet face. I was a wreck for a long time. I got a job and spent years paying off his debts. And when anyone asked, I told them he was dead. Because he was. To me. She reached for Emma's hand. The town rallied around me. And we all started talking about Harvey as if he had died. I didn't mean it to be a secret. Emma squeezed her hand. Does Mom know? Oh, yes. She wanted to know her father. I suspect she asked around town about him. She searched for his grave at the local cemeteries when I wouldn't tell her where he was buried. And eventually, she found him living in Las Vegas. He died for real about a decade ago. I'm sorry. Sorry that she'd been so hurt she'd constructed a lie. You shouldn't be. Granny Rose's gaze grew cold. I'm the one who should apologize for not telling you the truth. Just look at you now, ready to trust a man who won't put his terms on paper. I saw you walk up. I have two eyes. There's something going on between you and there shouldn't be, Emma. You can't repeat my mistakes. There's nothing going on between us. Emma's heart felt heavy just admitting it. Granny Rose wore that blank stare. I know he's told you more than you're letting on. I can tell you're worried too. But you needn't worry. I'll do what needs to be done. Nothing needs to be done, Emma said hurriedly. But no matter how many times she said it, Granny Rose refused to respond. Chapter 27. Granny Rose. It was an hour past sunrise when Emma trudged downstairs the next morning. Her footsteps echoed hollowly on the wood floor, as hollow as she felt inside. Last night she'd fallen in love, and had her heart broken. Perhaps not in the way her grandmother had, but she'd fallen for the wrong guy, nonetheless. She'd tiptoed through years of dating, always finding excuses not to fall, finding other men wanting. Then along came Will, reminding her of her hero-worshipping crush and brushing aside her common sense. Will had pushed her boundaries with the same calculated zeal he approached everything else. And she'd taken the plunge toward love, but she'd taken it alone. She'd wanted to double over. She'd wanted to crawl off into the darkness. Instead, she'd demanded he promise to leave her alone. Emma didn't care what Granny Rose believed. Will kept his promises. Always. But just in case, she was calling in reinforcements. She needed her mother here to take care of Granny Rose so she could leave Harmony Valley and Will behind. Before she'd gone to bed last night, Emma had made sure Granny Rose went to her room, lending her a paperback romance she was reading. Then she dragged herself upstairs, willing herself to conquer the blank canvas with harsh, raw colors on a too-wide brush. Ping had watched her hold the brush midair critically, as if he heard the soundtrack of the accident in her head, too. But in the end, she'd conquered nothing and fallen asleep with Ping curled against her side. She'd woken up the same way. But now, she was alone. Ping was upstairs. And her grandmother. There was no coffee brewing, no bustle of activity, no to-do list on the kitchen table. Granny Rose? Silence. Granny Rose? Emma hurried toward the first-floor bedroom. She knocked. When she received no answer, she pushed the door open slowly. Granny Rose? The room was empty. Her grandmother's bed was made. The romance novel was on the quilt where Emma had left it. Granny's hiking boots weren't paired neatly in front of the closet. Emma called louder, moved faster. A check of the bathroom revealed her grandmother's towels were dry. Granny Rose hadn't showered this morning. Emma ran to the front door. Her grandmother's windbreaker was missing from its hook. Emma breathed in guilt-laden, panicked gasps. She tried painting again. And again, disaster. But she had to think, not feel sorry for herself. Her grandmother needed her. Maybe Granny Rose had gone out. She was a notorious early bird and kept up an active schedule. She could have slept in or decided not to shower this morning. Granny Rose left without her coffee? Not likely. What if she'd left the house after Emma had said goodnight? With trembling fingers, Emma called Agnes and confirmed that her grandmother hadn't come by or spent the night. By now, Emma's entire body was shaking. She ran toward the town square, rounded the corner of El Rosal, and stopped. The town was empty. Her grandmother wasn't handcuffed under the oak tree. Emma hadn't realized how much she'd been counting on that possibility. She ran over to the ancient tree and peered into its branches. After all, her grandmother had been a trapeze artist. It was possible that she'd be up there. But the tree was empty. A noise from the north end of the square had Emma turning. Will jogged along East Street on nearly silent feet. Emotions washed over Emma. Love, disappointment, heartache, and memories came next. The strength of his arms around her. The heat of his lips on hers. Emma couldn't deal with him now. She had to think of Granny Rose. Or think like Granny Rose. Her grandmother was convinced Will wanted to sell out the town, and she knew all Will's hopes rode on their float. Understanding dawned. Spinning away, Emma jogged quickly across the square in the opposite direction from Will and Parish Hill. Emma? Ignoring Will, she sprinted down Main Street. Past Snarky Sam's. She ran despite the stitch in her side and the choking sob in her throat. Cutting over on Jefferson, she continued until she was at the turn into the gravel driveway to the Henderson property. From there, she could see the barn doors were open. She and Will had closed them last night before walking home. Emma ran faster. The closer she got to the barn, the more of the float she could see. The cardboard buildings were crushed. The gallon containers with corn and grapevines had been tipped over, dirt spilling onto the ground. And at the far end of the float, the red barn that represented the winery was demolished. A pair of spindly human legs hung over the edge, unmoving. Granny Rose. Emma faltered. There was a dew-sprinkled cobweb on the float. A black spider sat in the middle of the web. Her breath hitched. Will sprinted past her, ripped away the cobweb, and leaped onto the float. Emma couldn't move. Her grandmother hadn't come home last night. Was she dead? Emma forced herself toward the float, hugging herself in an attempt to keep it together. Despite what happened between them last night, Emma was grateful Will was there and checking her grandmother's pulse. By the time she reached the float, Will was standing on it, leaning over Granny Rose. She's alive and breathing, but I think she hit her head. Emma climbed up next to him, her own legs threatening to buckle. Don't panic. Will studied Emma. There's blood, but her pulse is strong. Her grandmother was bent at the middle like a broken matchstick, her head on one wooden frame, knees over the other. Blood stained one shoulder of her blue windbreaker and the wood beneath her neck. Her white hair was in disarray. Granny Rose? Emma placed her hands on her grandmother's cheeks. Her skin was soft, yet chilled by the morning air, sprinkled with the scent of rose water and blood. She pulled off her thin pink jacket and draped it over Granny Rose's torso. Wake up, please. Don't move her, Will cautioned. She may have injured her neck or back. She needs an ambulance. And it would take at least 30 minutes for one to arrive from Cloverdale. Emma felt sick. Your house is closer, Will said. Go. Call. She shook her head. Run to my house. If she comes to, the sight of your face will upset her. After a moment's hesitation, Will nodded. But sit down, before you keel over too. Emma's knees folded beneath her quickly. Hurry. The wait for the ambulance was excruciating. Emma kept up a steady stream of one-sided conversation, holding Granny Rose's cold hand, her gaze never leaving her face. Terror vibrated through Emma's body in convulsive tremors that kept her upright. And all the while, her brain kept repeating, my fault, my fault, my fault. She'd never pained again. She'd never so much as try. Will returned, keeping silent watch at the door. A siren finally sounded in the distance. The louder it got, the more Emma felt as if the tension in her body would break her into pieces. As the ambulance pulled in front of the barn, Granny Rose blinked her eyes open. Emma? Where am I? Relief softened her grip on her grandmother's hand. You're safe. Granny Rose squirmed. Stay still, Emma ordered, voice hardening into a command. You've had a fall, and we need to make sure you're all right before you move. Flynn and Slade appeared, right on time to finish working on the float. They surveyed the damage without a word. Will pulled them aside and explained what had happened. Tracy showed up, took one look at Granny Rose, and retreated to the door of the barn, crossing her arms and staring down the driveway. The emergency crew asked for her grandmother's name and a situation update. There were two men. One looked like he'd graduated early from high school, and the other looked like he was ready for retirement. Both frowned when Emma couldn't tell them how long Granny Rose had been lying there. The older EMT did all the talking, speaking in a low, reassuring voice that seemed designed to calm patients. Rose, how many fingers am I holding up? You're giving me the Boy Scout pledge. Emma patted the back of her grandmother's cold hand. He was indeed holding up 3 fingers. What year is it? Granny Rose told him. Who's the president? Granny Rose answered correctly. He closed his hand around the toe of her boot. Can you feel me squeezing your toes? I think you're impertinent. Granny Rose sniffed. The last person to touch my tootsies was my husband. The older EMT tipped his head. But can you feel me squeezing? Yes. Granny Rose meekly kicked out the foot he was holding. I'd like to get up now. I'm not sure how I got here, but I'd like to start my day. I have a dress rehearsal of the Music Man before lunch. Ma'am, I need you to hold still. All ease disappeared from the older EMT's tone and demeanor. I have your best interests in mind. Granny Rose drew a deep breath. I said, Ma'am, we'll get you out of here as quickly as we can, but your safety is our first concern. The way he said it brooked no argument. I see nails and sharp wood splinters. You don't want to be cut, do you? No, Granny Rose grumbled. It took a few more minutes for them to determine her grandmother could be moved. They put a brace on her neck as a precaution before they lifted her onto a stretcher and loaded her into the back of the ambulance. When Emma started to climb in with her, the older tech stopped her. No one's allowed to ride with us, ma'am. Emma frowned. But she's my grandmother. It's policy. We're taking her to the Healdsburg District Hospital. If you check in at the emergency room desk when you arrive, they'll take you to her when they have her stabilized. Stabilized? But, Emma. That was Will, soft and reassuring, speaking from a few feet away. Emma stepped back, crossing her arms over her chest, trying to hold it together. They started in 4 on Granny Rose and then drove off. Emma turned around to face everyone and the devastation her grandmother had caused. Everything was ruined. Granny Rose had sabotaged the best chance for a stable future the town had. This is my fault, she admitted in a strained voice. I should have heard her leave last night. Somehow, Emma managed to hold her head up, but she couldn't look at Will. I've let you all down. Since the accident, I've been of little use to anyone. And whenever I try to paint or sketch, someone gets hurt. I hurt Tracy, and I haven't been able to take care of my grandmother. I don't know who I am or where I fit in. She wanted to stop talking. She really did. I'm just so lost. No one looked her in the eye. Not even Will when he weakly tried to argue. You shouldn't blame yourself for something Rose did. But I do. Emma swallowed back tears. Tears would help no one. The float is ruined. There's no way we can recreate it in time for the festival Saturday. She hauled an air. A few weeks ago, I couldn't believe anyone would feel so low they'd call themselves worthless. But that's how I feel. Worthless. Flynn kicked at a torn piece of cardboard. Slade stroked his gray tie. Will registered the pain on Emma's face, but it was a distant feeling, because she was right about one thing: his chance to speak to the entire town about this new vision of Harmony Valley was lost. On top of Emma ending things last night, this felt like the last straw. We can rebuild, Flynn said optimistically, riding a planter with a grapevine in it. No, Will said coldly. There's no point trying to fix anything. A fire raged inside of him, demanding someone suffer as much as he was. He knew it was wrong to wish that. He knew it was wrong to look at anyone. And despite that, his gaze collided with Emma. It was all a dream, like one of those Dandelion Wishes kids make that never come true. Choking back a sob, Emma ran out of the barn. Dude, that's harsh. Flynn frowned. The lid on Will's temper blew. I may be a control freak, but I'm a realist. I know when to cut my losses. I can't fix this any more than I can fix Tracy. Tracy gasped and stalked off. Will bit back a curse. I know this is a surprise, coming from me, Slade said in a surprisingly calm tone, but I stand with Flynn. We can rebuild. But we'll need to duct tape your mouth shut, because if you start in on me or Flynn, like you did with the girls, we're gone. What's the point of rebuilding? Will gestured to the destruction in front of him. Half the town hates the idea. How many more setbacks do we need before we realize this wasn't meant to be? It's time we turned our attention to developing our next app. We can brainstorm ideas this afternoon. When Will didn't feel as if his heart had been ripped from his chest. He'd driven away the two women who were most important to him in the world. The only thing left to do was move on. Rose looks good. Mildred wheeled her walker down the hospital hallway next to Emma and Agnes. And she's in good spirits. Silently, Emma agreed. She'd been silent about everything since arriving at the hospital. Everything except telling the medical staff that her grandmother was behaving erratically when tired or stressed. Rose won't be in good spirits once she realizes they shaved off her hair and back, Agnes said, touching the graying hair at her nape. She was awfully proud of that long hair. I bet we can get Phil to shave off the rest of it. Mildred paused to let an attendant with a wheelchair move past them. Then Rose would look like one of those punk rockers. Even if she let Phil near her hair, she won't be happy about it. Agnes waved to a nurse behind a counter as they passed. Nor will she be happy that we're suspending her from the town council, at least until her doctor approves her for activity again. Do you have to do that? Emma sensed stormy waters ahead. It's so important to her. Agnes nodded. You know it's the right thing to do. I do. It's just... Emma gnawed on her lip. If I'd have kept a better eye on her. Emma. Mildred stopped wheeling and looked squarely at Emma. It wasn't your fault. If anything, we're to blame. We've seen the signs for some time, but we didn't tell your family. No, it's my fault, Emma persisted. She's always been there for me, and last night Will walked me home and she didn't like it. I knew she'd focused her fears on Will and still I let him walk me home. Because she'd been hopeful that he'd change his mind and find it in his heart to absolve her of blame. Mildred chuckled. So, you found a compromise after all. We haven't, Emma said miserably. He can't forgive me for the car accident and I can't seem to forgive myself. Self-forgiveness is hard for high achievers, Mildred said kindly. But take it from me. Life is too short to carry remorse and regret inside you. I agree, Agnes seconded. Life isn't perfect. It's not even a linear progression. There are ups and downs, highs and lows. You have to learn how to move on. Emma knew that what they said was true. It was convincing herself that was the hard part. Enough about me. What about the float? Is there any way the council will let Will speak at the festival without it? Agnes shook her head. If we allowed him to speak at our festivities, we'd have to grant the microphone to anyone who wanted to speak about anything. He's been given time at our council meetings. Fair is fair. Rules are meant to keep order. It's bad enough Larry bent them at the Grand Marshal ceremony. Agnes hugged Emma. Even though I support Will's efforts to revitalize Harmony Valley, if he can't convince enough residents to stand with him, Larry will never vote his way. Chapter 28. It was late when Emma flopped onto her bed at Granny Rose's. Her grandmother was being kept overnight for observation in Healdsburg, and her mother had come down from Sacramento to stay the night in the hospital with her. While Granny Rose napped, they'd talked briefly about Grandpa Harvey, but there was much more to say. Emma returned to Harmony Valley alone with her guilt. She'd messed up royally, starting with the accident and ending with Granny Rose being in the hospital. After trying unsuccessfully to sleep for several hours, she dragged herself out of bed before dawn. Ping yawned, stretched, protested her waking him up, and then went back to sleep. Emma pulled on an old pair of jeans and a sweatshirt and returned to the scene of her grandmother's crime. The float hadn't been touched since they'd rescued Granny Rose. It was still a wreck. If she was going to make things right, she had to start here. She considered approaching Flynn, Slade, and Tracy to help her, but it hadn't been their inattentiveness that caused this disaster. No, Emma had to do this on her own. She lifted the 5-gallon planters off the trailer. That left the buildings they'd created with wood frames and cardboard. They'd had to special order enough cardboard to complete the float and only had one sheet left, so the salvaged float would need to be simple in design. She climbed onto the platform and began tearing off the ripped cardboard. With the help of a crowbar, she pried off the 2x4s that framed the buildings. It was hard work. By the time she was through, Emma regretted doing such a thorough job with a nail gun. She stepped back and looked at what she had to work with. Tracy had painted rolling green hills on the bottom half of the plywood backdrop and a blue sky on the top half. There was only an inch left in the bottom of the paint Tracy had used to depict the red brick buildings in town and nothing of the gray. She'd need paint. And her sketch pencil. Emma's hands started to tremble. Her heart thudded. And her ears reverberated with the screech and rumble of a big diesel. She curled her fingers into tight fists, forced herself to breathe slowly. She could do this. It didn't matter if it looked like a kindergartner painted the float. She had to do it. You're giving up. Edwin leaned forward in his recliner to shake Will's hand. The older man's skin looked pale. His eyes weren't their usual bright blue. Edwin glanced at Flynn, who was removing flags from the Harmony Valley map in the kitchen. I had hoped. I'm sorry, Will said woodenly. Will had been lost in his own pain when the ambulance had taken Rose away, so much so he hadn't listened as closely as he should have to Emma's speech. It wasn't until the middle of the night, when he couldn't sleep, that he'd recalled Emma's words. I'm worthless. Her words had struck him hard. Emma wasn't worthless. She was intelligent and caring. She made people laugh. She made him laugh. She was talented. She had an artist's touch. And when she touched Will, he felt stronger and more alive. He loved the way she sighed when he wrapped her in his embrace. He loved the way her gaze softened when she talked about her art. He loved the determination that straightened her backbone when he told her what to do. That was probably why he ordered her around so much. He loved doing it. He loved Emma. Will slumped deeper into the couch, thrusting his fingers into his hair. Could he have screwed up his life any worse? He'd been so callous to her, so idiotic. Hey. Flynn pulled a small canvas, painting out from under the map. I remember this. Is that one of Emma's? Will stood, needing to touch something she'd created. His biggest fear was to lose someone, or something, in the case of the float, and yet he'd thrown a chance at love away because he couldn't forgive Emma for things beyond her control. An accident. His father was right. Accidents had no clear line of blame. Emma wasn't careless. She was caring. Emma wasn't worthless. She was worthwhile. This is horrible. Will forced levity into his tone as he looked at the painting and tried to forget the pain in Emma's eyes yesterday morning. You've got a big butt in this painting. That's politically incorrect, Slade pointed out. Yeah, I didn't have a big behind. Flynn smirked. I was big-boned. Will clasped his friend's shoulder, needing an anchor. If that's true, I was good at basketball. How is Rose? Tracy stepped into the barn, one hand clenched tightly at her side. Emma was happy to see her friend. It was late morning. She stood in front of the float, staring at it as if the float was going to be her next great work of art. As if she'd been contemplating it for too long. There was no inspirational music playing in her head, only the distant, disapproving rumble of a diesel engine. Emma smiled gently at Tracy. She'll be all right. One more night in the hospital, which is probably as much time as she can take with my mom. Tracy rolled her eyes sympathetically. They both knew how militant Emma's mother could be. I decided to suck it up and be Grand Marshal. Now that was good news. If only Emma hadn't twisted her arm to do it. I'm sorry I got you into that, but I know you'll do a great job. Knock wood. Tracy rapped on the barn door. What are you doing? Emma turned back to the float, clenching and unclenching her fingers as if they'd cramped. I'm going to fix the float. Somehow, but you can't. Paint. Emma laughed, but it was an empty, sad sound. Thanks for reminding me. Tracy walked inside and stood next to Emma. I heard what you said about worthless. Emma fisted her hands tighter, knowing she deserved Tracy's censure, but nonetheless feeling the stab of hurt. I agree, Tracy said flatly. Emma imagined herself crumpling to the ground, beaten by life's obstacles. The smell of dirt and defeat were so sharp, so real, she was surprised she remained standing. No, I am worthless. Tracy sucked in a breath, blew it out forcefully. You're not, Emma whispered. You're not broken or disabled. But I don't care what anyone says. I know you. Emma practically shouted as she poked Tracy's shoulder. I see the anger when Will finishes your sentences. The joy when you paint. You aren't broken. And I should know. She laughed, this time bitterly. I see the way you hide your laughter when Flynn and Will talk in movie quotes. I hear your frustration when the words don't come fast enough. And I feel your pain when you hold words in rather than try to join a conversation. If anyone ever tells you you're disabled, you tell them they don't speak your language. You are not broken. Tracy grabbed Emma and hugged her tight. I'm sorry. I'm a big bee. Me too. Emma knew Tracy wanted to say more, but she didn't need to hear her friend's words. Because Emma knew. She knew that today she'd finally had her apology accepted and forgiveness offered. Today was the day she'd been waiting for since the accident. After a brief episode of tears on both their parts, Tracy sniffed. Do you forgive me? Emma wiped at her eyes. Shouldn't I be saying that? No. I've been letting people boss me around, Tracy said with a determined expression on her face. Should have insisted to see you and said, I forgive you. Emma couldn't work words past the tightness in her throat. I brought you something. Tracy opened her fist to reveal an artist Karina career doll. An artist. Tears filled Emma's eyes again. She plucked the doll from Tracy's hand and looked at Karina's paint-stained coveralls and perky brown ponytail. Karina looks confident no matter what her career. Emma could use some of her chutzpah. You draw. Tracy pointed at the float. I'll paint. We'll fix it. Together. Emma's pulse beat so loud it drowned out all the sounds of the accident in her brain. And yet, above the pounding, she heard her grandmother's high-pitched singing, Ping's distinctive meow, Tracy's ripple of laughter, and Will's deep voice telling her most fears were silly when you spoke them out loud. I know people believe in me. Emma drew a deep breath and stared at her hands. The question is, do I believe in me? What are you doing? Tracy appeared in Will's bedroom doorway the morning of the spring festival. Without looking at Tracy, Will transferred another stack of shirts from his dresser to his suitcase. A painting was propped on his dresser, Emma's painting of Harmony Valley. He'd bought it from Snarky Sam. I'm leaving. Because of Emma? Among other things. Tracy sat down on the bottom bunk, slouching so she wouldn't hit her head on the wooden rails above. You like her? I do. Will looked at Tracy, expecting to see the frail woman he'd taken home from the hospital. But there was color to her cheeks now, even if there were circles under her eyes. Harmony Valley was good for her. At least, he could take that with him. I realized something in the past day or so. You can't blame people for accidents. I forgive Emma. I'm going to tell her before I leave. But he wouldn't tell her he loved her. He couldn't stand to see her disdain when she rejected him. And she had many reasons to reject him. You like her, Tracy repeated, wonder in her voice. Will rolled his eyes, which was usually Tracy's go-to move. Do we have to have this conversation? Yes, Tracy snorted. You don't know best. For anyone, not even you. The truth to her observation struck him in the area where his heart should have been. Will stopped packing and sat on the bed next to her. Am I really that much of a mess? Yes, but Tracy grinned. A friend called me about a job in Santa Rosa. I want to take it when I can drive. Will hugged her, proud and happy for his sister. That's wonderful. But you realize I'm going to call you every day. Call? Tracy pulled back to look at him, her blue eyes sparkling with laughter. Talking on the phone was definitely not the best way to stay in touch with her, at least for now. You're right. He nodded. I'll text or email. Okay. Now, come to the festival. She pushed his shoulder a little. No, that would rubbing his nose in his many, many failures. Tracy nudged his shoulder again. I have a surprise for you there. I can't. Rose will be there. And you know how I upset Rose. And Emma. She'd be there. He didn't think he could stand to see Emma in front of everyone. He had to see her alone. Tracy stood up and held out her hand. Come on. Why you like my surprise? And I'm the Grand Marshal. His sister was the Grand Poobah of the parade? He'd thought she was going to back out of that. Okay. Will relented, letting his sister lead him out to the living room. But I might have to lurk behind a tree. Tracy let go of his hand and walked over to their dad, who was reading a farming magazine in his recliner. Dad, time to go. Their father lowered his paper and looked at his two children, expression carefully neutral. I think I'll skip the festival this year. Grand Marshal. Tracy tapped her chest and walked to the door without looking back. Come on, old man. Will went out after her, followed by Dad. Who are you calling old? Dad joked. Tracy led them into town and to the far side of East Street, where the floats were hitched to trucks and lined up for the festival's parade behind Mayor Larry's white convertible. Do I really need to see them? Will muttered, meaning the floats from the Ladies' Auxiliary, the Lions Club, and the Veterans. Tracy turned around and shook her finger at him. Dad walked past him, laughing. And then Will realized that there was a fourth float at the end of the line hitched to Flynn's black truck. It was their float, stripped down to nearly nothing but the plywood backdrop and painted with the delicate lines and brushstrokes of a true artist, Emma. Oh, there were still thick strokes that had Tracy's magic on them, but the buildings, the oak tree in the town square, the communications tower on top of Parish Hill, all had Emma's finesse. A group of kids from Rose's production of The Music Man, complete with their T-shirts painted to look like band jackets, started swarming the float that depicted a new vision for Harmony Valley. Careful. Tracy helped some of the smaller kids up. They're riding on our float? Will asked. Does Rose know? Yes and yes. I'm going to go really slow. Flynn hopped over the hitch, a grin splitting his face beneath his ball cap. Nobody's going to fall off. Uncle Will is going to walk next to the float to make sure of it. Will gave him a double take. But it was all Emma, Slade explained, leaning out the window of Flynn's truck, his bright red tie a signal flare of hope. Hey, Tracy protested. What about me? And Tracy, Slade amended with a salute her way. Together, Will couldn't believe it. The sun had never shined so bright. She's my best friend. Tracy grinned. She said she painted this because of Rose and me and you. Emma had done this for them. For all of them. For those she loved. And those who needed her. Will's heart nearly burst with pride. And happiness. Emma must be feeling so very happy today after having painted. This was the best example of the heart of Harmony Valley, people pulling together and creating everyday miracles, helping each other heal, giving and receiving forgiveness. Will could see it now in the smiles of his friends and family. He could feel it in their energy and enthusiasm. With a community like Harmony Valley behind him, he could do anything. And then he saw something else. At least in his head. The kernel of an idea for a new app. Where's this best friend of yours? Will had to talk to Emma. He had many things to say to her, but no one had seen her. And first place in our float competition goes to Mayor Larry's gaze ranged over the crowd. Most people in the town square were sitting on folding chairs. A few were taking a little mid-morning snooze in those seats, waiting for the ceremony to end and the barbecue to begin. Will held his breath and Tracy's hand. She'd done a spectacular job making announcements throughout the morning. Her speech was halting but heartfelt. Mayor Larry put an end to the suspense. A new future for Harmony Valley. By Will Jackson, Emma Willoughby, and friends. Will didn't hear anything except enthusiastic shouts. That was followed by slaps on the back and congratulations from Flynn, Slade, and his father. We did it, Will mumbled. The winery was going to be a reality. Speech! Speech! His father yelled, pulling him in for a hug. I'm proud of you, son. Me. Too. Tracy made it a group hug. Will thought he might collapse from sheer happiness. Mayor Larry was waving at him. Will, come on up here. And bring Emma with you. Will looked around, but he didn't see Emma. He climbed onto the podium solo with a grin that he felt down to his very toes. He gripped the microphone. I need to say that this town has taught me a lot. Building a winery here means so much to me, more now than when my partners and I started talking about it. It means so much to me that, still no sign of Emma, that I've decided to make my home here. On the grass below him, Flynn and Slade exchanged surprised looks. Bringing back jobs means that fire and medical services will return to town. Where's Rose? Several people pointed, and Will found her sitting behind him on stage. No one should have to wait 30 minutes for emergency services, right? Righto. Rose wore a pink hat worthy of the Kentucky Derby, but it still failed to cover the big white bandage at the back of her head. Will saluted her. And I promise, if we can't save the old oak tree, we'll plant a new one. Rose grinned. The winery's got my vote, once they let me vote again. The audience chuckled. You don't know how much your support means to me, Rose. You were a strong advocate for what was right in this town. Will scanned the crowd. Where was Emma? He experienced a moment of panic. Maybe she'd left already, taking Ping with her. Focus, man. People are staring. Will pressed onward. This winery means that you or my sister or your nephew or your grandchild can find a job in town if they want it. Or go searching for their place in the world if they don't. Yay! Tracy waved at him. And then, she covertly pointed to the oak tree, where he finally found Emma, half hiding behind the trunk. Her hair was in a messy ponytail, her jeans were paint-stained, and her pink t-shirt looked slept in, and yet she couldn't be more beautiful in his eyes. But he had the podium, and he was going to use his few minutes to make a difference. A winery here means that our traditions, unique as some of them are, will be passed on to our children and grandchildren. But only if we embrace some change, not only in town, but here in our hearts. Will tapped his chest lightly, sparing a glance toward the grain silo, knowing his mother would approve of the speech. The hard decisions had been made, but they'd been made with compassion. It had just taken a long time to get to this point. But he'd gotten here. That was the important part. All he needed now was Emma. The crowd's enthusiastic applause died out. It looks as if you boys are going to get your rezoning permit. Mayor Larry gave him a thumbs up. And that was great. But none of this would have been possible without my business partners, my wonderful sister, and one very special woman. Will's gaze locked on Emma's. She's an amazing, talented person. A woman who reminded me that you have to let people choose what's best for them, and that you have to keep being introspective until you find yourself, your courage, and a place in your heart for forgiveness. Who is he talking about? Rose asked. Will turned, but kept the microphone close so that everyone could hear. I'm talking about Emma. She makes me a better man. Oh! Rose grinned and fluttered her hands. Proceed. Will turned around. Emma had her hand over her mouth. But she wasn't running, and she wasn't frowning. It was hard to tell from this distance, but the look in her eyes seemed almost hopeful. I forgive you for the accident, Emma, Will said thickly. In my heart, I forgave you long before I realized it in my head. He'd locked away his softer emotions when Mom died, and doubled the lock when Tracy was injured. It had taken Emma to pick those locks. But more important, Emma, I'm asking you to forgive me. I wasn't ready for you. Not the way you make me look at life or the way you make me feel inside. I may look rich on paper, but I'm poor without you. And he'd be destitute if she never forgave him. Over the years, I've tried to keep every promise I've made, at least the ones that counted. But I've made you a promise I don't think I can keep, the one about never kissing you again. You do realize you're saying all that into the microphone? Mayor Larry asked, but he was laughing. Yes, sir, I want everyone to hear, because in keeping with Harmony Valley tradition, I have something to say to Emma underneath the oak tree. Will abandoned the podium and walked down the steps, never taking his eyes off Emma. The crowd began to murmur, and those who were standing parted to let him pass. In his wake, Flynn, Slade, Tracy, Rose, and his father followed. When did they fall in love? Rose piped up behind him. Looks like I'm going to have to get her a pair of handcuffs sooner than I expected. Will chuckled. Something in the grass caught his eye, and he knelt to pick it up. When he reached Emma, he took one of her hands in his. Life put you in my path again for a reason. And now I find it difficult to contemplate going through life without you. Will dropped to one knee. In his free hand was a dandelion. He twirled it, made a wish, and blew. He ignored his father's muttered words about weeds. He didn't ignore Emma's intake of breath or the sparkle in her dark chocolate eyes. I won't tell you what I wished for. Although I think you know. He'd wished for forgiveness and everything that went along with it. Patience and kindness. Love that was everlasting. I love you, Emma. I think I've loved you for years without ever knowing it. You'll recognize it now, Mr. Maionetti said from Will's right. She'll never let you forget it. His wife elbowed him. The trouble with public proposals, Will realized belatedly as the crowd laughed, was that your audience considered the experience interactive. Everyone was speaking their mind except the object of Will's affection. Tracy moved closer, exchanging a soft smile with Emma. It was approving, not that Will and Emma needed it. But he appreciated it nonetheless. It was time to press his point home. Emma Willoughby, I love you. Please do me the honor of becoming my wife. And then Emma was in his arms, tumbling them to the grass with a kiss that said yes, and one that said I love you, and another that said forever. Epilogue. I'm singing in the rain. Emma was happy, from the tips of her dancing feet to the ends of her paint-stained fingertips to the off-key notes of Will's baritone floating beneath Gene Kelly's flawless voice. She was happy because her friendship with Tracy was repaired, and Will loved her. It was a love she had faith in. Will twirled Emma in his strong arms on Granny Rose's front porch. Nearby, Tracy and her father spun in a less energetic circle. Granny Rose sat on the porch swing, drinking lemonade and bobbing her head to the music. Things were going to change in Harmony Valley, but they were on pace to be closer to something that honored the heart of the town. And a winery wasn't the only thing new in the lives of those on the porch. A pretty diamond ring glittered on Emma's hand. An easy smile beamed on Will's face, matched by the one on his father's. A purple streak gleamed in Tracy's blonde hair. And with Granny Rose on medication, there were no longer episodes of wild-eyed destruction. You want to ride to the top of Parish Hill tomorrow while I jog up? Will asked Emma as the song drew to a close. On 2 conditions. Smiling, Emma reached for Tracy's hand. Tracy rides with me. And we make sure Mildred isn't out on the road. Deal. Will hugged both women close. The dancing isn't over. Granny Rose stood as Dream of You drifted out the living room window. She held out a hand to Will. "Dance with me." And he did. Emma beamed at the pair until Tracy claimed her for a partner, humming the notes. So much had changed for them all in the past few weeks. Their future and Harmony Valleys looked bright. Emma's gaze found Will's and she mouthed, "I love you." "I love you, too," Will said out loud. "All of you. Now that's living kids." Granny Rose's delicate laughter filled the air and filled Emma's heart to overflowing. "Look." Tracy stopped dancing and pointed toward the grass where 2 dandelions were waiting to be wished upon. She dragged Emma down the steps where they each plucked a full, white dandelion. "What should we wish for?" Emma asked Tracy, but she was staring at Will and thinking about how he used to catch her when she got stuck on the river rope swing.